I stayed at home for a century, when I emerged I was invincible. 601 Huanglong, Part 5. Huanglong had extraordinary origins, and since he was indeed a dragon, it was not wrong to call him an ancestor of the dragons. It was an opportunity for the dragon tribe to have him as their ancestor. Chu Xian was not bothered by all of this. After all, the most important thing was to improve his strength. Just as he was about to continue cultivating, he suddenly noticed some changes in the heavenly Tao's fate. It was becoming stronger. It was caused by Huanglong. Furthermore, it seemed to affect the fate of the dragon tribe. If this continued, the dragon tribe would end up becoming one of the races under the heavenly Tao laws. Chu Xian was surprised by this. Did they truly recognize Huanglong as their ancestor? This was a good thing. As part of the dragon tribe's fate, energy came under the control of the heavenly Tao laws. New laws began to form within the heavenly Tao laws. Furthermore, this triggered a reward from the system. Your creature of the heavenly Tao, Huanglong, has become an ancestor of the dragon tribe and obtained its fate. You have been rewarded with the Dragon Great Tao Principle. It was an unexpected harvest. Chu Xian immediately received the reward. A Great Tao Principle suddenly emerged from the mass of chaotic energy in his body. It was shaped like a giant dragon and let out a roar as it merged with Chu Xian's Tao path. It then flew out and entered another ball of chaotic energy within his body. The Dragon Great Tao Principle was like a giant dragon circling within his body. It shuttled through the 3,000 chaos bodies of creation and continued to grow. Chu Xian's strength was also increasing. The speed at which his body generated chaotic energy of creation also increased. Chu Xian once again entered secluded cultivation. Huanglong was living a carefree life in the dragon tribe's territory, and the Great Formation was still in operation. In the distant chaos, the prison god palace was approaching the region of chaos around the 9 zones. Miao was also heading toward the 9 zones. Even further away. Prison Dao ancient god's gaze was cold, and his massive body completely stomped on a realm in front of him, killing everyone inside, including a world creator realm expert. The news of his appearance began to spread throughout the chaos. Many forces tried to hide, trying to steer clear of wherever he was heading toward. Soon, the 89-year milestone arrived, and Chu Xian awakened from his cultivation. His strength had increased greatly again. Now, his strength was equivalent to a world creator realm expert whose Tao path was 30 million miles long. The 3,000 chaos bodies of creation in his body had more than doubled in size, and pumped out even more chaotic energy of creation. It was indeed worthy of being a constitution that could transcend the chaos. Chu Xian estimated that his cultivation speed would probably only slow down after he broke through to Chaos Supreme Realm, which hopefully would happen within the next 10 or so years. Furthermore, the 100-year milestone was not far away either, and Chu Xian was eager to see what rewards he would receive from the system then. Would he be able to break through to the Chaos Supreme Realm by then? Chu Xian felt that the likelihood of this being the case was not small. As for transcending the chaos, that would be more difficult. You remained in seclusion for 89 years, created the heavenly Tao laws, cultivated outstanding disciples, and triggered the changes in the chaos. You have been rewarded with world origin energy and the origin scripture of the Lord of Chaos. The origin scripture of the Lord of Chaos? Chu Xian naturally tossed the world origin energy into the heavenly Tao laws to strengthen it, after which he checked out the second reward. The origin scripture of the Lord of Chaos was born from the law of calamity, which is one of the supreme laws of the chaos. When it is completely mastered, one can completely control the supreme chaos law of calamity and will have a 50% chance of transcending the chaos. This scripture was derived from the cultivation technique of the Lord of Chaos. However, thanks to the system, it surpassed its predecessor. Furthermore, there was a 50% chance of transcending the chaos by cultivating this technique. This was a cultivation technique that he would give his little disciple. Chu Xian received his reward. Chu Xian was full of anticipation for the Lord of Chaos birth. He looked up at the great Dao. Now, only the region where the power of calamity had not been devoured by the heavenly Dao laws. The egg formed from the power of calamity was already covered in cracks. In no more than a year, the Lord of Chaos would be reborn. With the birth of Lord of Chaos, the changes in the great Dao that followed him would also disappear. The great Dao would return to its peak state. Of course, the great Dao would then also completely belong to the heavenly Dao laws. Chu Xian looked at the ancient path. Qin Ying, Ren Changhe, and Feng Kong were all about to reach the Daiyuan realm. 602 Big Brother, Part 1. This included Qin Qian. Du Yuan was also about to reach the Daiyuan realm. Chu Xian waved his hand and gave each of them a ball of chaotic energy of creation to help them break through. Although they were far behind Ding Yu and the others, their potential still exceeded the other experts of the 9 zones. After that, Chu Xian turned to look at the chaos, and spotted Wu Jiang, who seemed to want to enter the 9 zones. Hong had actually discussed with the various races and wanted to send Wu Jiang into the 9 zones. Of course, this was met with refusal. The other races felt that the human race's chances of entering the 9 zones were too high, and did not want them to monopolize the great opportunity. Around Wu Jiang's body, there was a faint aura of martial intent. The others might not be able to detect it, but it could not be hidden from Chu Xian. That martial intent seemed to have the same origin as the martial essence of the human race's 7th ancestor, Wu, in the Chaos Abyss. Was he trying to help his master recover? Chu Xian looked at the new world. The humans there still kept a low profile. However, no matter how low profile he was, they would still be targeted, as they were still weak. Facing the threat of a stronger race, their situation was precarious. A new world, a new opportunity, and a new creation. These were all the heavenly Dao's fortunes. Chu Xian created the heavenly Dao, so he did not need them, but that did not mean others did not. Chu Xian looked at Chu Yun and Su Xianer. The two of them did not participate in the great abyssal calamity, and had only been silently cultivating. They were probably a little bored. Chu Xian called the two over. As the 9 zones expanded, a new world appeared, and innate life forms were born, including humans. At present, these humans are still in their primitive stages. They are being threatened by the stronger races and are not in a good situation. Are you interested in going to the new world to teach these humans? Chu Yun's eyes lit up. 13th brother, I'm willing. I can teach them alchemy. I want to go too, Su Xianer said excitedly. Since that's the case, I'll send you both there. Educating them is also a merit, and there will naturally be great opportunities there for you. I'll go make some preparations. Chu Yun entered the pocket dimension excitedly, and Su Xianer soon followed suit. The two girls were going to copy some books that they needed to teach humans or other living beings. Very quickly, they finished copying all of the books they needed. Then, with a wave of his hand, Chu Xian sent the two to the new world. The voice resounded in the minds of the two. The 7th ancestor of the human race has fallen. However, he has condensed his martial intent into an item in order to recover in the 9 zones. I will give you that item. This is also an opportunity for him. After giving his orders to Chu Yun and Su Xianer, Chu Xian looked toward the chaos. None of the races agreed to Hong's conditions. They did not even agree to transport items, let alone trying to send Wu Jiang into the 9 zones. The human race had suddenly made a request, so all the races were on high alert. This was not the first time they had come into contact with the human race. The human race was cunning, and every race had a common understanding not to allow them too many opportunities. Hong was helpless. The other races were too vigilant. He could only blame himself and the others. He had schemed against and tricked the various races too many times. Wu Jiang was also very helpless and anxious, but he had no choice, so he left the area around the Great Formation in search of another place to enter the 9 zones. The powerful cultivators of the various races were not worried. Once Wu Jiang tried to enter the 9 zones, it would definitely cause a great disturbance, so they would be able to detect it, and would have enough time to respond. Throw the item into the 9 zones. A voice suddenly rang out in Wu Jiang's mind. It was that mysterious senior. He was shocked. Did the other party know his intentions? Senior, you. Don't you want to revive your master? Since the time is right, just do it. However, the great Tao's power of rejection. If he could simply throw the ring into the 9 zones, Wu Jiang would not be so conflicted, or even bothered negotiating with the various races. The power of rejection of the great Tao does not matter. Since I asked you to throw it in, it will naturally be able to enter the 9 zones. Wu Jiang's expression flickered. Should he believe this mysterious senior? What if it was a trap? Once the ring was destroyed, his master might never have the chance to recover. Wu Jiang wanted to discuss this with Hong. However, this would indicate that he did not trust the mysterious senior and make him unhappy. Wu Jiao's martial intent surged, and tried to communicate with the martial intent in the ring. After a while, the ring shook slightly. Throw it. Wu Jiang heaved a sigh of relief. Since his master had already made his choice, he could only trust this mysterious senior. Thank you for your help, senior. As Wu Jiang spoke, his body moved and he quickly approached the 9 zones. Only when he reached the boundary of the great Tao's power of rejection did he throw the ring into the world. The ring quickly descended, and did not encounter the power of rejection. It simply disappeared into the 9 zones. Wu Jiang's heart trembled. Just what kind of existence was this mysterious senior? He could even influence the great Tao's power of rejection. He thought about what the mysterious senior had said. That the power of rejection did not matter. He now had his suspicions. The waters of the 9 zones were very deep. Wu Jiang did not dare to think too much into it, and quickly returned to the chaos. The ring had been sent into the 9 zones. Now, whether or not his master could recover depended on his own luck. As for Wu Jiang's own speculations, he would keep those to himself. In any case, if his master was able to recover successfully, it meant that the mysterious existence had no ill intentions towards him, and perhaps the human race as well. Chu Xian held the ring in his hand. This was a ring condensed by Wu's martial intent. Naturally, it also contained a weak wisp of consciousness. However, it also contained an abyssal imprint. If Wu wanted to recover and completely escape the influence of the chaos abyss, he had to get rid of the abyssal imprint. Chu Xian waved his hand and the ring vibrated. Then, the abyssal imprint vanished completely, and the martial intent condensed even further. An illusory figure emerged from the ring. This person had a burly figure and a resolute face. The 7th ancestor of the human race, Wu. At this moment, Wu cupped his fists and sent out a thought transmission, "Many thanks." Wu. The 7th ancestor of the human race. Yes, that's me. I'll give you a great opportunity. How will you repay me? Chu Xian asked with a smile. I will always repay kindness with kindness, but I will never be a slave, Wu said after a moment of silence. I won't be timid, I won't be soft, and I can't bow or bend my knees. I won't be a slave, even if I die. Wu Yu's tone was heavy and unyielding. I'll call you Big Brother, he said to Chu Xian. From now on, you're my big brother. If you have any instructions, I will definitely do my best to fulfill them. As expected, he would never be a slave. He was so thick-skinned that he picked a different route entirely. It all seemed contradictory. Chu Xian could not help but laugh. You're really good at picking a tree to perch on. I'm curious. Are the 10 ancestors of the human race all like you? Wu, however, was not embarrassed at all, nor did he blush. His expression was still proud, mighty, and unyielding. I only admired 2 people prior to this. You are the 3rd. If I wasn't ambushed and killed by the immortal, celestial, and demon races, I would have transcended the world creator realm, Wu said proudly. Transcending the world creator realm meant that he would have had a Dao path that exceeded 10 million miles long, which was another benchmark and transformative point. It meant that the cultivator had completely stabilized the foundation of his or her Dao path. At that point, the Dao path could collapse, but would not be destroyed. The collapsed Dao path could be condensed anew at any time to await a chance at revival. Furthermore, they would be able to return to their peak strength within a short period of time. 603 Big Brother, Part 2. Despite being killed and his remains being thrown into the chaos abyss, Wu's martial intent had managed to survive to this point, which was testament to his strength and perseverance. Clearly those who had killed him were aware of this as well, otherwise they would not have bothered to throw his corpse into the chaos abyss in an attempt to destroy his chance at recovery. As such, Wu was not exaggerating when he said that he was confident that he could transcend the world creator realm if he had lived to this day. Chu Xian felt that it was possible. Of course, it also depended on his luck. Perhaps Wu did not know how difficult it was to reach the 10 million mile mark. It was not just about having sufficient comprehension, nor stabilizing the foundation of one's Dao path. At this stage, one also required luck and fate. This required chaotic energy of creation or other similar treasures. The other way was to comprehend creation themselves and fuse it into the world they created. Only then would they be able to break through. Countless experts were stuck at this stage, unable to advance an inch. Even for someone as strong as ancient chaos gods, if they did not obtain a supreme treasure related to creation, they would need a long time to comprehend a trace of creation, and thus make the breakthrough. If Wu had been lucky enough to obtain such a treasure, it was indeed possible to break through. However, such treasures were few and far between. The key to Chu Xian's easy breakthrough was his 3,000 chaos bodies of creation constitution, which generated chaotic energy of creation naturally. It's good to be confident, but do you know how to transcend the world creator realm? Chu Xian asked with a smile. He felt that Wu probably did not know. He thought that he would be able to break through once he had gained enough insight and fused the world he created into his Dao path. Wu probably felt that he had an endless understanding of his own Dao path, to the point that he would have no problem extending his Dao path beyond the 10 million mile mark. He probably had his own techniques to merge his world into his Dao path as well, which was likely where his confidence stemmed from. Sure enough, Wu replied proudly, I have a deep understanding of my Dao path. My path is clear. With my technique, I will be able to merge my world with my Dao path and stabilize the foundation of my Dao path. All I need is time. Chu Xian shook his head and smiled. Wu, you're very talented and your confidence is warranted. However, countless world creator realm experts have not reached the limit of their comprehension. They have merged their worlds with their Dao paths, yet still cannot transcend the world creator realm. Do you know the reason? Wu was slightly startled. As long as there was no lack of comprehension, one's Dao path should be clear, especially after merging one's world with one's Dao path and stabilizing their Dao path. Reaching the 10 million mile mark would be a given then, which would allow him to transcend the world creator realm. At the Daiyuan realm, after reaching the 9 extreme Daiyuan realm, one could not reach the freedom Daiyuan realm without severing the source of one's Dao path or transcending 9 great Dao calamities. This was a form of restraint. However, even after breaking through, once one's Dao path was destroyed, the cultivator would also die. If one's Dao path was damaged, their strength would plummet, and there was a risk of one's cultivation foundation being affected. World Creator Realm experts created worlds on their Dao paths. The Dao path would then use the world to support itself. This allowed the Dao path to reach the million-mile mark without collapsing. However, if the world was not strong enough, once the world collapsed, the Dao path would be broken, and at the very least, one's strength would fall. In the worst case, their cultivation foundation would be damaged, and they might even die. This was also a form of restraint. Only when the world merged with the Dao path could one sublimate and break free from that restraint. At that level, if the Dao path collapsed, it could be condensed again. Therefore, the 10 million mile mark was also known as transcending the world creator realm. Wu was very confident in his own ability, believing that given time, it would not be difficult for him to do this. Before this, he was very confident and even looked down on those experts who were stuck at this bottleneck. However, hearing Chu Xian say this now, he began to hesitate. He was not arrogant or blindly confident. Lacking opportunity. After thinking for a long while, Wu could not figure out why those experts were stuck at this bottleneck. However, he now had to seriously consider it. This big brother of his was extremely powerful. He had to be someone who had transcended the world creator realm. Since Chu Xian had asked this question, it was clear that Wu had taken this matter too lightly. The lack of opportunity is one thing, but this opportunity has stumped countless world creator realm experts. Wu fell into deep thought. This is no ordinary opportunity we're talking about, Chu Xian said, without it, no matter how much comprehension you have, you won't be able to break through when your world merges with your Dao path. Big brother, what kind of opportunity is it? Wu asked curiously. Chu Xian cited. The seventh ancestor of the human race was really thick-skinned. 604 The Birth of the Lord of Chaos, Part 1. His shamelessness was comparable to King Slayer, who was still claiming to be Chu Xian's disciple. One claimed to be his disciple, while the other called him Big Brother. Chu Xian was puzzled. Given Wu's nature, why had he not found a backer previously? Had he not met an expert that he was satisfied with? It was probably so. Chu Xian did not mind giving him some pointers. After all, a big brother had to take care of his little brother. His expression turned serious. If you want to break through, you need to obtain a supreme treasure of creation. Wu was stunned. A supreme treasure of creation? This was a true treasure that could not be obtained without a great opportunity. It was no wonder that those experts could not break through. Big brother, do you really have to obtain a supreme treasure of creation? It was hard to find something like that. Of course, that's not the only way. If you can't find that treasure, you can comprehend a trace of creation and fuse it into your Dao path. However, that will take both time, talent, and luck. Chu Xian looked at him. It was not that easy to comprehend. Of course, occasionally, some experts would suddenly have a flash of inspiration and comprehend a trace of creation and use it to break through. However, hoping for miracles was not the proper path of cultivation. Wu exhaled a breath of turbid air. He had taken this matter too lightly. Thank you for your guidance, Big Brother. Wu cupped his fists and said, I cannot repay Big Brother's kindness with my life, but even if you order me to sacrifice my life, I will do it for Big Brother. Chu Xian sighed. Forget it, I'll accept this little brother. He's the seventh ancestor of the human race, after all. Moreover, he was indeed quite talented, even more so than Yang. Furthermore, his Dao path focused on martial intent, which was very pure. Honestly, if he devoted himself to it, there was a high chance of comprehending a trace of creation when the opportunity presented itself. He would then be able to transcend the world creator realm. Of course, nothing was set in stone, and one's own efforts played a key role in this as well. It seemed like he was even stronger than Hong. Among the 10 ancestors of the human race that Chu Xian had seen, only Ji and Wu were worthy of his attention. Ji was the creator of the extreme Dao, which was also another pure Dao path. Wu was the creator of martial intent. Fine, I'll give you a great opportunity. Your Dao path is pure, and I hope you can maintain it. Chu Xian looked at him. You'll be able to obtain good fortune from this opportunity. Wu was overjoyed. Thank you, Big Brother, he immediately bowed and said. Go on. Chu Xian waved his hand. He sent Wu into the new world. This is a new world, a new human race, and a place of new creation. Those two are my maidservant and my sister. You should recover and cultivate well. Chu Xian's voice resounded in Wu's mind. In the new world, the human race, which was facing a difficult and dangerous situation, suddenly welcomed a great opportunity. Holy maidens came to solve the human race's crisis, taught them, and helped the human race to comprehend the golden steel. On this day, Chu Yun and Su Xianer were educating the new human race. They passed on the art of alchemy and cooking. Since then, humans became good at alchemy, liked to cook, and were gluttons. They also cultivated and strengthened themselves. Chu Xian looked at the new world and controlled the heavenly Dao laws. He changed the flow of time of the new world, speeding it up. Boom! Suddenly, the great Dao shook. The egg formed by the power of calamity was cracking. The Lord of Chaos was about to be born. Unsurprisingly, the Lord of Chaos was born as a Daiyuan realm expert. On the ancient path, over 100 Daiyuan realm abyssal beings had gathered around He Yu. These abyssal beings had all been set free by her, and were now considered part of her faction. She was now the most powerful faction, inciting fear among the other factions. Demon Buddha had converted 20 or so Daiyuan realm abyssal beings. There were dozens of new Daiyuan realm cultivators in the 9 zones. Among them, He Yu and the rest of Chu Xian's personal disciples were far ahead, and already had 1,000-mile-long Dao paths. Qin Ying, Ren Changhe, and Chu Xian's other in-name disciples were also top-notch existences. After Feng Kong broke through to the Daiyuan realm, he had a battle with King Slayer. He was at a slight disadvantage, but not to the extent where he would be defeated. King Slayer felt pressured by this. In front of the ancient path, a Daiyuan realm abyssal being appeared once again. It was a young man in red, who was both powerful and intelligent. Ding Yu looked at the young man in red and frowned. This person seemed to have come specifically for He Yu. Ding Yu had tried to kill the young man in red, but he had failed. It was a very special kind of abyssal being. Boom! All of a sudden, the ancient path shook. There seemed to be some kind of tremor shaking the ancient path. For some reason, everyone had a feeling that disaster was imminent. Everyone turned to look at the 9 zones in horror. He Yu was no exception. Her intuition told her that something had happened to the great Dao of the 9 zones. It was as if some special existence had descended, or perhaps a disaster had occurred. The great abyssal calamity seemed to be coming to an end. The young man in red who had just appeared also seemed to realize this. His expression began to change. Suddenly, all of the experts of the 9 territories saw red shadows flying over from the ancient path. There were no less than 1,000 of them. Everyone sucked in a cold breath of air as their scalps turned numb. Quick, retreat and defend. The cultivators of the 9 zones all retreated. He Yu frowned. There were so many red shadows that she could not convert them all within a short period of time. In an instant, all of the red shadows had arrived. One of them looked more solid and was the most powerful red shadow. How strong of a Daiyuan realm expert can you convert? He asked He Yu. He Yu looked at him silently. One with a Dao path that is 10,000 miles long is my limit. The red shadows started to merge with each other. Seeing this, everyone's heart trembled. Ding Yu looked at He Yu and said, "There's something wrong with these guys. They seem to be split off from the same existence." "I know." He Yu nodded. "Make sure you don't lose control," Ding Yu said cautiously. "Don't worry, I won't." He Yu was very confident. The 1,000 red shadows fused together, and in the end, only 9 remained. This red shadow had barely reached the 10,000 mile mark. How long will it take to remove the abyssal imprint? Only 3 before the end, He Yu said after a moment of silence. Before the end of the great abyssal calamity, she would only be able to remove 3 abyssal imprints. The red shadow frowned. "You can follow me into the 9 zones," He Yu said. The red shadow nodded. In fact, he did not want to enter the 9 zones, as he could sense that a disaster was brewing there. Something was very wrong, and he did not know what it was. However, this was the only way now. Before the ancient path disappeared, he would enter the 9 zones and wait for the abyssal imprint to be removed. Retreat quickly. The great abyssal calamity is about to end. Heiyu led her troops to retreat and return to the 9 zones. Those who had not managed to break through to the Daeyuan realm were extremely unwilling. However, they could already see that the ancient path was beginning to collapse and disappear. They could only return to the 9 zones helplessly. When the Lord of Chaos was born, the entire world changed. Countless living beings trembled in fear. All of the babies were crying, and those below the Emperor realm were struck by fear. 605 The Birth of the Lord of Chaos, Part 2. The experts of the 9 zones retreated from the ancient path. As soon as they returned, they were submerged in an atmosphere of uneasiness and doom. The young man in red showed signs of collapse after entering the 9 zones. He was shocked. What exactly happened in the 9 zones? Heiyu and the other Daeyuan realm experts arrived at the heavenly domain. Now, every Daeyuan realm expert in the 9 zones was gathered here. Ancestor Hong, what happened in the 9 zones? A human Daeyuan realm expert asked. Hong Yuanshu felt helpless. How would he know? In the eyes of the younger generation, he was extremely powerful. However, Hong Yuanshu knew that he was just a weakling. At most, he would be able to show off his might within the 9 zones. Don't be impatient. Mo2 exchanged glances with Demon Buddha. The Buddhist light around them was dense. Arhat Mo2 greets mighty Buddha. Mo2 greeted Demon Buddha respectfully. Although he was stronger than Demon Buddha, the latter's status in the Buddhist sect was higher than his. Furthermore, Demon Buddha was one of Daeischu's people, and was likely a disciple. Therefore, he had to stay on good terms with Demon Buddha. The rest of the Arhats who had transformed from demons also greeted Demon Buddha, who smiled kindly. Greetings Arhats. He turned around and looked at the abyssal beings he had converted from the ancient path. The abyssal Buddhists placed their palms together. Greetings, Arhats. Excellent, excellent. Mo2 said with a kind expression. Ruoxian was dumbstruck. Mo2, this guy, had really changed. All of the older generation Daeyuan realm experts who were familiar with Mo2 were equally dumbfounded. Heiyu saw the young man in red's body shaking as if he was about to collapse. She opened up her domain, protecting him within it. The young man in red let out a sigh of relief. The changes in the 9 zones had also alarmed all of the special existences in the 9 zones. The corpse-like incarnation suddenly opened his eyes and frowned. He felt a sense of impending doom. He was shocked. Did something happen? Was he being targeted? Or did something happen to his main body? Did something happen to the 9 zones? He took a few deep breaths and suppressed the throbbing in his heart. He did not want to make any rash moves. Instead, he waited quietly. It was the same for the huge head. Every one of them felt uneasy. However, hiding was the wisest choice, so they stayed put. Heiyu frowned. Even she could feel it. Ding Yu and the other disciples also had grave expressions. In the chaos, the various races continued to fill the formation with treasures. Then, they suddenly sensed some special changes in the 9 zones. It felt like a disaster was approaching. They were stunned. The 9 zones had undergone another drastic change. Moreover, this change was extremely obvious that they could sense that it was related to something disastrous. Those who had yet to sever the source of their Daeopaths felt it even clearer. It was as if the 9 zones had become a land of calamity. Huanglong also appeared and looked at the 9 zones in surprise. Had that existence within the power of calamity been born? Was it Daeischu's newest disciple? After a while, he turned around and returned to the dragon tribe's territory. He would continue to live the life of a dragon ancestor. Long Chang's heart trembled, sensing imminent disaster. He asked carefully, "Ancestor, what's wrong with the 9 zones?" "It's nothing. It's just an illusion. It won't affect you, so don't worry about it," Huang Long replied. As he spoke, he raised his claws and patted Long Chang's head. His heart instantly calmed down, and the feeling of impending disaster disappeared. "Many thanks, Ancestor." Long Chang was overjoyed. The Ancestor was indeed powerful. He had definitely made the right choice. Venerable, he also rushed over to ask, "Senior Huang Long, what happened in the 9 zones?" Since Huang Long was a dragon ancestor, he was older than him in terms of seniority. It was not too far-fetched to call him senior. Huang Long glanced at him and then dismissively said, "How would I know?" Venerable, he was helpless. If Huang Long did not want to say anything, he did not have the ability or the right to force him. However, he was certain that Huang Long knew something about this situation. In the chaos, the prison god palace, which was heading toward the region of the chaos where the 9 zones were, suddenly stopped. Why do I feel a faint sense of disaster? 606 The Birth of the Lord of Chaos, Part 3. In the palace, the illusory figure at the head of the table said, "Could it be that there's a calamity involved in the venture?" A prison god palace expert replied solemnly, "Your Excellency has already appeared in the chaos. Any calamity will avoid Your Excellency. Perhaps some changes have happened in the 9 zones. Let's continue." The prison god palace continued forward. Miao was heading to the 9 zones when he suddenly frowned. What happened? As Qin journeyed, he felt an inexplicable sense of unease. His expression changed slightly. He had to return to the 9 zones as soon as possible. Prison Dao ancient god turned his gaze in the direction of the 9 zones. His eyes flashed. Given his cultivation level and the distance between them, he did not experience the sense of impending doom. However, he could still sense that changes had taken place in the 9 zones. It actually triggered the fluctuation of the laws of chaos. Something major is happening. In a certain place, the immortal race's ancestor appeared, silently watching the 9 zones. Somewhere in the darkness, which was filled with demonic aura, a terrifying giant demon appeared. He too stared at the 9 zones questioningly. On a chaos mountain, an extraordinary person raised his head and looked in the direction of the 9 zones. After watching silently for a while, he no longer paid any attention to the matter. No matter what happened in the 9 zones, at their current level, it did not matter anymore. It would not affect them, nor would it contain the opportunities they needed. Somewhere in the chaos, a terrifying giant glanced in the direction of the 9 zones. A man sat cross-legged beside the giant. He was dressed in animal skin, as if he was from a primitive era. He turned to look in the direction of the 9 zones, sighed and closed his eyes again after a long time. The existences related to the 9 zones were all alerted to the changes in the 9 zones. Most ignored the changes, but some started to head toward the 9 zones. The birth of the Lord of Chaos had actually triggered such a huge change, which was beyond Chu Xian's expectations. The ancient path collapsed and disappeared, along with the entrances on both ends. The Great Abyssal Calamity had only started a few years ago, yet it ended just like that. It was probably the shortest Great Abyssal Calamity in history. All of the living beings in the 9 zones were gripped by fear. Even the Netherworld, Buddhist world, and Monster world were the same, as they were connected to the heavenly Dao laws and the 9 zones. Even the heavenly Dao laws started to tremble. The laws of the chaos were faintly discernible. From this, one could see how great the impact of the birth of the Lord of Chaos was, and how powerful he had been back then. As expected of an existence that had almost transcended the chaos. Within the reincarnation cycle, both Han Yu and Ji opened their eyes. What happened? Ji frowned as he looked at Han Yu. Han Yu was once one of the rulers of the 9 zones, and could hence be considered an ancient existence. Did he know something about this? Han Yu frowned as he checked things out, and only spoke after a long while, "I don't know." There had never been such a change in the 9 zones. Han Yu then recalled a rumor about a supreme existence that ruled over calamities in the chaos. However, that kind of existence would not normally trigger calamities, nor would it affect ordinary living beings, as it had already detached itself from the world and the affairs of the chaos. The 9 zones were the first world created by the chaos, and it had extraordinary significance. It was rumored that the 9 zones were the center of the chaos, and that the chaos had expanded outward from the 9 zones. Due to this, the time flow of the chaos was the same as the time flow of the 9 zones. That was what the rumors said. Even as one of the rulers of the 9 zones back then, he did not know the details. Chu Xian looked up at the great Dao. At this moment, the egg condensed from the power of calamity was cracking continuously. The sound of a heart beating could be heard, and there seemed to be a light hidden behind the shell. The power of calamity seemed to be spreading. He frowned slightly. Could it be that the birth of the Lord of Chaos would naturally bring about calamities? The laws of the chaos lingered around the egg, faintly visible. In the heavenly domain, everyday Yuan realm cultivator was on tenterhooks. "Master, what's happening?" He Yu asked in bewilderment. Ding Yu and the other disciples also looked at Chu Xian for clarification. Chu Xian stared at the egg and replied, "Your little junior brother is being born." He Yu and the other disciples were stunned. Little junior brother? What were his origins to have caused such terrifying phenomena? Hong Yuancho could not stop himself from asking in the group chat. "Brother Chu, there's been a great change in the 9 zones. Why does everyone feel a sense of impending doom?" "Don't panic. It's just related to my disciple who is still being born," Chu Xian comforted him. Hong Yuancho was dumbfounded. All of the Daeyuan realm cultivators in the group chat were dumbfounded. Daoist brother Chu's disciple? How terrifying was his disciple? The more they thought about it, the more their scalps went numb. What level of talent does Daoist brother Chu's disciple have? His birth caused these phenomena, Hong Yuancho exclaimed. It's not too bad. He'll be a Daeyuan realm existence from birth and is comparable to an ancient chaos god, Chu Xian said indifferently, as if it was a minor matter. The Daeyuan realm cultivators in the group chat were once again shocked speechless. Born as a Daeyuan realm existence? Comparable to the legendary ancient chaos gods? They had been painstakingly cultivating for countless years, but were weaker than a newborn disciple. Also, if Daoist Chu did not make much of that level of talent, then how strong was Daoist Chu? It was unimaginable. Kakat. On the great Dao, the egg finally shattered. An infant surrounded by the power of the laws was born. He opened his eyes and mouth, but did not cry or make a fuss. Instead, it devoured the surrounding power of the laws and the shattered eggshell pieces condensed from the power of calamity. As it did that, it began to grow rapidly. A Dao path emerged within his body. Daeyuan realm. The sense of impending doom was getting stronger. As the Lord of Chaos grew, all of the living beings in the 9 zones were terrified. The heavenly Dao laws were shaking. The 9 zones seemed to be shrouded in an aura of disaster. The hidden special existences were all terrified and wanted to escape. Chu Xian frowned. The impact was too great. Now that the Lord of Chaos had been born, it was time to control the changes in the 9 zones. When the Lord of Chaos was being born, Chu Xian was afraid that any interference would affect its birth, so he did not interfere. Now that the Lord of Chaos had been born and was growing, it was time for him to intervene. He could not let these changes continue. Moreover, the newly born Lord of Chaos was clearly unable to control its power of calamity. If this continued, it would definitely cause a calamity for the 9 zones. A pearl appeared in Chu Xian's hand. The disaster avoidance pearl. With a wave of his hand, the pearl appeared at the core of the great Dao, emitting a brilliant light. The sense of impending doom caused by the Lord of Chaos disappeared in an instant, and the living beings of the 9 zones felt peace. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, and felt like they had escaped the jaws of death. There were even some who managed to break through their cultivation bottlenecks due to this experience. Chu Xian continued to silently watch the Lord of Chaos, watching him grow. 607 The Birth of the Lord of Chaos, Part 4. The Lord of Chaos was devouring the power of the laws around him and gnawing on the eggshells formed from the power of calamity. He was growing from an infant to a child. It kept growing extremely quickly. A normal human would need well over a decade to reach adulthood. As for the Lord of Chaos, it had only been half a day. By now, he was already a teenager of around 17 or 18 years of age. At this point, he stopped growing. Instead, he maintained this appearance, and the Dao path in his body began to extend and expand. 100 miles. 1,000 miles. 10,000 miles. A day later, the Lord of Chaos Dao path had reached the 10,000 mile mark. There were no longer any more eggshells to devour, nor any power of the laws. The heavenly Dao laws began to encroach into the core of the Great Dao. The core of the Great Dao was actually increasing in power and recovering. The changes in the Great Dao were gradually fading away after the birth of the Lord of Chaos. The power of rejection of the Great Dao should have weakened and disappeared. However, the heavenly Dao laws were in control now, so Chu Xian maintained the existence of the power of rejection. The power of calamity swirled around the body of the Lord of Chaos. Even as a Daiyuan realm existence who had reached the 10,000 mile mark, he was unable to control this power. With a wave of his hand, Chu Xian passed him a set of clothes. The Lord of Chaos took the clothes and put them on. Master! Chu Xian smiled. It seemed that the Lord of Chaos was already aware of the karmic link between them. Good disciple! Chu Xian waved his hand and brought the Lord of Chaos into the courtyard. The power of calamity was still lingering around him. Whoever got close to him would definitely suffer misfortune. However, Chu Xian was not afraid of this. His strength and unique constitution made him immune to this. He took the disaster avoidance pearl and handed it to the Lord of Chaos. It would help him to control the power of calamity around him until he became strong enough to do so himself. Greetings, Master! The Lord of Chaos knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times. Good disciple, I shall grant you the name, Chu Yi. Thank you, Master. Chu Yi thanked him again. You are my 9th disciple. You have a few other senior brothers and sisters. I've asked them to meet you and get to know you, Chu Xian continued. I have senior brothers and sisters. Chu Yi's eyes brightened as he asked delightedly. After all, he was no longer the Lord of Chaos of the past. He was a newborn, both physically and mentally. Your senior brothers and sisters are not as strong as you are. Remember not to be arrogant, Chu Xian said seriously. Yes, Master. Chu Yi hurriedly nodded in agreement. Chu Xian teleported Su Xianer and Chu Yun back from the new world. This is my new disciple, Chu Yi. Su Xianer and Chu Yun both looked at Chu Yi curiously. This young man. The changes in the 9 zones were triggered by his birth? It was simply unimaginable. Chu Xian introduced the 2 girls to Chu Yi. Greetings, martial aunt and sister Su. Chu Yi's face was slightly red, as if he was embarrassed. Ding Yu and the others left the heavenly domain one after another and returned to the small courtyard. He Yu told the young man in red to stay put in her residence in the heavenly domain and not run around. After returning to the small courtyard, introductions were made. Ding Yu looked slightly depressed. Little junior brother, you've really made me feel ashamed. It was fine if He Yu's strength surpassed his, but now even his newly born junior brother had surpassed him. In the future, not only would he not be able to protect his junior brother, but he would also have to be protected by his junior brother. Just thinking about it made him depressed. However, the sole comfort was that Chu Yi was stronger than all of them, including He Yu. Chu Yi laughed embarrassedly. He looked at He Yu. Senior sister, I feel that you're a little special. Heiyu's innate divine soul was formed by the laws of the chaos, so it was extremely special, and Chu-yi could clearly sense this. Little junior brother, you're even more special. Heiyu revealed a rare smile. Chu-yi looked at Chu Pingfen and hesitated for a moment before saying, Brother Chu, you're a little special too. Ding Yu and the others looked at Chu Pingfen curiously. Was the extreme Dao so special? To the point that even Chu-yi felt that it was unusual? However, Chu Xian knew that the reason Chu-yi felt that Chu Pingfen was special was because Chu Pingfen's extreme Dao was special, and created by the system. Since everyone is here today, I will preach the Dao to you. How much you can comprehend will depend on your own fortune and efforts, Chu Xian said to the disciples. After some thought, he moved Ren Changhe, Qin Ying, Du Yuan, and Qin Qian over. Greetings, Master. You all have already reached the De Yuan realm, so I'll preach the Dao to you as well. How much you can comprehend will depend on yourselves. Chu Xian glanced at Qin Qian. At this moment, Qin Qian was an existence that could charm all living beings. However, she was extremely obedient, sitting beside Qin Ying like a little girl. They even looked like sisters. Remember that you are you. A dream is a dream, after all. The past is like smoke, and dreams are fleeting. When it's time to give up, it's time to give up. After Qin Qian reached the De Yuan realm, she finally recovered some of the memories from her previous life. It caused her to feel lost occasionally. Qin Qian's delicate body trembled. She knelt on the ground and said respectfully, Thank you for your guidance, sir. I will remember it. Qin Ying raised his hand affectionately and stroked her head. As for Qin Qian, she was obediently leaning on Qin Ying. 608 The Return of the Supreme Experts, Part 1. Chu Xian began to preach. The sage master's halo enveloped him as his voice rang out. In an instant, everyone entered a state of enlightenment. Chu Xian looked up at the heavenly domain. The voice resounded in Feng Kong and King Slayer's minds as well. How much you can comprehend will depend on your own ability. King Slayer was ecstatic. Many thanks, Master. In an instant, Feng Kong and King Slayer also entered a state of enlightenment in their respective heavenly domain residences. When Chu Xian finished, everyone was immersed in their comprehension. In the heavenly domain, in the various De Yuan realm cultivators' residences, everyone other than the young man in red was immersed in cultivation. Chu Xian decided to teach these De Yuan realm cultivators. When the strength of the 9 zones De Yuan realm cultivators increased, it would also strengthen the heavenly Dao laws. His voice resounded in the minds of all the De Yuan realm cultivators. The De Yuan realm cultivators from the group chat were all pleasantly surprised. Daoist brother Chu was preaching the Dao. It was too profound. They were instantly immersed in a state of enlightenment. After that, Chu Xian looked at the core of the Great Dao. At this moment, the laws of the Great Dao were constantly emerging from the core of the Great Dao. They were getting stronger and stronger, and the Great Dao was in the process of recovery. The Lord of Chaos borrowed the power of the Great Dao for his rebirth, but in doing so absorbed much of the power of the laws of the Great Dao. After his birth, the Great Dao and its laws were recovering. Amidst this, the heavenly Dao laws were trying to devour the Great Dao. Both were at a stalemate. Since his disciples were all in a state of enlightenment, Chu Xian moved them into the pocket dimension, and then immersed himself in cultivation. The 90-year milestone was approaching, and he had to remain focused on becoming stronger. The 50-million-mile mark was his next goal. The chaotic energy of creation surged through his body as it refined and strengthened it. New Dao principles were constantly being born. He could feel his strength increasing every day. During Chu Xian's cultivation period, new changes took place in the chaos. The first was the great formation set up by the various races, which was constantly trying to send people into the 9 zones. Everyone realized that there was a great opportunity hidden in the 9 zones at this moment. From the chaos, they could see that the 9 zones were slowly expanding, and the power of Great Dao had emerged. Occasionally, the laws of the chaos would appear. However, the power of the formation seemed to almost enter the 9 zones every time, yet fail at the very last moment. This made the experts of the various races extremely anxious. Tai woke up after fully recovering from his injuries. Furthermore, his strength had improved. However, he suddenly felt a little uneasy, as if he was being watched by something or someone. He frowned. Was Prison Dao Ancient God personally coming? No. If that was the case, then he could not rely solely on the immortal race. He also had to make some preparations. His body moved and he disappeared from the ancient chaos world. He entered the vast chaos. An expert of the immortal race appeared. He frowned when he sensed Tai's departure. Tai was carrying the ancestors' treasure, which was something they could not afford to lose. However, the supreme expert from the immortal race had yet to return, so there was nothing they could do. After leaving the ancient chaos world, Tai stopped at a chaos mountain. A stone door the size of a palm appeared, which was engraved with profound patterns, exuding an ancient and vast aura. There seemed to be something hidden within it. The power of Tai's Dao path manifested and surged into the stone door. In an instant, the stone door became bigger. It was almost as big as Tai. Then, it opened up slightly. Through the crack of the door, a terrifyingly huge figure could be seen sitting inside. Big brother, I think I've offended Prison Dao Ancient God. You have to help me. After a long while, a voice was heard from behind the door. Prison Dao Ancient God is vengeful, narrow-minded, and has no bottom line. Why did you provoke him? It was an accident. Tai was a little embarrassed and briefly explained what had happened. He also mentioned the plan Chu had given him to get the immortal race to shoulder this burden. The voice then responded, Miao is already on his way back. Just hide for a while and wait for Miao to figure this out before going back. Big brother, we don't have to be so afraid of Prison Dao Ancient God, right? Tai was a little unhappy. He did not want to hide. What if Chu Xian could not contact him? Brother Daoist was a person worthy of deep friendship and sincerity. There's no need to get into a conflict with someone who doesn't know how to behave over such a small matter. Backing down like this will only encourage his behavior. Tai was unhappy. If he had not been weaker than Prison Dao Ancient God, he would have beat the crap out of him. These experts. Why were they so afraid of conflict? In short, don't get into a conflict with him over such a small matter. Big brother, if you're not going to help, then I'll look for the ancestor, Tai said with dissatisfaction. There was a long silence. You. He suddenly sighed. The ancestor can't appear now. Don't disturb him. Forget it, I'll give this to you. If Prison Dao Ancient God sees this, he won't make things difficult for you. The stone door trembled and opened a little. A small axe flew out from behind the door. It was much smaller than Tai, about 1,000 feet in length. Tai took the small axe and smiled. Since the immortal race owes you a favor, you should make good use of it. The voice behind the door finished speaking. Before Tai could say anything, a force emerged and closed the stone door. Tai put the stone door away and returned to the ancient chaos world with the axe. He felt more confident at this moment. Even if the immortal race was unable to withstand the pressure, with this axe, Prison Dao Ancient God would not kill him. At worst, he would just apologize and flatter Prison Dao Ancient God. As Tai returned, he pondered, I wonder how strong Daoist brother is. Prison Dao Ancient God, that shameless fellow, wouldn't really personally come, right? He had to talk to someone to figure it out. In the chaos, Miao had already arrived at the edge of the region of chaos where the 9 zones were. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked into the distance. A terrifying demonic figure appeared. He was arrogant, overbearing, and bloodthirsty. His eyes were bloodshot, and his hair was like strange bloody snakes. Miao! Mochi. Miao's expression turned serious. He could feel the pressure from Mochi. Miao, you've fallen behind. Mochi suddenly revealed a look of contempt. Miao was silent. He had indeed fallen behind. Mochi had already transcended the world creator realm, while he had not. In the end, it was the obsession in his heart that he had never let go of. He was afraid of an accident, so he suppressed it and did not dare to take this step. Since you've fallen behind, you should be more respectful in front of me. Mochi laughed wildly. Miao's expression turned ugly. Boom! In the distance, lightning flashed. A divine-looking man surrounded by lightning appeared. Ting! Mochi's expression turned grave. Miao's expression became increasingly unsightly. This was one of the direct disciples of the celestial ancestor, Ting. This person had also transcended the world creator realm. Among the three that had returned, he was the weakest. That was unacceptable. Miao took a deep breath. Countless years had passed, and it was time to let go of his obsession. It was time to take this step. He turned around and left. That prison Dao Palace seems to be heading to the 9 zones, Ting said. Humph! Mochi snorted coldly, they killed one of my descendants, so they need to be punished. If prison Dao ancient god is unsatisfied with this, then my master will find him and have a chat with him. Ting laughed. The demon race had always been arrogant and overbearing, so it was only natural that Mochi would be angry to see his descendant killed like that. No one knew how strong the demon ancestor had become, but he was probably stronger than the prison Dao ancient god. Most experts only avoided offending prison Dao ancient god because he had no bottom line, not because they were afraid of him. In the chaos, a giant dragon appeared. Mochi and Ting looked over, and their expressions turned serious. All of the supreme experts from the races of the 9 zones had returned. The 4 races that once ruled the 9 territories, the immortal, celestial, demon and monster races, were all represented. For the time being, Miao was the weakest. Long Hai. So it's little Mochi, the giant golden dragon blew on his beard and said frivolously. 609 The Return of the Supreme Experts, Part 2. Mochi's demonic power surged, and his snake-like blood-red hair fluttered in the wind. His gaze was cold as he stared at Long Hai. Today, I might have to kill a dragon. I haven't eaten dragon meat in a long time. Ha, Demon B****, what are you being so arrogant for? Back then, I swallowed 100,000 demons in a single gulp and had a great time. Long Hai was not afraid at all. Boom! A great battle broke out. Ting was watching the battle from the side. Long Hai and Mochi could be considered old foes. This exchange of blows was just a test of strength to gauge the current strength of the other party. It would not be a life and death battle. Both of them were aware of this. Nearby, a man stood on a chaos mountain. There were no aura fluctuations coming from his body. It was as if he was not even there. The chaos mountain was quickly heading in the direction of the 9 zones. Suddenly, the man raised his head and looked in the direction of the battle. The chaos mountain beneath his feet stopped, and he just observed the battle from afar. Ting, Mochi, and Long Hai failed to notice his existence. G. Within the chaos. In front of a certain prison god palace, Qin's figure appeared. There were 3 prison god palaces, and one of them was already heading toward the 9 zones. With his hands behind his back, Qin Yi walked toward this prison god palace step by step, entering it unhindered. It was only at this moment did the guards notice his arrival. Not good. Kill. Boom. The prison god palace instantly exploded with power. 2 pawns? Ha! Qin sneered. Boom. The prison god palace trembled for a moment before it calmed down again. At this moment, within the prison god palace, Qin sat on the throne. Around him were bodies, as well as the fragments of the World Creator Realm's worlds and Deo paths that were starting to collapse. How is that possible? The voice was filled with disbelief, and came from one of the people that was on the verge of death. Qin sat on the throne and looked down. I'm going to settle the score with the prison god palace, he said coldly. The Lord will not let you off. That shameless prison Deo ancient god. Qin sneered. I'll be waiting for him. Suddenly, within the prison god palace, an aura of power appeared. Then, a terrifying illusory figure appeared, and its voice was like thunder. Impudent! How dare you kill my pawns and seize my palace? The will of prison Deo ancient god descended upon the palace. Qin looked at the illusory figure and said, Do you know why I didn't completely exterminate your pawns? I was waiting for you to appear in person. I wanted to kill your pawns in front of you. As Qin said this, he made a grabbing motion, and one of the pawns, who was struggling on his last breath, began to die. His Deo path was being obliterated, and his world was also crumbling. My lord, save me! The pawn cried out in horror. Impudent! Damn it! Prison Deo ancient god was furious. The illusory figure raised a hand and pressed it down on Qin. In the blink of an eye, it was as if an abyss had been created within the hall, suppressing Qin. Chains also surged out, trying to entangle him. Even though it was just prison Deo ancient god's will, it was still extremely powerful. Qin sat on his divine throne unmoving, coldly watching as the prison Deo ancient god attacked him. Then, a berserk energy suddenly surged out of his body, instantly shattering all of the prison Deo ancient god's attacks. You actually believed you could do anything to me with just your will? Even your true body won't be able to defeat me. Qin raised his hand, and the pawn was completely destroyed. He then threw a punch and destroyed the will of prison Deo ancient god. Qin, you've successfully angered me. I'll kill you. Prison Deo ancient god's voice resounded through the hall. I'll be waiting for you. Qin took control of the prison god palace and headed toward the 9 zones. The time was ripe. It was time to return to the 9 zones. Somewhere in the chaos, in an ancient world, Chu emerged. His own world had merged with the core of this ancient world, causing a transformation. His Deo path had been sublimated, nourished by the fate energy of the ancient world. He had transcended the world creator realm. It was time to go back. The human race needed its own backers, after all. There was an unforeseen event in the 9 zones, so many of the experts from various races who had once left the 9 zones were returning. This included some of the races of the ancient chaos world, as well as a special existence that had devoured a powerful chaotic being. The human race was favored by the great Deo of the 9 zones and was everyone's favorite target. If there was no one who had transcended the world creator realm backing them up, it would be extremely dangerous. Chu took a step forward and disappeared. In a certain place within the chaos, there was a valley where thousands of purple and red flowers bloomed. An elegant man was watering the flowers. These flowers were all rare heavenly treasures and had extraordinary effects on those who had reached the Dayuan realm and beyond. Some of the flowers even contained traces of the power of the laws. The elegant man looked up in a certain direction. It's about time. With a wave of his hand, the valley disappeared. He took a step forward and headed toward the 9 zones. The elegant man looked exactly like Chu. In the chaos, a burly man with a large saber on his shoulder was heading toward the 9 zones. Suddenly, a surprised voice came from afar. Xia! He raised his large saber and slashed towards the source of the voice. Boom! A world and Deo path collapsed, followed by a voice filled with disbelief. Xia, you've actually transcended the world creator realm. You pursued me all those years ago. Today, I'll destroy you, Xia said coldly. He killed a world creator realm expert with one strike. It seemed like everyone was converging toward the 9 zones. A cloud of grey mist condensed into a terrifying existence. He looked at the 9 zones, and his intuition told him that there seemed to be an opportunity there. It had not been enough to devour a chaotic being. He had not broken through yet. He had to continue devouring until he was on par with the ancient chaos gods. 610 The Complete Heavenly Dao, Part 1. Chu Xian was unaware of the impending arrival of these countless experts, or even that prison Dao ancient god was coming in person. He immersed himself in cultivation until the 90-year milestone arrived. You remained in seclusion for 90 years, created the heavenly Dao laws, nurtured outstanding disciples, hastened the birth of the Lord of Chaos, triggered changes in the chaos and made the 9 zones a place where experts will soon gather. You have been rewarded with the 3,000 sources of the Dao and the essence of the heavenly Dao. The 90-year milestone reward had arrived. The system briefly summarized all the things that had happened in the past 90 years. Chu Xian sighed. It turned out that even staying in his courtyard could have such a big impact. It seemed that the 9 zones were about to become a place where experts would gather. Chu Xian did not panic when he heard this. He still had some confidence, which partially stemmed from the rewards he had just been given. The 3,000 sources of the Dao were something that corresponded to the 3,000 chaotic bodies of creation. These were 3,000 Dao principles that were birthed from the latter. It was different from the Dao principles that Chu Xian had comprehended and nurtured over the years. These Dao principles were clearly more compatible with the chaotic energy of creation. Chu Xian received 3,000 sources of the Dao. In an instant, a Dao principle appeared within each of the masses of chaotic energy of creation within his special constitution. It was as if they were infants in the process of being born. The chaotic energy of creation poured into the Dao principles, and caused them to expand. Chu Xian started to comprehend the mysteries of creation again. His strength had increased once more. Then, he received the essence of the heavenly Dao, which was something that was clearly prepared for the heavenly Dao laws. Chu Xian looked at the core of the great Dao. The heavenly Dao laws had already gained the upper hand and were nibbling away at the core. At the current speed, it would probably take more than 10 years to completely devour the core of the great Dao. The essence would speed this up. Chu Xian took out the heavenly Dao talisman that had transformed into a miniature world. It contained the essence and fate of the heavenly Dao. As he placed the essence of the heavenly Dao he received from the system inside, the heavenly Dao law seemed to become energized. The law of the chaos appeared. At this moment, the entire 9 zones were filled with multicolored light and life-changing fortune. Many living beings were affected by this, and this was especially true for some special existences who were all in slumber, silently comprehending the mysteries of the heavenly Dao laws. All of the Dayuan realm cultivators of the 9 zones were blessed by the heavenly Dao laws. In the new world, Wu's illusory figure gradually solidified. His physical body had actually recovered. His strength was also recovering rapidly. He was immersed in the profoundness of the heavenly Dao laws. Boom! The heavenly Dao laws had become complete, and the great Dao of the 9 zones disappeared. Now, only the heavenly Dao existed. The laws of the chaos were constantly connected to the heavenly Dao. As a large amount of fate energy surged in, it strengthened the heavenly Dao. It had already surpassed the level of the great Dao of the 9 zones. All of the living beings in the 9 zones were becoming stronger. The 9 zones started to expand into the chaos, and the range of the heavenly Dao's boundaries also became larger. In the heavenly domain, the corpse-like avatar opened his eyes and immersed himself in comprehension again. Within his body, a world appeared. The huge head began to form an illusory body. It was also entering the recovery stage. Outside the 9 zones, the experts in the ancient chaos world were all stunned. They looked at the 9 zones, which were visibly getting larger as the power of the laws engulfed the world. For some reason, they felt that the great Dao of the 9 zones had changed. The 9 extreme Dayuan realm experts from the various races, who had yet to sever the source of their Dao paths, suddenly realized that they could continue to extend their Dao paths. Although they were overjoyed, they were even more certain that there were great opportunities and fortune in the 9 zones. Hong Yuanchu's expression changed. One figure after another appeared, until more than 100 Dayuan realm cultivators had gathered. "I'll try to enter the 9 zones," Hong Yuanchu said. "Follow me." Anyone could see that there was a great opportunity in the 9 zones, so they had to take the initiative. Yang led the human race's experts to try and charge into the 9 zones. "Stop them!" A demon race's world creator realm expert appeared. "Humans, how can you enter without permission?" he shouted angrily as his demonic power surged. The experts from the other races all came out to stop them. "Venerable," he did not move. Hong chuckled. With a simple slash of his sword, the demon race world creator realm expert spat out blood and retreated. The experts from the various races all stopped in their tracks. They were shocked. Hong had repelled a world creator realm expert with a single sword strike. He had been hiding his strength. Looking around at the experts of the various races, Hong's aura burst out. His Dao path was at least 2 million miles long. As to whether that was his limit, only he knew. The experts from the other races had gloomy expressions. The humans were indeed cunning. They excelled at concealing their strength and taking advantage of critical moments. The human race might not be able to enter, and even if we can, the other races might be able to enter as well. Instead of fighting, it's better to try to enter. Hong looked at the experts of the various races with a calm expression. "Then let's try it, Venerable," he said. Among the immortals, the 9 extreme Dayuan realm experts were the first to descend upon the 9 zones. Daoist Flying Cloud's body flickered and he moved as well. At the same time, he contacted Chu Xian. "Fellow Daoist Chu, there are changes in the 9 zones. It seems that there is a great opportunity. How can I enter?" The Dayuan realm experts of the various races began to descend upon the 9 zones. The formation was also activated, and every race sent their experts toward the 9 zones. The heavenly Dao was expanding and improving, and started fusing with the laws of the chaos as the 9 zones expanded. It was as if the 9 zones had been reborn anew. Cultivation in the 9 zones became much easier. Hong Yuanchu, who had already reached the 10,000 mile mark, found that it had become easier to extend his Dao path. Very soon, it was 13,000 miles long. The netherworld and Buddhist and monster worlds all entered a period of growth, and the reincarnation cycle also became stronger and more perfect. Ji, Hunyu, and Qi had all immersed themselves in cultivation. Hunyu felt that he was about to recover to his peak strength, and perhaps even take one step further. As for Ji, he was meditating with his eyes closed, trying to comprehend the extreme Dao. This was a great fortune. With the completion of the heavenly Dao, the entire chaos seemed to have changed, and the status of the 9 zones in the chaos seemed to be rising. It was similar to the influence it had on chaos when the 9 zones were first created. In an unknown place in the chaos, a terrifying existence opened his eyes. He looked at the 9 zones in the distance. The vast and boundless chaos seemed to be shrinking in his eyes. However, it gradually became blurry, and he could not capture the location of the 9 zones. The laws of chaos had blocked his prying. The 9 zones' power of creation should have already been exhausted. Why is this happening now? He muttered to himself, but did not set off for the 9 zones. Even if the 9 territories were to be zones, it would have nothing to do with him. At his current level, the fortunes and opportunities the 9 zones contained would not help him to advance further. Other terrifying existences also sensed these changes. They were all puzzled by the situation, but did not act. Many powerful existences had emerged from the 9 zones, so their fate and power of creation should have been exhausted. After all, the ancestors of the 3 major races had come from the 9 zones, as well as many ancient chaos gods and chaotic beings. After countless years, the 9 zones, which had been silent, suddenly seemed to be born anew. It naturally attracted the attention of countless powerful existences. The ancestors looked toward the 9 zones again. They had all sent their direct disciples back to the 9 zones to fight for the great fortune. As the heavenly Dao was expanding and improving, all living beings in the 9 zones benefited. It was even more so for the innate life forms of the new world. With the thought, Chu Xian hid a part of the fate energy. The remaining fate energy was enough for the 9 zones to become stronger at this stage. The ones who benefited the most were undoubtedly his disciples. With the heavenly Dao seals in their bodies, they were directly blessed by the heavenly Dao. After a bout of good fortune and enlightenment, the strength of his disciples would reach the 100,000 mile mark soon. This would have been simply unimaginable before this. 611 The Complete Heavenly Dao, Part 2. Chu Xian finally understood why cultivation in the 9 zones was so difficult. The reason for this was that the world lacked fate energy. After the great Dao was contaminated by the power of calamity due to the Lord of Chaos, cultivation in the 9 zones became more difficult. At the end of every day Yuan and era, it became more obvious. The great Dao induced calamities in order to recover fate energy. The creation of the 9 zones back then was undoubtedly its golden age. The experts of the past had obtained great fortune and then left the 9 zones to enter the chaos. Now, the great Dao had disappeared and been replaced by the heavenly Dao. The completion of the heavenly Dao had allowed the 9 zones to be reborn. The heavenly Dao was different from the great Dao. It would become stronger as the living beings became stronger, and fate energy would continue to appear as the living beings became stronger. This meant that the heavenly Dao could expand infinitely to a certain extent. It would devour the chaos as it expanded outward, taking in even more fate energy. After all, the chaos was the source of fate energy. The chaos was boundless. Fate energy seemed difficult to find, but in reality, fate energy was everywhere in the chaos. It was just that no expert could control it. The heavenly Dao laws you created successfully devoured the great Dao and became the heavenly Dao that rules over the 9 zones. It was blessed by the laws of the chaos and its fate energy. You remained in seclusion, but managed to create a new era within the chaos, created the heavenly Dao, and influenced the chaos that has existed for countless years. You've created the great fortune of the 9 zones, and the level of your heavenly Dao has risen. It's second only to the supreme laws of the chaos, and has the potential to replace them. You have been rewarded with a 3,000,000 mile Dao path extension, 3,000 sources of the Dao and a one-time opportunity to comprehend the supreme laws of the chaos. He had triggered the system's rewards. Chu Xian did not choose to receive the rewards immediately. Instead, he stared at the heavenly Dao and the 9 zones, wary of any untoward incidents happening, and also to prevent people from barging in. At this moment, he received a message from Daoist Flying Cloud. He laughed. The latter guessed that he was in the 9 zones. It did not matter. After all, Daoist Flying Cloud had never revealed his existence to the immortal race, seeking to curry favor with Chu Xian. To be able to meet him and become friends with him was also a great opportunity for Daoist Flying Cloud. When the opportunity arrives, you can naturally enter, Chu Xian replied with a smile. He looked beyond the world. Many Dayuan realm experts were trying to enter the 9 zones. Chu Xian did not allow them to enter the 9 zones, but allowed them to enter the radius within the heavenly Dao. These Dayuan realm experts who had not severed the source of their Dao paths would become a part of the heavenly Dao. The stronger they became, the stronger the heavenly Dao would naturally be. Even if they obtained great opportunities in the chaos, the heavenly Dao would also benefit. Boom! Many of the Dayuan realm experts entered the heavenly Dao. More and more humans broke through. With the appearance of this great fortune, the human race could no longer hide. As soon as a human race expert broke through, the hearts of the experts from the various races jumped. Unknowingly, the human race had become so powerful. If they had someone who had transcended the world creator realm, the human race would also be considered a top force. Hong did not try to enter the 9 zones. He had already received Yang's message. Yang had been unable to enter, and could only enter the heavenly Dao. Even so, he gained a lot. Of the 10 ancestors of the human race, 4th ancestor Hong, 6th ancestor Luo, 8th ancestor Zhou, and 9th ancestor Ji had all appeared. The experts from the various races frowned. Apart from the 10th ancestor, Yang, and the other 3 who had already died, Hong, Luo, Zhou, and Ji were all world creator realm experts. The human race had concealed their strength too well. The experts of the various races were extremely apprehensive. Was it so easy to break through and reach the world creator realm? Compared to some of the experts from the other races, other than Hong, the rest were considered juniors from a younger generation. Could it be that the blessing and favor of the great Dao had made it easier for them to break through? Huang Long appeared, along with his lackey, Long Chong. When the heavenly Dao became complete, Huang Long naturally benefited greatly. He was a creature of the heavenly Dao, and naturally, one of the greatest beneficiaries of the heavenly Dao's fate energy was him. Little Chong, go quickly. A great fortune awaits you. At this moment, Huang Long really seemed to be treating Long Chong like his own grandson. Since such great fortune had appeared, how could he, as an ancestor, not take care of his descendants? Huang Long's claw grabbed Long Chong and threw him into the heavenly Dao. Seeing this, many cultivators wondered if Huang Long knew the cause behind all of these changes. Senior Huang Long, may I ask if you know the reason behind the changes in the 9 zones? Hong cupped his fists and asked. Huang Long glanced at him. Hong Yuanchu's ancestor? In a flash, he appeared beside Hong Yuanchu. Even with Hong's strength, he was unable to reach. Huang Long had to have transcended the world creator realm. Hong was secretly shocked. Huang Long raised a claw and placed it on Hong's shoulder. Hong was so scared that he almost broke out in cold sweat. He could not dodge at all. If this dragon wanted to kill him, it could do so with this single claw. Luo, Zhou, and Ji were also shocked. However, they did not dare to say a word, afraid that they would offend Huang Long. The other experts watched with bated breath. Hong, this old sly fellow, was definitely not weak. 612 Comprehending the supreme laws of the chaos. In the end, there was no way to avoid it. Could Huang Long really be one of the ancestors of the dragons? Little Hong, there is great fortune in the 9 zones. Even with your strength, you'll benefit greatly if you enter. I can't enter. I have severed the source of my Dao path. Hong heaved a sigh of relief, and his tone became respectful. Huang Long was very happy. From now on, he would change the way he addressed Hong Yuanchu to Little Small Hong. That's fine. If you want to enter, I can help you. Hong's brows twitched. Huang Long did not want to help the dragons, but offered to help him instead? What was he scheming? On second thought, if Huang Long wanted to kill him, it was as easy as flipping a finger, there was no need for such schemes. Junior thanks Senior Huang Long for his guidance. Hong was overjoyed. Not bad, not bad. I like people like you who are polite and respect their elders. Huang Long was very pleased, and grabbed Hong with his claws and covered him with the power of the heavenly Dao. Then, he threw Hong into the heavenly Dao. Stay there for a while and try to gain some insight. The other experts were envious when they saw this. Huang Long suddenly looked at Luo. Luo Xinbei's ancestor? In a flash, his dragon claws landed on Luo's shoulder. Little Luo. Junior greets Senior Huang Long, Luo said respectfully. When Zhou and Ji saw this, they hurriedly bowed and saluted. Junior greets Senior Huang Long. Huang Long was very happy. You humans are really polite. It's a good trait to have. As he spoke, he waved his claws and threw the 3 of them into the heavenly Dao. Long Zheng and Long Tuo were on the verge of tears. At this moment, they no longer cared about their dignity, and rushed over. Ancestor, we also want to enter. Please have mercy on us. This ancestor was simply too powerful. Huanglong scratched his head and hesitated. Ancestor, please take pity on us. It's been a long time since we've grown stronger. Long Tuo and Long Zheng were begging him. Forget it, I'm your ancestor after all, Huanglong sighed. One after the other, they were all kicked into the heavenly Dao. He rolled his eyes. He was the ancestor, so it was only right that he took care of his descendants. Moreover, by doing this, he would tie the dragons to the heavenly Dao, which was a pretty good thing. The other dragons who were unable to enter the heavenly Dao all came to beg Huanglong, and he threw all of them into the heavenly Dao. Senior Huang. Divine Lord Du could not help but try his luck. Scram! Huanglong glared at him. The celestial race has nothing to do with me, so why should I help you? Divine Lord Du could only leave dejectedly. He was puzzled. Why was this dragon ancestor so biased toward the human race? It was obvious to everyone. However, they did not dare to say anything due to Huanglong's strength. No one dared to offend him. The living beings that had entered the heavenly Dao began to return one after another. Hong and the others also returned from the heavenly Dao. After severing the source of one's Dao path, one would not be able to stay in the heavenly Dao for too long. However, even the brief time they spent within it was greatly beneficial to their cultivation, and would increase their chances of transcending the world creator realm. The first thing Hong and the rest did when they returned was to thank Huanglong. That being said, he also wondered why Huanglong could send people into the heavenly Dao. Could it be that his strength had already reached an unbelievable realm? After Hong expressed his thanks, he fell into a state of deep thought. He had gained a lot of insight inside the heavenly Dao, and had found a way to transcend the world creator realm. One had to either search for a supreme treasure of creation or comprehend a trace of creation. Thanks to this trip into the heavenly Dao, even without a supreme treasure of creation, Hong was confident that he could comprehend a trace of creation and complete his breakthrough. This was a truly great opportunity. The eyes of the experts of the various races were red with envy. These few humans were powerful to begin with. Now that they had gained some insights from the heavenly Dao, they were bound to become even stronger. Chu Xian had been paying attention to the heavenly Dao and the changes in the world, which was continuously improving. The heavenly Dao had already surpassed the great Dao of the 9 zones. The power of rejection had not been removed, so experts from the chaos could not enter the 9 zones. Furthermore, the 9 zones were still expanding, and had almost doubled in size since the Lord of Chaos birth. Chu Xian had an idea, which was to divide the world into 3 levels. The heaven domain was above, the 9 zones were in the middle, and the nether world was below. This formed the structure of the 3 realms. This was the future of the world. Chu Xian received the system reward. After Chu Xian received the 3,000 sources of the Dao, the 3,000 chaos bodies of creation gave birth to another round of Dao principles. Following that, Chu Xian entered a state of comprehension, as he attempted to comprehend fate itself. At this moment, his strength increased rapidly. By the time he woke up from his cultivation, half a month had already passed. The world was still expanding, and the heavenly Dao was still improving, and this process would not end for some time. The Dayuan realm cultivators of the 9 zones had all made great progress. Chu Xian raised his head. The current range of the heavenly Dao had almost reached the location of the great formation set up by the various races. In a few days, the great formation would enter the heavenly Dao. The 9 extreme Dayuan realm experts from the various races who had yet to sever their Dao paths all managed to break through after spending time in the heavenly Dao, and rapidly grew in strength. There was a great opportunity in the 9 zones. Unfortunately, they could not enter the 9 zones and were limited to comprehending the great Dao. However, they felt that the great Dao of the 9 zones had changed somehow, although they could not tell exactly how. Chu Xian assessed his current strength. If one was considered an early-stage world creator realm expert when one had a Dao path that was between 10 million to 30 million miles long, and considered a middle-stage world creator realm expert when one's Dao path was between 30 million to 50 million miles long. Chu Xian's strength had reached the late stage of the world creator realm, and was even about to surpass that. He was on the verge of reaching the Chaos Supreme Realm. He looked at the second reward that he was given after the competition of the Heavenly Dao, which was the opportunity to comprehend the supreme laws of the chaos. Comprehending the supreme laws of the chaos laws would give Chu Xian clues as to how to transcend the chaos. Chu Xian received his reward. His consciousness suddenly entered a wonderful state. He seemed to have transformed into a supreme existence that overlooked the entire chaos. It was as if everything in the chaos was under his control. The operation and expansion of the chaos were all under his purview. He seemed to be the order of the chaos. In a daze, he saw that the chaos was constantly expanding its borders. It was just like when he saw the chaos being created. After an unknown period of time, his consciousness suddenly jumped out and looked down at the chaos from a higher level. At this moment, Chu Xian saw many layers of space in the chaos, as well as some laws that were eliminated and cast into chaos abysses. The entire chaos was constantly undergoing a cycle of destruction and regeneration. The old laws were eliminated, and new laws appeared. In the midst of all this, there were 9 groups of laws. The 9 groups of laws encompassed the entire chaos. At this moment, Chu Xian saw the true appearance of chaos, how it operated, and the origin of the supreme laws of the chaos. 613 Getting Stronger. Chu Xian woke up from his comprehension of the supreme laws of the chaos. The 3,000 chaos bodies of creation had already undergone some changes, and his Dao path had grown significantly. Chu Xian had already touched a vague threshold. Once he crossed this threshold, he would reach the Chaos Supreme Realm. The chance to experience and comprehend the supreme laws of the chaos had brought him one step away from the Chaos Supreme Realm. However, this one step had stumped many experts. If he wanted to take this step, he could not do without good fortune and enlightenment. Even Chu Xian needed time to take this step. Of course, it was not a bottleneck for him. He had accumulated the chaotic energy of creation within his body, and had generated countless Dao principles. The fusion between them would allow the 3,000 chaos bodies of creation to give birth to the embryonic form of supreme laws of the chaos. He only needed to grow a little and he would be able to take this step. After seeing the supreme laws, Chu Xian also understood that Heiyu's innate divine soul was actually formed from the embryonic form of the supreme law. However, the chaos only had 9 supreme laws. As such, compared to other cultivators, it was much easier for Heiyu to reach the Chaos Supreme Realm. Among his disciples, only Heiyu and Chui had this advantage. As for Ding Yu and his other disciples, they would have to depend on their own luck and fortune. That being said, their chances were still far better than the other experts. After all, they had already obtained great fortune through the various calamities, and they also carried the fate of the Heavenly Dao. Few in the entire chaos could compare to the foundation they had laid. Chu Xian looked at Chui, whose Dao path had already reached the 100,000 mile mark. Chu Xian could not help but sigh. His youngest disciple was truly extraordinary. The rebirth of the world was truly a great fortune. One could only imagine what cultivation realm the experts back then would have reached now if they had survived to this day. Everyone would have at least transcended the world creator realm, and some of them would have reached the Chaos Supreme Realm. However, transcending the chaos was another story altogether. It was likely that all of the top experts in the chaos were seeking ways to transcend the chaos. Heiyu's Dao path had reached the 90-million mile mark, while Ding Yu and the others had reached the 80-million mile mark. Such progress was almost unimaginable in the previous era of the Great Dao of the 9 Zones, which was evident by the previous cultivation levels of Hong Yuan Chuo and the other Daiyuan realm cultivators of the heavenly domain. Chu Xian looked up. Both Hong Yuan Chuo and Mo2 had reached the 50,000 mile mark, as had Bing Loxing. Among the Daiyuan realm cultivators of the 9 Zones, aside from Chu Xian's disciples and the hidden special existences, these three were the strongest. As for the hidden existences, the two that Chu Xian had his eye on had obtained great fortune. Of course, it was inevitable that they would become part of the heavenly Dao. The corpse-like incarnation was almost as strong as Tai, while the huge head had already recovered its physical body. It was a powerful ancient chaos god. Had it not fallen and been severely injured back then, it was likely that it would have reached the late stage of the world creator realm. Seeing this, Chu Xian suddenly realized that Prison Dao ancient god was not all that powerful, and was probably one of the weaker ancient chaos gods. However, despite this, the latter was still overbearing and arrogant. Was there a basis for this? These two hidden existences. He would make them heavenly Dao ancient gods. After all, their life imprints now belonged to the heavenly Dao. The heavenly spirit cat, the sky-shaking golden rock, and the spirit-devouring flower were all divine beasts and divine creatures of the heavenly Dao, so they were naturally extremely powerful. Furthermore, they had the authority to use a portion of the heavenly Dao's power of the laws. Within the heavenly Dao, as long as their enemies did not exceed the level of the heavenly Dao, no one would be able to kill them. It was the same for Huanglong, Yuejun, and Gui Ran, all of which had grown much stronger. Incidentally, after their transformation to creatures of the heavenly Dao, they were blessed by the supreme laws of the chaos, and in that sense also had a clear path to the chaos supreme realm. If they advanced a step further, they would have the chance to become creatures of the supreme laws of the chaos. 614 How strong is Daoist brother? Chu Xian thought about it and realized that the heavenly Dao he had created had endless potential. It had devoured the great Dao of the 9 zones and replaced it. The next step was naturally to fuse it with the supreme laws of the chaos and make the heavenly Dao one of the 9 supreme laws of the chaos. If the heavenly Dao could progress from there, it would dominate the entire chaos. Perhaps this was his path to transcending the chaos. However, the journey to achieving this would not be easy, and would take plenty of time. Chu Xian stretched lazily and laid on the reclining chair, carefree and relaxed. At this stage, there was no need to deliberately cultivate. The chaotic energy of creation continuously generated within his body would continuously nourish him. When the conditions were right, he would naturally break through. Chu Xian was confident that he would be able to break through to the Chaos Supreme Realm by the time he reached the 100-year milestone. He raised his head and looked into the chaos. The heavenly Dao had already encompassed the great formation of the various races, and had absorbed its treasures, scattering them within the world. These treasures would become the opportunities that those with great fortune in the 9 zones would be able to obtain. Tai remained as a statue, standing there quietly within the giant race's territory. He carried an axe with him, and the aura it exuded was quite extraordinary. Judging from the strength of that aura, its owner had at least reached the 30-million-mile mark. It seemed that the giant race's foundation was indeed sturdy, which was why they dared to maintain a neutral stance. No one would make things difficult for them. Tai, long time no see, Chu Xian sent a voice transmission. Tai was overjoyed. Daoist brother. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Tai suddenly said, Brother Daoist, that Prison Dao ancient god is currently heading toward the region of the chaos near the 9 zones. If Daoist brother is nearby, you have to be careful. Chu Xian's eyes narrowed. Prison Dao ancient god was actually coming in person to the 9 zones? Was it because of the death of his pawns? In any case, Prison Dao ancient god was no longer worth worrying about. Prison Dao ancient god is just a useless ancient chaos god. There's no need to care about him, Chu Xian said indifferently. Tai was stunned. That was an ancient chaos god they were talking about here, and one that had transcended the world creator realm. Previously, Chu Xian had asked him about Prison Dao ancient god, and even seemed to be afraid of him. Why was there suddenly a 180-degree change in his attitude? Was he being arrogant? That was impossible. Tai immediately rejected the idea. Deist brother was a very sincere person, so how could he be arrogant? Deist brother, Prison Deo ancient god is an ancient chaos god who has transcended the world creator realm. His strength cannot be underestimated. Tai, not all ancient chaos gods are powerful. For example, after gaining an understanding of Prison Deo ancient god's strength, I realized that he was just a piece of trash. Chu Xian shook his head in disdain. Tai was shocked. Deist brother, what realm have you reached? Deist brother had to be someone who had transcended the world creator realm too. Chu Xian's smile carried a trace of arrogance. For someone like Prison Deo ancient god, all it will take is one finger to deal with him. Tai was shocked once more. While he was conversing with Tai, Chu Xian saw that some supreme experts from the major races had returned from the chaos. They were now the most powerful beings in the ancient chaos world. Tai noticed it as well and immediately felt pressured. After all, he had not transcended the world creator realm. Deist brother, I have a request. Can you hear me out? Tai asked hesitantly. What is your request? Chu Xian raised an eyebrow. All of the supreme experts from the major races, who have transcended the world creator realm, have returned. I am weak, and I can't bear to see my old friend in trouble. I would like to borrow Deist brother's power to save my friend. Tai sighed. With the return of these supreme experts, the human race would also be in danger. Chu, as the first ancestor of the human race, would definitely show up. From Tai's perspective, Chu was not strong. Faced with so many experts, no matter how much he schemed, it would be difficult for him to survive. Tai could not ask his brothers to intervene either, as that would drag the giant race into his personal matters. Therefore, he could only put away his pride and seek Chu Xian's help. Chu Xian was surprised. He did not need to ask to know that Tai was doing this for Chu. Tai, since you're willing to put yourself in danger for your friend, I'll agree to your request. How much power do you need? As he spoke, he looked at the chaos and saw another supreme expert appear again. This one was a human. He had a burly figure and carried a large saber on his shoulder. He was clearly someone who had transcended the world creator realm. However, he concealed his aura to prevent the other experts from noticing him. No matter how he looked at it, this was a fierce person. It was impossible for him to be the sinister and cunning Chu that Tai had described. Xia. Of the 10 ancestors of the human race, Chu Xian had only yet to meet Chu and Xia. Yu had already fallen. Wu was in the process of recovery. Ji's incarnation was cultivating within the cycle of reincarnation. This person was undoubtedly Xia. The experts of the human race were indeed all the same. They all liked to hide their strength. Of course, this was probably a habit that had been gradually ingrained into them after being targeted and attacked by the various races. Chu was probably the ancestor of the Chu lineage. Tai was overjoyed and said gratefully, Deist brother, if you have any requests in the future, I'll definitely accomplish them even if I have to break my legs. Deist brother was indeed a person worthy of friendship. How about enough power compared to Prison Deo ancient god? Tai pondered for a moment. A power comparable to Prison Deo ancient god should be enough to protect Chu and the human race from extinction, right? That's far too little. Chu Xian sighed. Tai's heart was beating wildly. Who exactly is this Deist brother of his? He could not be one of those legendary beings, right? It was impossible. His own ancestor had not taken that step. Tai thought to himself before saying, then, Deist brother, how much do you think is appropriate? How about enough power comparable to someone who has reached the 50-million mile mark? Sure, no problem. Tai was overjoyed. Could it be that he was really an existence like the legends? Then take it. This time, I will control my strength properly. There won't be any accidents, Chu Xian said as he condensed a jade talisman. A great power was infused in the jade talisman that was condensed from the Might Great Deo principle and the power of the chaos shaking technique. Even without activating it, one could sense the terrifying power contained within the jade talisman. You can activate this power as many times as you want, Chu Xian said as he transferred the jade talisman to Tai. It was not a one-time use talisman and could be used freely? Daoist brother was ridiculously strong. Tai sighed in his heart. He increasingly felt that Chu Xian might be a legendary existence. A Chaos Supreme expert. The jade talisman appeared, and Tai could sense the boundless power it contained. It was shocking. Thank you, brother Daoist. As long as I'm alive, I'll definitely do whatever you ask me to do, Tai said sincerely. That's very thoughtful of you. Chu Xian was thinking whether or not Tai killing people with the talisman would trigger the system's rewards. It was not impossible, and worth a gamble. Of course, Tai might not end up using it. After all, Xia had already transcended the world creator realm, and there was no way that Chu was weaker. The older a person was, the more cunning they would become. Tai might not be able to use it this time, but it might still come in handy at some point and help him to resolve some problems. It could be considered as planting a seed, waiting for it to blossom and bear fruit. Tai straightened his back and was completely confident. If he were to acknowledge a suspected Chaos Supreme Realm existence, his brother, who would dare to mess with him? The more Tai thought about it, the more excited he became. Chu Xian and Tai chatted for a while before ending the conversation. In the chaos, there was a good show. Some of the supreme experts from the various races had already returned. The first to face the crisis would undoubtedly be the human race. 615 Suppression. In the chaos, the 9 extreme Daeyuan realm experts had returned one after the other. They all had made significant progress, some more, some less. Some had successfully surpassed the 9 extreme Daeyuan realm and hit the 10,000 mile mark. Many experts from the various races who were unable to enter the heavenly Dao were envious, especially of Hong and the other 3 ancestors of the human race. Furthermore, all of the humans had managed to enter. They were truly blessed by the great Dao, and it was likely that they would obtain even more opportunities in the future, which would make them even stronger. Anyone could see that the 9 zones contained great fortune. Hong, Luo, Zhou, and Ji's auras all fluctuated. It was clear that they had gained enlightenment and become stronger. Suddenly, from the depths of the chaos, a powerful aura emerged. Demonic power surged out from the chaos, and a terrifying demon emerged. Hong and the rest's expressions changed. Mo Chi looked at the 9 zones, and then at Hong and the other 3. Since when did the human race dare to appear so arrogantly? He raised his hand and threw a punch at Hong and the others. This punch seemed to warp the chaos itself, and crimson demonic power descended upon them like flames. Hong and the other 3's expressions changed. Boom! It was a life and death crisis. A small pearl appeared on Hong's body. When the pearl was activated, his aura surged instantly. He had reached the 9 million mile mark. Luo, Zhou, and Ji also attacked with all their might. Luo had reached the 7 million mile mark, Zhou had reached the 6 million mile mark, while Ji had reached the 5 million mile mark. Among World Creator Realm experts, they were not weak. The expressions of the experts from the various races changed drastically. The human race was too good at hiding their strength. The 4 of them joined forces to block the punch, but were all forced to retreat with blood spurting out of their mouths. The punch had injured them quite badly. Hong's eyes were filled with shock. Was this the power of an expert who had transcended the world creator realm? Dao Concealing Pearl. Mo Chi looked at the little pearl in Hong's hand and said coldly, "You've encountered some fortuitous opportunities. The human race shouldn't have appeared so arrogantly. Since you're here, then die." Mo Chi raised his hand and threw an even stronger punch. Mo Chi, you're bullying the weak. Our human race is not without experts. If your demon race doesn't follow the rules, then even if we die today, your demon race will have to pay the price, Hong said sternly. The four of them had taken the punch together, but they were all heavily injured. There was no way they were going to be able to block an even more powerful punch. Shoo? Sure, I'll be waiting for him. Mochi laughed in disdain. Mochi, why do you have to start fighting and killing the moment you return? Suddenly, a gentle and charming voice rang out. A beautiful figure shrouded in immortal light appeared. Even though her face was concealed, her beautiful figure bathed in the immortal light was enough to captivate people. The immortal light flowed through the chaos and dispelled Mochi's punch. Mochi looked coldly at the beautiful figure. Piao, you want to interfere? Piao was one of the direct disciples of the immortal ancestor. Mochi, why are you like this? Do you really think you can control the human race? Piao sighed. Oh, I almost forgot, Mochi suddenly sneered, it's rumored that Piao is the daughter of a human. Thanks to her extreme intelligence and extraordinary luck, she was accepted as a personal disciple. What, you're returning to the human race to become an ancestor now? I'm an immortal, not a human, Piao chuckled. Today, I'm going to kill these humans to liven things up. If you stop me again, I'll kill 3 of your wood creator realm cultivators. Mochi raised his hand again. Piao, if you want to return to the human race to become an ancestor, I'll stop. If you're from the immortal race, then get out of the way. Before Piao could speak, from the chaos, a saber attack appeared that immediately slew one of the demon race's world creator realm experts. A burly figure appeared. Mochi, you injured 4 of my human race's ancestors, and I killed one of your demon race's experts, isn't that fair? The immortal race does not need to interfere in the matters of the human race. Xia. Seeing Xia appear, Hong and the other 3 heaved a sigh of relief. Xia. Mochi's expression turned cold. Piao laughed, since Xia is back, then you guys can do what you want. She moved and quickly arrived at the immortal race's territory. Venerable he hurriedly led the other immortal race cultivators over to her, bowing. Greetings, Ancestor Piao. The immortal ancestor's direct disciple had a higher status than Venerable he. In the chaos, lightning flashed. Ting walked out. Seeing Ting appear, Hong and the other 3's expressions turned serious again. The immortal, celestial, and demon races had always been against the human race. That being said, the immortal race did not target them as often as the other 2 races, and would only suppress and attack them occasionally. They had no intention of exterminating the human race. However, the demon race did, as they wanted to steal the fate of the human race. Ting was obviously not weaker than Mochi. If the 2 of them joined forces, would Xia be able to resist them? Hong felt rather helpless about this situation. The human race had been hiding themselves and their strength, yet even now, they were still not strong enough. If the human race had an expert like the immortal, celestial and demon ancestors, they would not be rendered so passive and would not be constantly suppressed. How about we join forces and suppress Xia? Mochi looked at Ting. He spoke of suppressing and not killing because those who had transcended the world creator realm would not die so easily. Xia's strength was no weaker than theirs. Even if they joined forces, they would not be able to kill Xia. However, it was possible to suppress him. Ting looked at Xia. Mochi, can the 2 of us really suppress Xia? Xia carried a large saber on his shoulder. He was incomparably domineering and had a fierce aura. He was not afraid of the 2 of them joining forces at all. Mochi looked towards the depths of the chaos. Long Hai, how about you join us in suppressing Xia? Don't forget that humans once slew dragons. A giant dragon appeared. Long Hai, the son of the dragon ancestor. Long Tuo and Long Zheng were overjoyed and greeted him. 616 A dragon's mannerisms. Long Hai looked at Xia and pondered for a while before nodding his head. We can give it a go. Xia's face turned serious. At this moment, Huang Long spoke, Dragon brat, why are you interfering? Isn't it good to watch a show? Why are you embarrassing us dragons by bullying others with numbers? The moment he opened his mouth, Mochi and the others immediately looked at him. Long Hai was even more furious. He was a second-generation ancestor of the dragons, and yet this dragon was actually calling him a brat? Furthermore, he was clearly being scolded here. Was this dragon not disrespecting him? Impudent! Have respect for your elders! Long Hai shouted in anger. Long Tuo and Long Zhang immediately retreated to the side. Wasn't Huang Long an ancestor? How could he not recognize Ancestor Long Hai? Ancestor Long Hai should be able to suppress Huang Long, right? Uncertain, they could not rashly pick a side. If Ancestor Long Hai won, their eyes flickered with ferocity. It would be time to teach that Bast *RD Long Chong a lesson. Huang Long was furious. He had just become the ancestor of the dragons and was high and mighty. Which dragon dared to disrespect him? Long Hai actually dared to scold him? Impudent! Dragon brat, how dare you be rude to me? Huang Long had already figured out what kind of ancestors the dragons had. The current dragons were all descendants of the dragon ancestor, Long Ao, who was one of the 3 dragon ancestors. The second ancestor Long Guang was Long Ao's brother, and the third ancestor was the Azure Dragon, who was one of the 4 divine beasts. Since the Azure Dragon was a dragon, he was naturally regarded as the third ancestor by the thick-skinned dragons. Huang Long instantly found his position. In the future, the dragon clan would have 4 ancestors. He would be the first ancestor. The power of time flowed around Huang Long's body. He glared and said, even that little dragon Long Ao has to be respectful around me. How dare you be so impudent? Long Hai was furious. How could this dragon belittle his father like this? However, before he could flip out, he sensed that Huang Long had magically appeared in front of him. Huang Long's dragon's claw smacked his head. Long Hai was shocked. He had wanted to avoid it. However, no matter how he tried to escape, he seemed to be stuck in a time loop and was unable to break free. From the perspective of the others, Long Hai had not even had the time to react before he was struck dizzy by Huang Long's claws. Mochi, Ting, Piao, and Xia were all shocked. What kind of strength did this dragon have? Long Hai had transcended the world creator realm, yet was unable to even put up a fight. Huang Long slapped Long Hai's head repeatedly. Dragon brat, is your brain made of rocks? How dare you be so rude to me? Even your father, Long Ao, has to be respectful around me. You brat, how dare you be so impudent? Do you understand your mistake now? Are you going to admit your mistake? Huang Long lectured Long Hai while beating him up. Silence. Mochi and the others were all shocked. Could this dragon really be an ancestor from the same era as the dragon ancestor, Long Ao? However, there were only 2 dragons from that era, Long Ao and Long Guang. After that, it was the Azure Dragon. The dragons only had 3 ancestors. Since when was there another one? Long Hai was even more shocked. He was dizzy from the beating. His Dao path shook, and his world almost collapsed. What shocked him even more was, he had originally wanted to disperse his Dao path to escape Huang Long's control before recondensing it back. However, he could not do it. What did this mean? It meant that this dragon had the ability to easily kill him, a dragon that had transcended the world creator realm. Even his father had to be respectful to him? Then why had he never heard his father mention this dragon before? Long Hai's mind was racing. Whether or not Huang Long was telling the truth, he had to admit it now. He might not know who this dragon was, but having a powerful backer was never a bad thing. If there truly was a problem, then he would let his father deal with it. I'm just a junior dragon, a weak dragon. I accidentally offended senior. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. Long Hai begged for mercy. Huanglong retracted his claws in satisfaction. It's good to admit your mistakes. Even your father has to call me big brother, so you shouldn't be so rude. Yes, yes, you're right, ancestor. Long Hai admitted defeat decisively. He was too dizzy. He suspected that if he had not admitted his mistake in time, he would have been knocked unconscious right there and then. Huanglong was pleased and continued to lecture him, "You're a dragon, so how can you do such a disgraceful thing?" Yes, yes, you're right, ancestor. No matter what Huanglong said, he would agree. Don't learn bad habits from that demon brat. Huanglong turned around and pointed at Mochi, they are a bunch of shameless people. Do real experts really bully others weaker than them? Truly disgraceful. You must remember to be a polite and well-mannered dragon, just like me. Yes, yes, you're right, ancestor. Long Hai nodded his head furiously. Why was he still dizzy? It was a little terrifying. Even with his strength, he was unable to recover quickly. This dragon ancestor was too strong. Mokai's face darkened as he suppressed the anger in his heart. Were it not for the fact that he had just witnessed how terrifying Huanglong was, he would definitely have not taken this lying down. However, even Long Hai was unable to resist, and Mochi knew that his strength was not much different from Long Hai's. He too would be powerless against this dragon. Huanglong raised his claws and stroked Long Hai's head. The latter's dizziness disappeared immediately. He pulled out a thick book and stuffed it into Long Hai's hand. You have to read this book seriously. You have to be a cultured and well-mannered dragon. Don't follow this demon brat and learn his bad habits. You'll become a disgrace to the dragons if you do. Long Hai lowered his head and looked at the book in his hand. A dragon's mannerisms. He was stunned. Study and memorize it well. I will check on your progress. Huanglong stroked his beard and said happily. He had learned this from Chu Xian. After becoming a creature of the heavenly Dao, he had seen the books Chu Xian had circulated through the Black Moon Tower in the northern zone. It gave him inspiration. Therefore, he came up with this book, A Dragon's Mannerisms. Yes, yes, I'll definitely read it seriously. Long Hai felt like he was about to collapse. This was not a secret technique or a scripture. It was really about how to be a well-mannered dragon. This old ancestor was really something else. He suddenly understood why his father had never mentioned this person. Could it be because he was so off the beaten path? This was likely to be the case. Long Zheng and Long Tuo were glad that they did not take sides when Long Hai appeared. There's no doubt that Huanglong was the ancestor of the dragons now. Thanks to Huanglong's interference, things had taken a very different turn. Mo Chu's face darkened. It was impossible to join forces with the dragons now. However, he was unwilling to give up just like that. Therefore, he looked at a certain place in the chaos. Feng Ying, how about you, me, and Ting join forces to suppress Xia? He was talking to the fiery phoenix's expert who had transcended the world creator realm. Hong had heaved a sigh of relief earlier, but he was immediately on tenterhooks again. The dragons would not interfere, but the fiery phoenixes would definitely agree to join forces. Xia was also looking at a certain spot in the chaos with a grave expression. In the end, a crimson fire phoenix flew over, its body stiff and trembling. There was a strange bird beside her. Its feathers were colorful. What was even more terrifying was that those colorful feathers seemed to be filled with an ominous and calamitous aura. It was as if approaching it would invite disaster and bad luck. What kind of existence was this? Yi Yuejun had put on the ominous feathers that he had shed before. Now, he would no longer be affected by the power of calamity. After all, the Lord of Chaos had already been born, and he was now a creature of the heavenly Dao. Feng Ying was on the verge of breaking down, and could not be bothered to care about whatever Mo Chi had just said. At this moment, Feng Ying felt that she seemed to have provoked a disaster, and bad luck had surrounded her. She had transcended the world creator realm, so such things were not supposed to affect her, yet her senses told her that the slightest negligence would be disastrous. This guy had come out of nowhere, saying that he was an ancestor of the fiery phoenixes. This was simply too ridiculous. No matter how she looked at it, this strange bird did not look like a phoenix. How could he lie through his teeth and say that he was an ancestor of the fiery phoenixes? However, the problem was that this strange bird was too strong. Therefore, she had no choice but to acquiesce. If she was contaminated by this strange bird's aura, she would likely be crippled. 617 Nine-Tailed Heavenly Fox, May, Part 1. Mochi opened his mouth, but eventually closed it. Feng Ying's situation was not quite right. What kind of existence was that strange bird with rainbow-colored feathers? When the experts of the various races saw Yi Yuejun, they could not help but retreat. The seven-colored bird was terrifying. From this situation, they could tell that Feng Ying would not be able to help them deal with Xia. Mochi's face darkened. Mochi, do you want to fight? Xia looked coldly at Mochi. Xia, are you sure you can stop us? Mochi's demonic snake-like hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were cold. Humans should be like rats and ants. They should hide in their caves and scurry about. That's all they are capable of. Could it be that you think you can protect the human race? Mochi's eyes were filled with ferocity. Let's just fight. As long as the human race exists, there will be a day when we will rise up, Xia said coldly. Humph. Mochi coldly snorted. In the end, he did not make a move. He was waiting. There were many powerhouses who were making their way here, and none of them were friendly toward the human race. This was something that Xia and the others also knew. At this point, hiding and retreating were meaningless. The world would change, and the structure of the chaos would also change. The only way out for the human race was to fight and establish themselves. After all, the human race was the most powerful race in the 9 zones. As long as the other races could not enter the 9 territories, the human race would not be exterminated. If the experts of the various races invaded the 9 zones, the human race would face an unprecedented crisis. An expert had appeared within the chaos, and more of them started returning. Almost all of them were World Creator Realm experts, some no weaker than Hong was. They were all from the first or second generation of ancestors. However, only the major races had experts who had surpassed the World Creator Realm. All of a sudden, a graceful and charming figure appeared from the chaos. She was dressed in a white dress that was spotless, and she had an alluring aura as she floated by. Mochi's expression grew solemn, and Piao narrowed her eyes. Xia frowned. The woman looked around and smiled charmingly. There are quite a few acquaintances here. Even an ugly freak like you, Mochi, has returned. Then, she looked at the humans. There's no one left among the human race, only the juniors. Xia kept quiet. Hong even pretended to be a junior. Luo, Zhou, and Ji lowered their heads, not daring to look at her. May. Piao said. Ah, so it's Piao. Where is your junior brother Miao? There was a cold light in her charming eyes. I'm the only one left from the Heavenly Fox tribe. Who do you think I should settle the score with? Although the 9 zones had the Demon Fox tribe, they were not related to the 9-tailed Heavenly Fox tribe. The Heavenly Fox bloodline, one of the powerful monster tribes of the past, had disappeared. You'll have to ask your sister Yun about that, Piao said with a cold face. That silly sister of mine, for the sake of a person, she even gave up her life. However, there must be a reason for the disappearance of the Heavenly Fox tribe's fate, right? May's eyes turned cold. What did Miao do? What did your immortal race do? May, shouldn't everything be attributed to that person? Miao only wanted to save your sister and failed. The decline of your Heavenly Fox tribe has nothing to do with him. Piao frowned. Mei's cold and sharp gaze swept past Ting, Mochi, and finally landed on Xia. Where's that person? Xia's face was expressionless as he said in a stiff tone, Who? Which one are you asking about? Don't try to brush it off. Tell me, where is that person? Mei's killing intent suddenly rose. 9 fox tails appeared behind her, and each tail seemed to contain the power of her Dao path. Xia said innocently, I'm just a junior. The human race has been almost exterminated several times. Our history has been lost for a long time. How would I know? Mei nodded in agreement with Xia's explanation. The 9 tails behind her disappeared. Then, if the human race is facing a calamity, will he appear? Xia's heart jumped. Not good. At this moment, Hong could only brace himself and say, Senior, in my era, the human race was almost exterminated. There were less than 100,000 people left, and no one appeared. After me, the human race also experienced the danger of extinction several times, but he never appeared. I'm afraid that he no longer cares about the survival of the human race. That person is either dead, or he does not care. This heavenly fox expert must be extremely powerful. Even Piao and the others were afraid. He's either dead or he doesn't care. Mei muttered, in the past, for the sake of the human race, you were even willing to let my silly sister die. Now, you're not going to care about the human race. A heartless man. What a joke. I don't believe that he will really ignore the fate of the human race. Xia and Hong both looked helpless. That incident had happened so many years ago, how could it be blamed on the human race? He definitely doesn't care. If he's not dead, he must be very strong, right? If he truly cared about the human race, he would have returned long ago. Hong was certain that that person did not care about the human race. Furthermore, he did not know exactly who Mei was talking about. Could it be the one in the legends? Was that person not already dead? He could not help but send a voice transmission to Xia. Senior brother Xia, is she talking about that person? How would I know? Although Xia was known as the second ancestor of the human race, he had been separated from that person for a long time. 618 Nine-Tailed Heavenly Fox, Mei, Part 2. How would he know? Mei squinted her eyes, not knowing if she believed his words or not. She just kept staring at them, and no one knew what she was thinking about. Hong's hair stood on end from being watched. If things took a turn for the worse, he could only try to delay things until Chu returned. Mei seemed to have thought of something. She suddenly raised her hand and grabbed the giant race expert who was watching from a distance. That giant was only as powerful as a world creator realm expert who had just broken through. There was no way he could resist Mei. The huge figure was grabbed by Mei and smacked to the ground. Everyone was stunned, except for Piao and the other supreme experts, who were deep in thought. Back then, the giant race had supported the human race and passed on a body tempering technique to them. That person had a deep relationship with an ancestor of the giant race. The cultivation method that had been passed down within the human race at the beginning had originated from the giant race. Even though the human race and the giant race had split up and went their separate ways, this avenue was still worth exploring. No one from the giant race came back. Mei asked coldly. Then, he looked down at the giant race expert that was being suppressed. Ask your old ancestor to come here, or I'll exterminate you. Her tone was filled with killing intent. Xia and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Mei did not come for them, it would be fine. The giant race had thick skin and could take a beating. They had a deep foundation and were strong. The giant expert howled immediately. Ancestor, save me! Come and save me! Everyone was speechless. These big lunks were not very bright. Tai, who had turned into a statue in the giant race's territory, did not want to come out. Chu had not come back, and he was not in danger, so there was no reason to reveal himself. Moreover, he saw many familiar faces, who were all experts who had transcended the world creator realm. In comparison, in terms of strength, he was even slightly weaker than Hong. At this moment, he even suspected that Chu was hiding his true strength. The first ancestor of the human race would not be a weakling, right? Thinking back to the past, no matter how he looked at Chu, he did not seem to be a powerful expert. He had always relied on schemes and plots to deal with others, and had never been known for his strength. He had the title of the first ancestor but did not have the strength of the first ancestor. Therefore, he would not show up here. In the end, Mei targeted the giant race. Tai cursed inwardly, that's the fault of the human scumbag. What does it have to do with the giant race? The giant expert howled. Tai had no choice but to step up and show himself. He was the only one present among the 18 ancestors of the giant race. In the 9 zones, Chu Xian was using the Chaos Dao mirror to observe the situation. Although he did not have to use it to observe the chaos now, it was still more comfortable using the Chaos Dao mirror. Now, he was drinking tea and eating pastries as if he was watching a show. The moment Mei appeared, he looked at Qin Qiun. Qin Qiun was still cultivating and had yet to awaken. Moreover, Qin Qiun was Qin Qiun, and Yun was Yun. The two of them were already two different people. Chu Xian was also thinking. Was that person they were talking about the one who had created the human race's cultivation technique? He was uncertain. In any case, it was Tai's turn. Chu Xian sighed. Tai was really miserable. The ancestors of the other powerful races had all transcended the world creator realm, whereas Tai had not. He was slightly weaker than Hong. If Chu Xian had not given him the jade talisman containing his power, Tai would probably have not dared to show himself in this situation. Tai appeared with an innocent look on his face. Mei, let him go. Mei stared at him for a long time. Mo Chi and the others also stared at him for a long time. Long Hai opened his mouth and was about to sneer at Tai, but when he saw Huang Long's expression, he closed his mouth. He had to be a well-mannered dragon. He gloomily swallowed the words he was about to say. Among the 18 ancestors of the giant race, you're just a piece of trash. Mo Chi was the first to start insulting Tai. From the giant race, you were the only one who came back? Do you really think you will be enough to deal with us? It seems that the giant race has become arrogant. Ting also sighed. People always tell me that the giants are naive and simple-minded. It seems that it's true. They overestimate themselves. With such lacking strength, you expect to handle the situation in the chaos. Long Ha's heart was itching as he looked at Huang Long. He desperately wanted to speak up. Huang Long glanced at him and said, "You have to be a well-mannered dragon. You can't criticize people so bluntly. Do you understand?" Long Hai nodded. Tai, I have high hopes for you. Although you are weak, the fact that you have lived for so many years shows that you are quite capable. Don't worry about them. They are just a bunch of simple-minded people. How would they know that you are weak but have the ability to live long? Long Hai was satisfied with his own words and sophistry. He had mocked Tai and looked down on Mo Chi and the others in one go. His itch had been scratched. Indeed, it was important to be a well-mannered dragon. In the distance, Venerable He's expression was dark as he quietly hid behind the crowd. Long Ha's words may have been aimed at Tai, but Venerable He had been burned too. Weak but able to live long, did that not refer to him as well? Tai's expression darkened. The muscles on his body bulged, and he snorted coldly, "If I didn't suffer severe injuries due to a great opportunity back then, which led to my strength declining, I would have long transcended the world creator realm a long time ago." "That's just an excuse," Piao laughed and said, "who here has not risked their lives for opportunities? You were just trashy enough to fail. You know nothing." Tai was furious. "How can your sh*tty opportunity be compared to mine? Mine can surpass." Tai suddenly shut up. Piao's eyes flickered. "Hee hee, Do you really think I'm stupid? Tai laughed coldly. With Chu Xian's jade talisman, he was full of confidence. Release him, he looked at Mei and said. With a wave of her hand, the giant expert flew away into the distance. Tai, where is that person? How would I know? Nine Tails appeared behind her. Tai, everyone knows about his relationship with your big brother? Tell me, where is he? Mei's voice suddenly turned cold. If you don't tell me, I'll suppress you until that person appears. Mei raised her slender hand. Spatial cracks appeared in the space around her palm. Tai's expression also turned cold. His eyes glowed with a fierce light. Are you threatening me? So what if I am? Mei looked at him with contempt. Isn't it normal for the weak to be threatened? Not for me. Tai's aura was fierce. He immediately took out the jade ruler. Piao, this is your master's item. Your immortal race owes me a favor, and now it's time to return it. The group of experts were dumbfounded. He was so fierce just now, so they had thought that he had some sort of killer move. In the end, he was trying to rely on a favor from another race? Piao's face was dark. He looked at the jade ruler in Tai's hand. It was indeed his master's. The immortal race will take responsibility for the matter of prison Dao ancient gods' pawns. We will not interfere in this matter. She was not stupid. Mei had always been hostile to the immortal race. If they interfered in this matter again, it would definitely cause a conflict. The nine-tailed heavenly fox race had already disappeared. If provoked, Mei might go crazy and attack everyone indiscriminately. Is that all your master's item is worth? Tai was furious. The immortal race won't interfere in this matter, but we will return the favor in other ways, Piao said with a cold expression. No matter what, she would not interfere in this matter. Tai stared at Piao for a while before saying, Fine, let's have an exchange. Give me a Chaos Supreme treasure and I'll return the Jade Ruler to you. Piao was silent for a moment. Then, she threw out a hammer. We're even now. Tai took the hammer and threw the Jade Ruler over to Piao. He was secretly happy to have obtained a Chaos Supreme treasure for his troubles. He looked at Mei again. After a long while, he sighed. I know that you can't let go of what happened back then. You want to take revenge on him. But do you really think that he's the murderer? You should know the situation of the human race at that time. You should be aware of the heavy burden on his shoulders. Speaking of which, the ones who caused the final tragedy should be the demon race, right? Tai looked at Mo Chi. 619 Divine Might Ancient Form. The demon race had always been the human race's greatest enemy and had always taken the lead in suppressing the human race. In the long history of the human race, there were many eras where they lived in fear of the demon race and were constantly on the run because of them. Mo Yao was a personal disciple of the demon ancestor, and Mo Kai's senior brother. He was the fiercest and most brutal demon. He was also the most hostile to the human race and had once treated humans as food. During the dark ages of the human race, the name of Mo Yao was used to scare children at night. His parents, siblings, friends, and relatives all died at the hands of Mo Yao, Tai continued, and he saw his family devoured by Mo Yao with his own eyes. Throughout his entire life, he has been shouldering the burden of revenge and the hope of saving the human race. Your sister indeed has given so much for him, but when did she ever regret it? Xia and the others were silent. More than half of the suffering of the human race was caused by the demons. The demons were the mortal enemies of the human race. They had never heard of the person Tai was talking about, as it was very far back in history, so long ago that it had almost been erased by time. Mei, you think you're suffering, but do you know his suffering? Can you understand the despair of seeing your family and friends being swallowed as food? It was my big brother who saved him. Mei was silent. Tai continued, when did he ever hurt your sister? Don't forget that he once gave your heavenly fox race a supreme treasure. It's just that your father was too greedy, and that's why things ended up like this. Furthermore, what does the decline of your heavenly fox race have to do with him? Tai suddenly laughed coldly. Mei, you're in love with him, but he only cared about your sister. That's why you hate him. Mei suddenly flew into a rage. You're spouting nonsense. Her 9 tails streaked across the sky with a terrifying aura. The space in the chaos started shaking. Xia's aura exploded as he stood in front of Hong and the other 3. Piao, Mochi, and Ting all released their auras, blocking the shockwaves and protecting the people nearby. The surrounding crowd were terrified and frantically retreated. Tai, who was at the center of the explosion, felt his bones creaking. His incomparably strong body seemed like it would collapse at any moment. However, he was not afraid. I've touched a nerve, he sneered. A jade talisman appeared in his hand. In an instant, its terrifying power suppressed everything. Mei and the others' auras were like fallen leaves in autumn, about to be blown away by the wind at any time. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Mei's figure retreated explosively. She retracted her aura and put on a serious expression. Mochi and the others were the same. When they saw the jade talisman in Tai's hand, their expressions changed drastically. Tai looked around and said coldly, just because you've transcended the world creator realm, you believed yourselves to be invincible? Let alone all of you, even if Prison Deo ancient god came, the result would be the same. Piao's eyes flashed. That jade talisman contained a terrifying power. However, the power it contained did not belong to the giant race. Could this be the good fortune Tai had obtained? He was injured because of this? Mei, are you convinced now? Did I not speak the truth? Tai became arrogant. When Tai took out the jade talisman and shocked everyone, the system's reward was triggered. You remained in seclusion and gave out a wisp of your power that managed to intimidate everyone. You have been rewarded with the divine might ancient form. It was an unexpected surprise. As expected, it was a wise choice to give Tai a wisp of his power. Chu Xian examined the system reward. Divine might ancient form, supremely majestic with its own ancient aura, like an eternal ancient god. This had really come at the right time, and Chu Xian was very satisfied with this. The heaven-shaking divine form was no longer enough to show off and intimidate others. The divine might ancient form was the perfect replacement. Chu Xian received his reward. It did not take long for him to grasp the divine might ancient form. Behind him, a supremely majestic figure, exuding divine might like an eternal ancient god, appeared. His face could not be seen clearly, but at a glance, it was as if one was looking back into the ancient past, when the chaos and the 9 zones had first been created. Chu Xian deactivated it. It was not time to use it yet. He continued to watch the situation in the chaos. Tai, at this moment, was arrogantly looking down upon everyone. A chaotic being who had transcended the world creator realm returned. As soon as he returned, he immediately retracted his aura. He looked at Tai in shock, focusing his gaze on the jade talisman in his hand. Mei's expression was ugly. Her eyes were filled with fear. That jade talisman was too terrifying. Once it was activated, it was very likely to kill her. Even if it did not kill her, it would injure her so badly that it would take her a long time to recover. You're just relying on an external power. Tai, do you really think your arrogance is warranted? Mei snorted. Tai laughed out loud. This was given to me by a close elder brother to protect me. It's my blessing to have had the opportunity to befriend such an elder brother. If you're not convinced, why don't you go and get to know a powerful elder brother yourself? Mei's face darkened and she did not say anything. She turned her gaze to Xia and the others, wanting to vent her anger on the humans. However, Tai moved and walked towards Xia and the others. Xia's expression turned serious. What did Tai want to do? In the past, the human race was indebted to the giant race for their protection. Later on, they fell out for some unknown reason. Although they were not enemies, the giant race had never targeted the human race. However, they eventually became strangers. Was Tai also going to vent his anger on the human race? 620 Xia, domineering. Once, he kneeled in front of my big brother and kowtowed until his head bled profusely. Blood flowed all over the ground just to beg my big brother to teach him the way to strengthen the human race. Tai looked at Xia and the others. The human race doesn't owe the giant race anything, but they do owe him, he continued. Over the years, the human race has been through many calamities and has been on the verge of extinction several times, but he has never appeared. Have you ever blamed him? Realization dawned on the five of them. The giant race had once protected the human race, which had given the human race a period of relative peace. Also, thanks to the body tempering technique passed down by the giant race, they had shed their weak bodies and gradually became stronger. All of this was because of him. What's there to blame? The human race will never forget the contributions of our ancestors, Xia said indifferently. He has already done enough for the human race. Tai looked at Xia and the others. He will return eventually, he said. He won't be satisfied until the demons are eradicated. Ha! Mo Chi chuckled, his face showing disdain. He did not think that the person could eradicate the demon race. Tai looked at Mei. If you want to look for him, just wait. Mei fell silent. Tai felt extremely comfortable. This was all thanks to Daoist brother. Without his jade talisman, he would have suffered today. Suddenly, a prison god palace came charging toward the 9 zones. A cold and arrogant voice rang out. Who killed the pawns of prison Dao ancient god? Come over and kneel before your death. Everyone looked at Tai. This is the immortal race's business, why are you looking at me? You're just a pawn. Is your arrogance due to prison Dao ancient god? Do you think prison Dao ancient god is invincible in the chaos? He laughed in disdain. Piao laughed. Prison Dao ancient god was naturally not an invincible ancient chaos god. He had a terrible reputation, and had no bottom line. Among the ancient chaos gods, he was one of the weaker ones. However, for the prison Dao ancient god to be so arrogant and unafraid of offending other experts, he naturally had his reasons to be confident. Mo Kai's eyes glowed with ferocity. Mo Zun was his descendant, and one of the more talented ones too, yet he had been killed by the prison god palace experts. Other people feared the prison Dao ancient god, but the demons did not. In addition, prison Dao ancient god would not offend the demon ancestor, as the moment the latter was angered, he would ignore whatever existence was backing prison Dao ancient god up. The demons were brutal, arrogant, and bloodthirsty. They were even unafraid of death, which was something they inherited from the demon ancestor. Looking at the incoming prison god palace, Mo Chi let out a furious roar, and his demonic power began to boil. He instantly turned into a giant demon. His snake-like hair danced in the air and swept out in all directions, causing the surrounding space to tremble. How dare you kill my descendant? He raised his hand, and a crimson demonic beam tore through space and pressed down on the prison god palace. The rapidly charging prison god palace suddenly stopped. A furious voice came from inside. You dare? Prison Dao ancient god won't let you off. You guys killed my descendant first, so I'm killing his pawn. What can he do? Boom! The prison god palace was a decent treasure. To a world creator realm expert, it was a powerful defensive treasure. However, in the face of an attack from an expert who had transcended the world creator realm, it instantly crumbled. The pawns inside wanted to escape. One of them had even reached the 9 million mile mark. A few strands of blood-red hair extended out of Mo Kai's hair. At the tip of the strands of hair, the snake-like heads opened their mouths, biting the fleeing pawns. Following that, demonic power surged out of the strands of hair, and the pawns let out blood-curdling screams. Their Dao paths and worlds collapsed, and were devoured by the snake-like strands of hair. Then, the strands of hair were retracted. Mokai's 10,000 feet tall demon body hovered in the chaos, looking down arrogantly at Xia. Xia, come, let's fight. Xia raised the large saber on his shoulder. It was incomparably overbearing, and a flash of saber chi burst forth, seemingly tearing the chaos into two. It could be clearly seen from millions of kilometers away. Many experts who were rushing back to the 9 zones instantly stopped. When they looked in the direction of the 9 zones, they were all shocked by the overbearing saber chi. Among them, there was no lack of ancestor-level existences from the 9 zones. Is that Xia? In the 9 zones, only Xia of the human race matched this domineering saber attack. Xia has actually reached this stage. Many of the powerful experts from the 9 zones were shocked and jealous. Many of them were Xia's seniors. However, Xia had surpassed them and transcended the world creator realm. Xia is here, so where's Chu? Chu? He only knows how to scheme and plot. Were it not for Tai, he would have died long ago. Some people expressed their disdain. I want to see if Xia is as courageous as he has always been. One of the experts in the chaos did not stop. Instead, he continued to advance. Many experts from the 9 zones looked envious. This expert had also transcended the world creator realm. The race the expert was from had once been considered a strong race in the 9 zones. Now that the expert had broken through, the status and strength of this race would definitely increase by several levels. Even though the race would not be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the immortal, celestial, and demon races, they would still be considered among the top-level races. The saber chi sliced through the chaos arrogantly. If Mo Chi really wanted to fight, Xia would not shy away. He was only worried about the fate of the human race, as they would not be able to withstand a combined attack from the various races. Just eat one of my attacks. Boom! An incomparably domineering saber strike slashed toward Mo Chi. Roar! Mo Kai's demonic power boiled as he threw a punch. Boom! The demonic power scattered in all directions, and Mo Kai's body flew backward. Xia stood in place, saber in hand. He looked extremely domineering. Piao still had a smile on her face. Ting's expression turned serious. Xia had forced Mo Chi back with a single attack, which meant that he was definitely stronger than Mo Chi. Mo Kai's eyes were blood-red as he charged over. He stared at Xia. In terms of age, Xia was actually his junior. They were not from the same era. However, Xia was stronger than him. The human race was truly a race favored by the great Dao. Do you still want to fight? Xia looked at him coldly. Humph! Mo Chi coldly snorted, but did not move to attack. Everyone has just returned. There's no need to fight and kill each other. Let's just check out what's going on in the 9 zones, Piao said with a smile. As time passed, the advantages of the races of the 9 zones would become greater and greater. More and more experts would return. The human race was weak after all. Even if the immortal race did not do anything, the celestial and demon races, as well as other races, would target the humans. If the races of the ancient chaos world also targeted the human race, then the human race would practically be public enemy number 1. The races of the ancient chaos world had no reason to target the human race for the time being, but one did not need a reason to target the weak, especially if there were benefits involved. Piao's eyes looked towards the ancient chaos world. An expert had returned. Kun 1. Another expert who had transcended the world creator realm, and who was no weaker than Mo Chi and the others. Everyone turned to look at the 9 zones. At this moment, the 9 zones were shrouded in light and were constantly expanding toward chaos. If this continued, the 9 zones would most likely expand all the way to the ancient chaos world. The human race is indeed blessed. Mo Chi sneered. There were many people from different races who had entered the heavenly Dao, and some of them had already come out. Only the humans who had entered had yet to come out. It was still unknown if any of them had managed to enter the 9 zones. The atmosphere became strange again. There was a tacit understanding between the races of the 9 zones. Piao looked at Huang Long. This mysterious ancestor of the dragons actually had the power to send people into the great Dao of the 9 zones. Moreover, his attitude toward the human race was questionable. While he was around, it was unlikely that the dragons would target the human race. Also, something was wrong with the fiery phoenixes. What was that strange bird? We have to find a way to enter the 9 zones, Piao said. The change in the 9 zones this time had alarmed countless experts, and was the reason why so many of them had returned. The changes in the 9 zones might affect the changes that were brewing in the depths of the chaos. How do we enter? Ting asked. You can naturally enter if you are fated. You can't force it. Tai smiled and turned to return to the ancient chaos world. Other than the people who stayed to observe the situation, the rest of the giant race experts returned to their territory. Seeing the giant race leave, many experts fell into deep thought. After falling out with the human race and having conflicts with other races, the giant race had always remained neutral. All of the races in the ancient chaos world and the 9 zones avoided the giant race and had no intention of provoking them. The changes in the 9 zones this time were extraordinary, yet the giant race did not appear to have any intention of participating. This was intriguing. 621 Meeting G, Part 1. T/L, both the 3rd and 9th ancestors of the human race are named G, so henceforth, the 3rd ancestor will remain as G, while the 9th ancestor will be changed to Jin. In the chaos, the tense situation had been alleviated. Chu Xian put away the Chaos Dao mirror and did not continue watching. Ren Changhe, Qin Ying, and the others had woken up from their states of enlightenment one after another. After that, they returned to their residences in the heavenly domain and continued to cultivate. Now that the 9 zones were changing, it was the best time to get stronger, and all of the Daiyuan realm cultivators in the heavenly domain were engrossed in cultivating. In Heiyu's residence, the young man in red looked anxious. He felt a little uneasy that Heiyu had not returned after leaving for so long. Chu Xian looked at the young man in red. This was an expert that Prison Dao ancient god had suppressed. In order to escape the chaos abyss, he had dispersed his Dao path and created countless clones. With the help of the great abyssal calamity, he managed to escape with a clone. If he could erase the abyssal imprint on his body, he would be able to conceal himself from Prison Dao ancient god. Furthermore, if the clone managed to grow stronger, it would be able to rescue the main body. Once the two were reunited, the young man in red would grow stronger again. Chu Xian looked at Heiyu. Her innate divine soul had already undergone a minor transformation, and her strength had increased significantly. Then, he looked at Chu Yi, who was also growing stronger at a rapid pace. It made sense. After all, his youngest disciple had already walked the path of cultivation and was merely retracing his steps. There would be no bottlenecks until he reached the peak of his previous cultivation level. Even then, the bottleneck would not be a problem for him given the changes that had occurred to his new body. All he needed was time. In the reincarnation cycle, someone suddenly opened his eyes. Is the Supreme Lord here? Chu Xian's voice then replied in his consciousness, what's the matter? That being said, Chu Xian already knew why he was looking for him out of the blue. Outside the chaos, a figure appeared at the edge of the heavenly Dao. There was no powerful aura around his body, and he seemed unremarkable. Piao and the others did not even notice that an expert had returned from the chaos. Even though there was a certain distance from where they were. Under normal circumstances, any expert who entered this area would be detected. However, no one noticed Ji's appearance. Chu Xian could not help but sigh in admiration. As expected of the expert who had killed countless experts of the various races and passed down the inheritance of the extreme Dao. Supreme Lord, my true body has returned and wishes to meet you, Ji's incarnation said. Chu Xian naturally understood what he meant. Ji's incarnation had entered the reincarnation cycle and obtained a great opportunity. His true body had also obtained a great opportunity. The true body then guessed that the changes in the 9 zones were related to Chu Xian. He was extremely curious about this mysterious existence and how strong he was. If he was too weak, the title of Supreme Lord would be unworthy. Chu Xian did not have the intention to allow Ji's true body to enter the 9 zones for the time being, even if it was not strong enough to shake his existence. He would not allow exceptions. If Ji's true body wanted to enter the 9 zones, he would have to wait. Chu Xian wanted the 3 realms and the heavenly Dao to completely stabilize first. That being said, it was necessary to meet him. The divine might ancient form would come in handy now. Outside the heavenly Dao, Ji felt a tug, and his body fell down, entering the heavenly Dao. Not long after he entered the heavenly Dao, the scene in front of him changed and transformed. He could see a small courtyard, within which sat an eternal ancient god exuding endless divine might. Chu Xian had used the heavenly Dao to connect the space between him and Ji. Sensing the divine might, Ji was greatly shocked. He had no choice but to be respectful. Ji greets the Supreme Lord, he cupped his fists and said. It was too terrifying. There was no aura around this eternal ancient god, but his every action seemed to contain boundless might that felt like it could suppress anything and everything. He could not help but think of those legendary existences. Was this person one of them? Among the countless rising stars of the chaos, only a few managed to catch my eye. You are one of them, Chu Xian's majestic voice rang out. Ji was the 3rd ancestor of the human race. When he was born, Xia had already reached the Daiyuan realm and had left the 9 zones. The two of them were probably an era apart. One Daiyuan was at least 1 billion years. 9 Daiyuans were a great Dao era, which meant 10 billion years. As far as Chu Xian was aware, there had been 9 great Dao eras in the history of the 9 zones, which meant that no less than 100 billion years had passed since the world was created. Of course, this was limited to what Chu Xian currently knew. Perhaps history stretched even farther back. 622 Meeting Ji, Part 2. Ji and Xia's ages were probably 10 billion years apart, yet his strength surpassed Xia's. Chu Xian roughly estimated that Ji's Dao path was no less than 20 million miles long. However, the extreme Dao was special, which meant that in an actual fight, he would be no weaker than an expert whose Dao path had reached the 30 million mile mark. Perhaps he might even be able to go toe-to-toe with Prison Dao ancient god. In terms of talent, Ji was indeed extraordinary. In comparison, Chu Xian truly felt that Prison Dao ancient god was trash. You're too kind, Supreme Lord. I'm just an ordinary person who has just transcended the world creator realm, Ji said humbly. Chu Xian's eyes seemed to see through everything. The extreme Dao cannot create a world, but it has its own destiny. How many people in the chaos can walk this path? Extreme Dao cultivators did not create their own worlds, but followed a different path. It was also because of this that Ji's arrival had not been noticed by Piao and the others. Ji's heart trembled. This expert actually knew so much about the extreme Dao. He had to be a legendary existence. Given your talent, in the future, you will likely reach the Chaos Supreme Realm. After Chu Xian saw Ji's true body, he understood the latter's terrifying talent. His extreme Dao was extremely powerful and had endless potential, and walked a different path. Even among the many ancient chaos gods, there were probably very few who could compare to him, which was why he had managed to become so strong so quickly. Ji was also surprised. This mysterious existence actually evaluated him so highly? The Chaos Supreme Realm? The Chaos Supreme is the stuff of legends, and is supposed to be beyond transcending the world creator realm. Does the Chaos Supreme Realm really exist? Ji asked curiously. It naturally exists, Chu Xian replied succinctly. Ji's expression became more and more respectful and reverent. Was this person an existence that had transcended the chaos? How terrifying would that be? On second thought, he felt relieved. How else had this person created the reincarnation cycle? And how else had he brought such great changes to the 9 zones? Chu Xian and Ji only had a brief conversation. Since they had met, it was only fitting that Chu Xian, as the senior, to reward Ji and indicate his expectations for the latter. I'll bestow this upon you. An ancient jade talisman flew into Ji's hand. Many thanks, Supreme Lord. Ji was shocked. From the jade talisman, he could sense the aura of creation. He did not examine it immediately, but left after bowing respectfully. Chu Xian's divine might ancient form also disappeared. After Ji left the heavenly Dao, he returned to the chaos. He then examined the jade talisman. It actually contained the aura of creation. Other than the aura of creation, it also contained the wonders of a certain magical power. I'll call this the good fortune jade talisman, Ji muttered. He put away the jade talisman and returned to his chaos mountain. He found a place and silently comprehended the wonders of creation. He did not return to the human race. If he were to appear now, he would definitely cause a huge commotion. Many of the descendants of the experts present had died at his hands, so his presence would likely trigger a disaster for the human race. However, he did not regret what he had done. The deaths of those experts had been necessary to ensure the survival of the human race. The disciples woke up from their states of enlightenment one after another, and became the strongest Daiyuan realm cultivators in the 9 zones, surpassing Hong Yuan Chuo and the other senior Daiyuan realm cultivators. Chu Xian opened the chaos weapon furnace and allowed his disciples to use it to create their own chaos weapons. Chu Xian did not lack materials or resources, so everyone, including his in-name disciples, could refine their own chaos weapons and other artifacts. Offensive, defensive, escaping, concealing and controlling. These were the main 5 types of chaos artifacts, and each disciple gained a full set. In the entire chaos, there were probably only a few who possessed a complete set like this. Only Chu Xian was rich enough to equip his disciples with such a complete arsenal of chaos weapons and artifacts. In the blink of an eye, the 91-year milestone had arrived. The reward was not world origin energy this time, nor was it the chaotic energy of creation. Instead, it was a Chaos Supreme technique and a Chaos Supreme artifact that could wield the power of the supreme laws of the chaos. It was likely that he would continue to receive these until he reached the 100-year milestone. This meant that he would receive exactly 9 Chaos Supreme artifacts and 9 Chaos Supreme techniques. Each of these likely corresponded to one of the 9 supreme laws of the chaos. After the disciples began to refine their chaos treasures, Chu Xian called Chu Yi over. He passed on the origin scripture of the Lord of Chaos to him. At the same time, he passed on Daopath secret techniques to his disciples. For example, he taught Ding Yu a Daopath secret technique related to the Great Dao, which was the Boundless Destruction Sword. Chu Xian passed on the Daopath secret techniques that the system rewarded him with to his disciples. He even passed these down to his in-name disciples. Furthermore, he also took the time to clarify any of their doubts on the path of cultivation. Su Xianer and Chu Yun returned to the New World to continue teaching the human race there. Ding Yu and the others also returned to their respective residences in the heavenly domain. Their strength had increased too quickly, so they needed to settle down and stabilize their cultivation foundations. Chu Yi stayed by Chu Xian's side and did not go to the heavenly domain. Although he looked like a teenager, he had just been born not long ago, and his mental state had not yet matured. He Yu did not return to the heavenly domain immediately either. She wanted Chu Xian's opinion on the young man in red. After all, his background was not ordinary. Chu Yi sat obediently at the side. Among his senior brothers and sisters, he was the closest to He Yu, perhaps because they both had extraordinary origins. That's an incarnation with a wisp of his origin essence that escaped from the chaos abyss, Chu Xian explained the origin of the young man in red. It's up to you whether you save him or not. He has many incarnations, so once he fuses them together, his Dao path will exceed the 100,000 mile mark. If you're worried about losing control, you can choose not to save him. The fact that the young man in red was being suppressed by Prison Deo Ancient God meant that he was not too strong. Of course, this was only relative to Chu Xian. His goal is to conceal his presence and save his main body. Of course, by staying in this world, he has already avoided the enemies. Since the heavenly Deo was now in control, Prison Deo Ancient God had no way of spying on the 9 zones. 623 Hua Shuet. After He Yu gained an understanding of the young man's background, she pondered for a moment and then said, "Master, I'm lacking a steward by my side. I think he's very suitable." The identity of the young man in red was also that of one of the overseers of the Chaos Abyss. Naturally, he had no problem managing the abyssal beings that He Yu had converted. Currently, He Yu commanded the most powerful force in the 9 zones, with hundreds of Daeyuan realm beings under her banner. During this time, 10 more Dao realm cultivators broke through to the Daeyuan realm, including Ji Dexin. "This is for you. If you're worried about losing control, you can use it," Chu Xian said as he handed over a jade talisman. He Yu accepted the jade talisman. "Thank you, Master." After He Yu left, Chu Xian taught Chu Yi for a while before sending him to the New World to learn under the guidance of Su Xianer and Chu Yun. In the New World, he would learn about the world and temper his Dao heart. "My lord." The anxious young man in the red heaved a sigh of relief when he saw He Yu return. She would reconstruct the residence around the training hall. After giving her orders, only the group of red-robed young men remained in the training hall. "You can fuse into one." The young man in red was silent for a moment before he began to fuse with the others. A single young man emerged, whose Dao path had reached the 100,000 mile mark. The abyssal imprint still existed on his body. If it was not erased, Prison Dao Ancient God would be able to find him no matter where he was, and might even be able to use the imprint as a medium to attack him. This was also the reason why the young man in red was so anxious. "What's your name?" He Yu asked. In terms of strength, this incarnation was no longer as strong as He Yu. Only the strength of this young man's main body bothered her. However, with Chu Xian backing her up, He Yu was unafraid. "Hua Shuet," the young man said after a moment of silence. "One of the ancient chaos gods, Hua Shuet." "Yes. How strong were you when you were suppressed?" Hua Shuet raised his head and looked at He Yu. "If you remove the abyssal imprint, I'll serve you for 1,000,000,000 years. Is there any need to ask for so many details? Do I need your 1,000,000,000 years of service?" He Yu looked at him calmly and said, "So what if you're an ancient chaos god? You serve me wholeheartedly, or I'll send you back to the chaos abyss." "You're not strong enough," Hua Shuet said after staring at He Yu for a long time. "Do you think my strength will stagnate? My total years of cultivation cannot even be compared to a fraction of how long you've been rotting away in the chaos abyss. How strong was I when you first saw me, and how strong am I now?" He Yu was imposing. Hua Shue's expression changed. After a long while, he lowered his head and said, "I can serve you, but you need to know that I have a great enemy. That great enemy of yours can't threaten me, nor can he enter this world." He Yu interrupted him. "Hua Shuet pays his respects to the Lord." Hua Shuet knelt down. After being suppressed for countless years, even an ancient chaos god had to lower his head in exchange for an opportunity for freedom. "I hope you sincerely serve me as your master. Betrayal will not end well." He Yu waved her hand, and her domain appeared, enveloping Hua Shuet within and wiping away his abyssal imprint. "I wouldn't dare. I would rather die than betray you," Hua Shuet said respectfully. After wiping out Hua Shue's abyssal imprint, the origin essence of this incarnation was naturally marked with He Yu's own imprint. Were it not for the fact that his main body was too strong and could break free from He Yu's imprint, she would not have asked Chu Xian for advice. Of course, as He Yu grew stronger, her imprint would also grow stronger. As long as she was given enough time, even Hua Shui's main body would not be able to escape her grasp. They're all from the abyss, so I'll let you manage them. You'll be my general. Yes, thank you, Lord. There is great fortune in this world. Find a place in the training hall to cultivate and seize this opportunity, He Yu said, waving her hand. Yes, Lord. Hua Shui bowed and left the palace. He Yu also immersed herself in cultivation. The living beings of the 9 zones were all in the process of undergoing a great transformation. Some hidden ancient existences were also given a new life or improved during this period. The heavenly Dao was undoubtedly the source of this transformation. Outside the 9 zones, the experts from the various races were all still trying to enter the 9 zones. However, they were only met with failure. Experts from the chaos continued to rush over. Most of them were experts from the 9 zones, and were the ancestors of various races. Dozens of World Creator Realm experts were making their way over, as well as many Freedom De Yuan Realm experts. As the number of experts increased, the atmosphere in the region of the chaos surrounding the 9 zones also became heavy. The races of the 9 zones did not want the races of the chaos to interfere in the affairs of the 9 zones, and arrived at an unspoken agreement to join forces. They even considered roping in the races of the ancient chaos world into their alliance. After all, before the last great Dao era, many experts from the ancient chaos world often visited the 9 zones. 624 The Cunning and Shameless Chu. The various powers and experts of the chaos all formed a single faction as well. They were here because the changes in the 9 zones were too great, and they wanted to get a share of the loot. Moreover, something was happening in the depths of the chaos. It was very likely that the 9 zones would become the key to surviving that change. The human race was all alone, and would likely become everyone's target once a full-scale conflict began. If things continued in this matter, they would likely be the first to be eliminated. Hong's expression was serious. Senior brother Xia, when will Ancestor Chu return? Hong asked. The ancestors of the human race addressed each other as senior and junior brothers, except for Chu, who they all called Ancestor. Chu was the first leader to start the era of the human race's growth, and he had an extraordinary status. Furthermore, it could be said that the Xia, Ji, Hong, Yu, Luo, and other human experts had all grown up thanks to Chu's schemes and secret protection. Ancestor Chu might have returned, Xia said after a moment of silence. Hong nodded. Chu was known for his flawless planning. It was impossible for him to not have made some preparations for such a big change. The outside world all thought that he was a cunning person who was good at scheming and mediocre in terms of combat. However, only Xia and a few others knew that Chu was actually very strong. He was just hiding his strength. 3 years had passed. Compared to 3 years ago, the world had expanded by more than 3 times. The speed of expansion had already slowed down. However, it did not stop and no one could enter. All of the human De Yuan realm experts had returned. However, anyone whose Dao path had not reached the 500,000 mile mark was asked to leave. A war could break out at any time, and if they didn't have enough strength, they would definitely die if they stayed. Originally, other than the World Creator Realm experts, everyone was asked to leave. However, the various races would not allow the human race cultivators to leave. Since you've come, why leave? Mo Chi sneered. Their intentions were obvious. These people had entered the heavenly Dao and obtained some opportunities. They would definitely become World Creator Realm experts in the future. In the immortal race, only Daoist Flying Cloud had obtained this opportunity. However, he had the backing of the immortal race, so no one dared to make things difficult for him. He returned to the ancient chaos world to cultivate in seclusion. Xia unslung his saber from his back. Get out of the way, or we'll fight, he said coldly. The myriad cave realm is willing to accept a few human disciples, a shriveled, corpse-like expert said. This person had transcended the world creator realm as well, and the myriad cave realm was a powerful force in the chaos. Xia looked at him and said coldly, I know what the Myriad Cave Realm is trying to accomplish. If you interfere, I'll kill you. Ha, Xia, what big words! Are you looking to make another powerful enemy for your human race? So what? Xia's aura burst forth, and a flash of saber beam appeared. Haha, my friend from the Myriad Cave Realm, hold Xia back for a while. I'll go and slaughter these humans, Mo Chi laughed. Do you all think that the human race is easy to bully? A voice rang out. Ignoring the demon race, who we've been enemies with for countless years, why is the Myriad Cave Realm getting involved? An elegant man walked over slowly. He was holding a black pearl in his hand. He casually threw it toward the forces of the Myriad Cave Realm. The expression of the expert from the Myriad Cave Realm suddenly changed. His aura surged out, and his world and Deo path appeared. However, when the black pearl cracked, it created a black barrier that covered the forces of the Myriad Cave Realm. Boom! The expert from the Myriad Cave Realm who had transcended the World Creator Realm bombarded the black barrier, and cracks started appearing on it. Then, the barrier exploded and turned into a ball of black light, which flashed briefly and then disappeared, taking with it the forces of the Myriad Cave Realm. The experts present were all stunned. That black pearl was definitely some kind of supreme treasure, and had transported those people to an unknown place. Another pearl appeared in Chu's hand. He looked at the various races and smiled. This is a grudge between us and them. I'm sure none of you will interfere, right? Everyone remained silent, which could be considered to be a silent agreement not to interfere. Chu looked at Mo Chi. Mo Chi, why are you making things difficult for the juniors? Mo Chi narrowed his eyes and stared at Chu for a long time. The strength that Chu was displaying at this moment was not of someone who had transcended the World Creator Realm. In any case, Chu had never been known for his strength. The human race cultivators were excited. With Chu's return, it was as if they all found confidence in a pillar of support. Greetings, Ancestor Chu. Chu nodded and waved his hand. Those who have not reached the 500,000 mile mark can leave now. This time, no one stopped them. Mo Kai's face darkened. He did not know what Ting was thinking. Piao did not say anything either, as if the immortal race wanted to stay out of this. The human race cultivators did not hesitate and left immediately, disappearing into the chaos. Chu waved his hand, and a small flag appeared. It disappeared into the chaos, wiping away all traces of the human race's cultivators to keep them from being tracked. The cultivators of the 9 zones all looked at Mo Chi in confusion. Why did he suddenly allow the human race to leave? Who's watching me? Mo Chi suddenly said coldly. The reason why he did not stop Chu was because the moment Chu appeared, he had been locked onto by something or someone that gave him a faint sense of danger. This feeling did not come from Chu, but he could not detect where it had come from. As soon as Mo Chi spoke, the rest of the cultivators who had transcended the World Creator Realm were stunned. Was there a hidden expert? May's spiritual sense swept through the chaos. A cloud of black mist appeared behind Chu. When this happened, many experts' expressions changed. Before this black mist appeared, it seemed to have merged with the chaos itself and was difficult to detect. The black mist condensed and turned into a strange figure. Its scarlet eyes stared at Mo Chi. An abyssal monster. This one had once devoured a chaotic being too. Why was it with Chu? Chu smiled elegantly. Brother Blackie, do you see now? Don't you like demons? The strange figure nodded with a happy expression. Brother Chu, you didn't lie to me. Demons are really delicious. Tai, who had just arrived, could not help but curse in his heart when he saw this scene playing out. Chu must have tricked that monster into working for him. He looked at the monster. It looked like a simple creature that only relied on pure strength. As such, it was not strange that it had been deceived by Chu. Even an experienced person like him had been tricked by Chu a few times, let alone a brainless monster like this. Chu ignored Mo Kai's murderous gaze. He pointed at the demon race's vassals and the other races of the 9 zones that followed the demon race's lead, and said with a smile, all of these have demonic power. They're very much yours, Brother Blackie. The monster nodded its head and opened its mouth. If it had drool, it would have been drooling by now. Brother Chu, you're the best. You're the only one who's good to me in this world. Don't worry, I'll eat whoever dares to bully you. It's what I should do. We're brothers. If I don't treat you well, who else would I treat well? Chu smiled very kindly. All the experts present were cursing in their hearts. Chu was as cunning and shameless as ever. Why did that monster not swallow Chu? Why was he tricked so easily? The monster wriggled its body and stared at Mo Chi. I want to eat him, but I feel like it'll be a little difficult, he said in distress. 625 Chu the Playboy, Part 1. At this moment, Chu gave the monster an idea. Brother Blackie, it's definitely difficult for you to eat him now. You can strengthen yourself before eating him. As he spoke, he pointed at the experts on the demon race's side. Eat them first. After eating them, you'll become much stronger, right? At that time, you can come back and try to eat this fellow. The monster's eyes suddenly lit up. Brother Chu, you're right. Then let's do this. Then, the monster looked at Tai. That one looks like you, but it's too big. Can it be eaten? You can't eat that. It's very silly. You can't eat it. You won't be smart after eating it. Oh, then I won't eat it. I'm smart. It'll be terrible if I become stupid. Tai's face darkened. The monster turned into a cloud of black mist and spread out, directly sweeping towards the demon race's forces. Mo Chi roared and attacked in a hurry. Boom! However, even though he had made a move, there were still demons who were swept into the black mist. They disappeared in the blink of an eye. The black mist dodged repeatedly, but was unable to completely shake off Mo Chi. Brother Chu, he's following me. What should I do? Brother Blackie, don't you think it's very interesting to play around with him while you eat? Isn't it very fun? Yes, yes, fun, really fun. Scarlet Demon roared in anger. Chu, you deserve to die. Chu's smile remained. Mo Chi, have some fun with him. Chu's return had dealt with the myriad cave realm and made Mo Chi run around trying to save the demon race experts. Ting, join forces with me. Mo Chi roared. Lightning flashed around Ting's body, and he was about to interfere. At this moment, Chu laughed. Ting, if I were you, I wouldn't get involved and drag the celestial race into this. Brother Blackie is immortal. Ting's body froze. That monster was only targeting the demons at the moment. If he interfered, that would change very quickly, and the celestial race's forces would then be in trouble. The celestial race's experts were tense. Ancestor Ting, the matters of the demon race have nothing to do with us. They were not cultivators who had transcended the world creator realm, so it would be very dangerous to provoke that monster. This monster had a mysterious origin. When it was weak, it had been defeated by many people. However, it could not be killed or suppressed. On the contrary, it kept getting stronger. In the end, it devoured the chaotic being and got to this level of strength. The other races did not dare to make a move rashly. Mo Chi roared in anger. However, the louder he roared, the happier the black mist seemed to become. He was like a child who had just found an interesting toy. The cultivators of the 9 zones all looked gloomy. Chu, as always, was not strong, but had his ways of dealing with dangerous situations. Tai, long time no see. Chu laughed. Humph. Tai tilted his head and snorted coldly. The smile on Chu's face froze as he cursed in his heart, this big idiot, why was he acting like this? He looked at the immortal race. Piao, long time no see. Piao laughed flirtatiously. Little brother Chu, why are we so distant? Didn't you always call me big sister Piao in the past? Tai turned his head and said angrily, Chu, do you still consider me a brother? The moment you returned, you hooked up with this cheap woman. What about me? Piao's face was ashen. If not for her fear of the jade talisman in Tai's hand, she would have beaten this idiot to the verge of death. Who was he calling a cheap woman? Chu's smile was bright. Tai, we're brothers. There's no need for so much courtesy between us. In the past, when I seduced Xiao's lover, weren't you the one who kept a lookout for me? Hearing this, the experts present immediately revealed shocked expressions. Chu seduced Xiao's lover? Xiao was the first disciple of the immortal ancestor. Chu was hooking up, and Tai was keeping a lookout for him? The mental imagery was super exciting. Piao was stunned. There was such a thing? Tai smiled when he heard that. If Xiao knew that his little lover was hooking up with you, he'd probably die of anger. Chu Yi sighed. Time has passed too quickly. I really miss the old days. She gave me countless treasures. There was even a divine pill refined by the immortal ancestor. All of the experts were stunned, and felt really sorry for Xiao. It was really too tragic. This fellow Chu had led the rise of the human race back then. The first time the human race rose, could it be that he had relied on this method? Xia and the other human experts all wore strange expressions. Ancestor Chu's experience was really rich. Now that he was revealing these secrets publicly, was he prepared to settle old scores? Chu, you're indeed shameless. You can only rely on these underhanded methods to get by. Ting sneered. Chu looked at him. Ting, how's your sister? In the past, I traveled with your sister for more than 10 years. It was such a happy time. We only separated after your sister left the 9 zones. Chu's face was filled with a reminiscent expression. It's been a long time since I've seen your sister. I really miss her. Ting's face turned green. B****. Chu had actually seduced his sister? Ting almost vomited blood. The group of experts was once again stunned. Goddess Xi was also Chu's old flame? She was the personal disciple of the celestial ancestor, the holy and pure Goddess Xi. It was rumored that Yao, another personal disciple of the celestial ancestor, had admired Goddess Xi and pursued her before, but was ruthlessly rejected. Yet she had gotten together with Chu? Don't tell me that you also hooked up with the demons. Mei could not help but ask. When Chu heard this, he snorted, humph. How could I have hooked up with such evil scum? 626 Chu the Playboy, Part 2. How many experts have you hooked up with? Mei wondered if he had seduced anyone from her race. The ancient experts could not help but recall the first time the human race rose to power. The immortal race did not target them. The celestial race did not target them. The dragons did not target them. The fiery phoenixes did not target them. Only the demon race did. It was also during that period that many humans joined the immortal race, and even the celestial race accepted some human disciples. As for those that joined the demon race, they became hated enemies of the human race and were hunted down. As Piao and Ting thought of this, they were stunned. Were those human spies who had been planted by Chu? Although they seemed to have transformed into members of the immortal and celestial races, who knew where their hearts and loyalties lay. Looking back on history, those people did not seem to help the human race and even suppressed them. Were they just waiting for an opportunity? If this was so, then would the immortal and celestial races not be compromised? Chu, this guy was indeed not simple. Your aunt and I are close friends, Chu said with a smile as he looked at Mei. Mei's expression was ugly. As expected, this guy had hooked up within the heavenly fox race as well. However, everyone was puzzled. How did Chu manage to hook up with so many female experts? Many people turned to look at Piao. It seemed that this person also had an unclear relationship with Chu. Human B****, you're not a good person. When my aunt was in trouble, why didn't you save her? Mei scolded angrily. Chu peeked at her. Who said I wasn't a good person? If you were, how could my aunt have died? Mei's voice turned cold, as if she wanted to attack again. Who told you that she died? I have never let down those who treated me with sincerity, Chu chuckled. Then where is my aunt? Mei asked anxiously after being momentarily stunned. When the time is right, she will naturally appear. Chu ignored Mei and turned to look at Long Hai. Long Hai, your sister didn't come with you. Long Hai cursed in his heart. Chu was a B****. He had actually seduced his sister? B****. Aren't you afraid that the girls you've seduced will all gather together? This was no longer two-timing. Who knew how many people he had hooked up with? Kun Sheng, a cultivator from the ancient chaos world who had transcended the world creator realm, could not help but say, Chu, the ones you've hooked up with, they all seem to be much older than you, right? The experts present were stunned once again. Chu was known as the human race's first ancestor, causing the people present to mistakenly think that he was of the same generation as them. In reality, Chu was their junior. Piao and Ting were the heaven-blessed geniuses of the same generation, and the gap between them was less than 1 day yuan. Chu was not like that. He was a junior in the human race. Before him, there was Mei's sister and her lover, who had unparalleled talent and was known as the #1 monster of the human race. He had created a cultivation technique that belonged to the human race. Chu was a latecomer. The difference between him and these ancient experts was at least one great Dao era. Whether it was Xiao's lover, Goddess Xi, Mei's aunt, or Long Hai's sister, each of them old enough to be Chu's ancestor. What do you know? Chu smiled and said, haven't you heard of the saying that matured wine tastes better? They're all tens of billions of years older than me, so what's wrong with having a little fun? The group of experts cursed inwardly, Chu, so you're such a person. The human experts looked embarrassed. So, Ancestor Chu is such a person. Tai raised his head and looked around. Chu was indeed such a shameless person. When she seduced Xiao's lover back then, he was the one who kept watch. He was traveling with Goddess Xi and pretending to be her servant. Whenever Chu got a treasure from her, Tai would get a share as well. Back then, his strength had increased rapidly, partly because of the treasures Chu had given him. He even taught me how to hook up with beautiful women. Tai's thoughts drifted a little. He could not help but recall the powerful woman he saw in the chaos abyss. He had tried to seduce her, but was tricked and suffered heavy injuries to this day. Hong looked at Chu with admiration. Chu was handsome, elegant, and carefree. In the human race, everyone said that Hong had ancestor Chu's style. His gaze turned to Piao. This immortal maiden was rumored to be a human race genius, and it was extremely likely that she was the human race's first person with great fate. If she had not entered the immortal race, she would probably be called the mother of the human race now. If he hooked up with her. Hong seemed to see the scene of Piao, this big sister, casually giving him the most precious supreme treasures. Piao's face darkened. With Hong's puny strength, how could he hide his intentions from her? One look was enough to tell that he had impure intentions. I'll kill you if you have any evil thoughts. Hong quivered and hurriedly hid himself. Chu looked at Hong speechlessly. How could Piao be so easy to seduce? If she was easy to seduce, he would have done so long ago. After all, it had not been that long ago that he had been calling her big sister Piao. On the other side, Mo Chi was still roaring in anger, unable to do anything to Blackie, who had devoured 3 more people, and seemed to be having a lot of fun. All the experts present had to admire Chu's methods. He had no idea how he had managed to trick this monster into trusting him. Thanks to Chu's appearance, the various races lost their interest in targeting the human race for the time being. Also, they were very curious as to why Chu would bring up his past love life at this time. The people he had hooked up with in the past were now all influential figures in their respective races. If they helped him, how could all the races unite against the human race? Perhaps only the demon race was untouched. However, would they be able to deal with the human race alone? The human race of today was no longer the same as before. Moreover, anyone who knew Chu already knew that he had planned everything out. Since he had appeared and was talking so casually, it meant that he was confident in dealing with any crisis that the human race was about to face. The strange black mist monster was a helper he had found. However, did Chu only have one helper? Many of the powerful experts of the 9 zones turned their eyes to the forces of the races of the chaos, wondering if Chu's helpers were hidden among them. This guy was too good at this stuff. Furthermore, they had not seen him for such a long time, so who knew what other trump cards he had prepared during this period, or how many experts he had seduced. In the 9 zones, Chu Xian was looking at Chu with a strange expression. It was too awesome. The people he had hooked up with were all experts who were tens of billions of years older than him. Amazing. He was well versed in the ways of living off women. Furthermore, Chu looked a little bit like his father Chu Kaioluo. No, it should be the other way around. His father looked like Chu. Chu Xian's body had already changed and was no longer part of the Chu family's bloodline. The 3,000 chaos bodies of creation was a special constitution that would allow him to transcend the chaos. It was beyond the scope of this bloodline. Even so, he was still a descendant of Chu, just that he no longer shared the latter's bloodline. As expected, this sly old fox was very powerful. On the surface, it was all schemes and plots. In fact, strength was his true confidence. Chu Xian was also extremely good at hiding his strength. With his special constitution, no one could detect his cultivation level. Chu had already transcended the world creator realm and was no weaker than Xia. However, Chu actually had 2 worlds and 2 Dao paths, each paired respectively. One world and Dao path was his creation, while the other world and Dao path were created by the fusion of refinement and transformation of an ancient expert who had fallen, but had left behind a Dao path and world that contained a trace of creation. When that ancient expert died, he was no weaker than someone who had reached the 30 million mile mark. Chu's strength was no weaker than someone who had reached the 20 million mile mark. This was because the worlds and Dao paths had yet to fuse completely, as he had only recently obtained them. However, if necessary, he could temporarily force the fusion to increase his strength. What made Chu Xian look at him in a new light was not just the extra world and Dao path, but also how unorthodox and unexpected he was. 627 Chu the Playboy, Part 3. Within the chaos, the experts from the various races gathered. There were many forces that came from the chaos, and the leader of each force was an expert who had transcended the world creator realm. All of these leaders had lived for countless years, and could naturally sense an opportunity when they saw one, as well as sense dangers. However, no one could make heads or tails of Chu, whether it was his strength or his schemes. As expected of the first ancestor of the human race, the old sly fox was amazing. Chu Xian sighed sincerely. At first, he thought that the corpse-like incarnation in the heavenly domain was possibly Chu's clone. However, after seeing Chu, he knew he could exclude Chu. Chu Xian had a few guesses about that person's identity, but he was still uncertain. In the chaos, Chu, who was chatting and laughing with many experts and reminiscing about his glorious past, unexpectedly, was just a clone. That's right. The Chu in the chaos was a clone, and not his true body. This was why Chu Xian was so impressed. A clone had already transcended the world creator realm. How could his main body be any weaker? Furthermore, once his clone merged with his main body, Chu would be equal to, if not stronger than, Prison Dao ancient god. Chu, compared to Piao and the other personal disciples of the immortal ancestor, was a junior from an entirely different era, yet he had caught up to their strength. From this, it was evident that this old guy's talent was extraordinary. Of course, Chu had received a lot of help in his cultivation from the female experts he had hooked up with. Living off women was indeed a shortcut. It could save him countless years of hard work. Prison Deo ancient god, this ancient chaos god, was truly trash. Even Chu had caught up to him. Among the races of the 9 zones, besides the old ancestors of the immortal, celestial, and demon races, as well as the dragons and fiery phoenixes, who could compare to Chu among the personal disciples of the various old ancestors? Piao, a personal disciple of the immortal ancestor. Ting, a personal disciple of the celestial ancestor. Mo Chi, a personal disciple of the demon ancestor. Their strengths were inferior to Chu. Even if they were not the strongest among the disciples of the 3 ancestors, it could still be inferred that not many of their fellow personal disciples could compare to Chu. Maybe this was also why Chu was talking about his past affairs, and even talking about how he had seduced Xiao's lover. It was likely that he was confident in dealing with Xiao. With him and Ji around, the human race would be safe as long as the old ancestors did not show themselves. Ji's extreme Dao was extremely powerful. Furthermore, he had received some secret techniques from Chu Xian, and was also comprehending the jade talisman Chu Xian had given him. He would continue to grow stronger and stronger. Chu probably had allies and helpers too, and likely had spies in all of the major races. Moreover, his female partners over the years were not weak, and might possibly emerge to assist him in times of need. Chu Xian looked at the black mist monster. He was also very curious as to how Chu had managed to trick this monster into following his orders. The black mist monster had an extraordinary background, and Chu Xian could sense a familiar aura from it. Unlike the chaos abyss that Prison Dao ancient god used to suppress powerful enemies, the abyssal aura around the black mist monster was purer and denser. It was likely that this strange monster came from a naturally created chaos abyss, where the old laws of the chaos were eliminated. It was considered to be where the chaos dumped its garbage, in a sense, but it also contained its own special opportunities. The old laws that had been eliminated might not remain as such forever. Occasionally, some eliminated laws would emerge back into the chaos. These laws naturally contained some of the mysteries of the chaos. The strange black mist monster exuded the aura of the eliminated laws of the chaos. If Chu Xian's guess was correct, this black mist monster was actually formed over a long period of time from the mixture of eliminated laws of the chaos. It would be extremely difficult to kill him. Even if one could defeat him, he would not die, and merely return to where he was born from, and slowly recover. Moreover, it would be quite difficult to defeat the black mist monster, and it was almost impossible for anyone in the early stages of having transcended the world creator realm to do so. Mo Chi was being held back by the strange monster, and the demon race experts were terrified and kept trying to get behind Mo Chi to keep themselves safe. Of course, they had also thought of hiding among the forces of the various races, but the other forces were not fools. If they allowed that to happen, the strange black mist monster might start targeting them as well. Therefore, as soon as they saw the demon race's experts approaching, they immediately drove them away. At this moment, the strange black mist monster and Mo Chi seemed to be playing a game, and the former was definitely having fun as he cackled occasionally. Ever since he was born, he had experienced too few things. Other than devouring some experts, he had no other experiences. Everything he saw was fresh. This was why he was so easily fooled by Chu. At this moment, the more he played, the more excited he became. Mo Chi was completely infuriated, but there was nothing he could do to the black mist monster. He was striving to protect the demon race's experts, which was utterly exhausting. If he did not protect these people, they would all be devoured by the black mist. However, Mo Chi was not only doing this for the sake of these people, but also for his own life. After devouring the demon race's experts, the black mist monster would definitely become stronger, and would likely pose a threat to him. Chu, you and I are irreconcilable. Mo Chi angrily roared. Chu was too lazy to respond. The demon was a fool. They had been enemies from the very beginning. Why would this change anything? 628 The Divine World. Honestly, he really wanted to join forces with Xia to kill Mo Qi. However, if he and Xia made their move, Piao and Ting would definitely interfere, as well as the other experts who had transcended the World Creator realm. There were also the other experts who had transcended the World Creator realm who would also definitely make a move. In the 9 zones, apart from the major races such as the Immortals, Celestials, and Demons, there were still some experts who managed to obtain a fortune or opportunity and transcend the World Creator realm. It would not be long before these guys returned one after another. Chu was trying to figure out how the human race would be able to establish a firm foothold. He looked at the 9 zones. The changes in the 9 zones were extraordinary, and had surpassed his expectations. He had to find a way to enter the 9 zones in advance in order to gain the initiative. The changes of the 9 zones were still ongoing, and at this stage, the various races were all unable to enter. However, once the changes stabilized, the power of rejection should disappear. If they waited until then, they would be at a disadvantage. Of course, no one knew that the 9 zones had a master, and that without his permission, the power of rejection would not disappear. The strange monster was pestering Mo Qi, while Chu and the other experts present were chatting and laughing. Without the demons making things difficult for the humans, no other race would take the initiative to attack them. Therefore, for the time being, everything remained calm and conflict-free. They were all waiting for the 9 zones changes to end and the disappearance of the power of rejection. Then, the battle over the great opportunities within the 9 zones would begin. Of course, this peace did not extend to the demon race, who were suffering from the attacks of the strange black mist monster. Mo Qi was becoming increasingly frustrated. As more and more experts arrived from the chaos, the audience watching this show increased. Everyone did their best to steer clear of the confrontation. Those who returned were mostly World Creator Realm experts. Among them, there was no lack of experts whose races had been wiped out, leaving only a scant few survivors. As for the experts who had transcended the World Creator Realm, they were the minority, and were all at the early stages of its cultivation. None of them had surpassed the 30 million mile mark. Tai felt embarrassed as he saw these experts returning one after another. Many of his old acquaintances were all stronger than him. If not for the jade talisman in his hand, he would not have dared to show himself. Finally, one day, a giant walked out of the chaos. A giant race expert who had transcended the World Creator Realm had appeared. Now, the giant race truly had someone to rely on. After all, Tai was not very reliable, and weaker than the other experts. 6th brother. When Tai saw who it was, he smiled awkwardly. The 6th ancestor of the giant race, Feng. Have you recovered from your injuries? I have. Tai smiled. Feng looked at Chu and did not pay much attention to the latter. The giant race expert who had the best relationship with the human race was the chief of the 18 ancestors. The next one after that was Tai, who often hung out with Chu and called him brother. However, they had briefly parted ways after an argument, though that seemed to be a thing of the past now. Feng did not want to get involved with the human race. He had only returned to protect the giant race and its interests. He was not particularly interested in the changes in the 9 zones either. After greeting the experts present, he returned to the giant race's territory and remained there. His intentions were clear. He had returned only for the giant race. No force was allowed to attack the giant race. It was also a display of strength. The giant race did not lack people who had transcended the World Creator Realm. Chu Xian saw that there was nothing new to see in the chaos, so he turned his attention elsewhere, and checked out the 9 zones, which were constantly changing and expanding, though at a much slower pace. Many things, like the reincarnation cycle, were not far from being perfected. The Netherworld, Buddhist world and Monster world had all improved as well, and the structure of the three realms had already taken shape. In the future, the current 9 zones would become the mortal realm. The heavenly domain would become the heaven realm. Furthermore, if one wanted to enter the heaven realm, one had to break through to the Daeyuan realm. The desolate ancient zone was the core of the mortal world and the door to the heaven realm. The lower realm was the nether world, where the reincarnation cycle was. The Buddhist world and monster world were relatively independent realms, connected to the human realm, the heaven realm, and the nether world. The current 9 zones had expanded more than 100 times. The space was also more stable, and the heavenly Dao continued to expand along with the 9 zones. The new world was not connected to the heavenly Dao for the time being, as Chu Xian had other plans for it. That being said, it was still considered part of the 9 zones. The cultivators of the 9 zones were undoubtedly the first to benefit from the great opportunities in the world. Almost every cultivator above the Emperor realm was in secluded cultivation, completely immersed in the joys of the rapid cultivation progress they were enjoying. The Daeyuan realm cultivators of the 9 zones were extending their Dao paths by almost 10 miles a day, which was unprecedented. It turned out that clearing 10 miles a day was such a happy thing. Those hidden existences also benefited from this, and either became stronger, or hastened their recovery process. Once they emerged, they would likely become heavenly Dao ancient gods, which was considered a great opportunity and fortune. After all, the upper limits of the heavenly Dao were endless, and they would grow stronger in tandem with it. Furthermore, unless the heavenly Dao was not destroyed, they would basically be immortal, and would be able to recover within the heavenly Dao. The number of living beings that broke through to the Dao realm and Daeyuan realm increased, which in turn also strengthened the heavenly Dao. This was also why the heavenly Dao had not stopped expanding and improving so far. In a sense, the improvement would never stop, though at some point it would reach a plateau, which would become the new norm. Chu Xian had a feeling that when the heavenly Dao stopped expanding, the world would be completely stable, and the 3 realms would be complete. It was likely that the heavenly Dao's existence would become known to the experts of the chaos at that point, and everyone would know that the great Dao had been devoured and replaced by the heavenly Dao. It would not be long before that happened. The 9 zones would also become history. It was time to give the world a new name. Chu Xian pondered for a while. Then, as he focused his mind, a name resonated within the heavenly Dao. Divine World. The 9 zones would become history, and the divine world would spread throughout the chaos. The first world in the chaos, the divine world. Once news of this got out, it would definitely cause a huge commotion in the chaos, and shake the chaos to its core. Even Chaos Supreme beings would take notice of this. It was inevitable that the heavenly Dao would change the chaos, and behind those changes in the heavenly Dao, was him. If one did not have enough strength, they would not be able to resist this change this brought. There would definitely be experts who would try to enter the heavenly Dao and steal what was his. After this, the heavenly Dao's goal would be to devour and fuse with the supreme law of the chaos. After the first supreme law was devoured, then he would set his eyes on the other 8. 629 on the threshold of breaking through. The heavenly Dao would eventually rule over everything in the chaos, and all living beings in the chaos could only cultivate within the heavenly Dao. The entire chaos would become a single world. Of course, this was far off in the distant future when the heavenly Dao reached its apex. If there was an accident or he died, everything would be in vain. Before that, Chu Xian first had to face the turmoil caused by the spread of the heavenly Dao throughout the chaos and the divine world replacing the 9 zones. Experts who had transcended the world creator realm were not sufficient to threaten the heavenly Dao, however, Chaos Supreme Realm experts would be. Still, the situation had not developed to the point where Chaos Supreme Realm experts were involved, so Chu Xian was not too worried about this. By the time things reached that point, he should have broken through to the Chaos Supreme Realm. Moreover, the 100-year milestone was not far off. He would then be able to deal with the potential threat of Chaos Supreme Realm experts. As for those who had transcended the chaos, they were no longer in the chaos after transcending it. The affairs of the chaos no longer concerned them. Furthermore, Chu Xian had no idea whether anyone had actually managed to transcend the chaos. The 95-year milestone soon arrived. Only 5 years remained until the century mark. At this moment, Chu Xian felt he had reached the threshold of the Chaos Supreme Realm, as the 3,000 chaos bodies of creation began to grow. However, it was the beginning of achieving the Chaos Supreme Realm. The chaotic energy of creation in his body would eventually give birth to supreme laws, and he himself represented the chaos. If others wanted to break through to the Chaos Supreme Realm, they would need to comprehend a supreme law of the chaos, and then merge themselves with it. With this, one could control a portion of the supreme law of the chaos, and the power of the Dao path would transform into supreme power. Chu Xian's breakthrough did not need to be like this. As long as the chaotic energy of creation in his body gave birth to supreme laws, he would possess supreme power after it developed. Moreover, the supreme laws in his body could be integrated into the 9 supreme laws of the chaos and control the power of the supreme laws. This was a special characteristic of the 3,000 chaos bodies of creation. It was not bound by the supreme laws of the chaos. The rest of the Chaos Supreme Experts' divine souls were connected to one of the 9 supreme laws of the chaos, and merged with them. In a certain sense, it was also a kind of restriction. After all, if one wanted to transcend the chaos, one had to break away from the 9 supreme laws of the chaos. This was also the reason why these Chaos Supreme Experts had never found a way to transcend the chaos. Chu Xian did not have these restrictions. Within his body, he possessed supreme power because of the supreme laws that were born from the chaotic energy of creation. There was no need for his divine soul to be connected to the supreme laws of the chaos. He could use the embryonic form of the supreme laws in his body as a medium to connect with the supreme laws of the chaos to achieve the same thing, and could disconnect the link at any time. It was precisely because of this that he was not bound, making it easier for him to transcend the chaos. Even so, the journey would be long and arduous. Furthermore, Chu Xian currently did not have a specific cultivation method to transcend the chaos. It was just that he continued to improve in this direction. After breaking through to the Chaos Supreme Realm, Chu Xian's cultivation progress would slow down significantly. Chu Xian then immersed himself in cultivation, not allowing the situation in the chaos or in the divine world to affect him. After all, as long as he did not allow it, no one could penetrate the heavenly Dao and enter the divine world, unless Chaos Supreme Realm experts appeared. The heavenly Dao was still in the process of improving, no one knew that it had already replaced the great Dao of the 9 zones. The structure of chaos had changed unknowingly. However, once the truth was revealed, and the name of the heavenly Dao spread throughout the chaos, it would definitely attract the Chaos Supreme Realm. Some might even feel that the heavenly Dao was the key to transcending the chaos. That would be something that would be fatally attractive to all Chaos Supreme Realm experts. 630 Calm Before the Storm, Part 1. In the chaos, many experts were waiting in silence. The 9 zones expansion was slowing down. Although it was close to the ancient chaos world, it did not seem to have enough in it to reach the ancient chaos world. Mochi was in a sorry state. The strange monster seemed to be tireless and showed no signs of getting tired. He kept staring at Mochi and the demon race's experts. In total, the black mist monster had swallowed 6 of the demon race experts. Mochi was so angry that steam was coming out of his nostrils. However, he was helpless. He was unable to do anything to the black mist monster. Ting and the others would not help him. No one was willing to offend the black mist monster. After all, none of them could kill it. The experts of the 9 zones looked at Chu with a hint of fear. This guy did not look very strong, but the moment he returned, the whole situation changed. At this moment, a powerful aura emerged from the chaos, brimming with demonic power. A supreme expert of the demon race had returned. Mochi immediately heaved a sigh of relief, as well as the various experts of the 9 zones. Chu raised an eyebrow and looked at the chaos. Very strong. This newcomer was stronger than Mo Chi, and was even stronger than Mei. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful devouring force appeared, creating a terrifying vortex that engulfed the black mist monster. Xia looked at Chu. Should he make a move? Chu shook his head. If Xia attacked, Ting would attack too. It was inevitable. Bang! Bang! The black mist monster turned into a cloud of black mist. However, it still could not escape the vortex. More than half of the black mist was swallowed up. Bang! Bang! An explosive sound came from the vortex, and a wisp of black mist seemed to have been completely annihilated. The black mist that had escaped from the vortex condensed back into human form. He looked at the black vortex and roared in anger. The vortex subsided, and a demon walked over, his eyes red and cold. Mo Shi, the personal disciple of the demon ancestor, and Mo Kai's senior brother. The black mist monster roared and glared at Mo Shi, but there was also a hint of fear in his eyes. Bang! Bang! The black mist exploded, and within the chaos, a murky color appeared. There seemed to be a special power of the laws lingering around it. It spread toward Mo Shi, who snorted coldly. He raised his hand and clapped. The vortex reappeared and swallowed that murky substance into the vortex. In an instant, Mo Shi's expression turned pale. The vortex actually showed signs of contamination. Boom! Mo Shi waved his hand, and the vortex disappeared into the chaos. The strange monster could not be killed, but he could be temporarily expelled. With the black mist monster gone, many people turned to look at Chu. Mo Shi had returned, so the human race was going to face a crisis again. Once the demon race made their move, many experts would follow suit. Mo Chi did not hesitate and attacked. Chu, you deserve to die. Boom! Shua! A saber beam flashed through the chaos. Xia had made his move. Tai looked at Mo Shi helplessly. He took out the jade talisman and gave it to Chu. This is for you. As soon as the jade talisman was taken out, everyone's expression changed. That faint might exuded by the jade talisman felt suffocating. Mo Shi's expression changed as well. Giant race, are you siding with the humans? He asked coldly. In the past, the first ancestor of the giant race had protected the human race and imparted a body tempering technique to them. I am good friends with Chu. It's personal and doesn't involve the giant race, Tai said coldly. Chu looked at the jade talisman in Tai's hand. He could sense the terrifying power contained within it. Powerful as it was impossible for the human race to survive this situation with just this. The top experts of the major races all had their own trump cards. It was not impossible to offset the power of the jade talisman by paying a price. Furthermore, Chu could sense that although Mo Shi was wary, he was not too afraid. Obviously, he was prepared. Even if the jade talisman could kill Mo Shi, it would not change anything. On the contrary, it would provoke the powerful experts of the 9 territories and encourage them to pay a great price to destroy the human race. Tai, take back the jade talisman. The human race won't go this far. Chu shook his head and smiled. Tai was displeased. When did you become so wishy-washy? You've always been the one scamming treasures from me. Why don't you want one when I give it to you? Chu looked at the silly giant and laughed. Tai, since you know that, you should also understand that if I don't want your treasure, it means I have the confidence to solve this problem. Tai looked at him in confusion. Chu was known for his flawless plans and schemes. However, with his current strength, could he really solve the current dilemma? In the face of absolute power, schemes would not be that useful. Tai thought for a moment and put away the jade talisman. He had decided that if Chu was in a dangerous situation where he would definitely die, he would use this jade talisman to save him. He could not care too much about the other humans. Xia and Mo Chi were already engaged in a great battle. Mo Chi looked at Chu. I'd like to see how you're going to deal with this situation. With a wave of his hand, a powerful vortex appeared, and a terrifying devouring power swept toward the human race's experts. Chu laughed and said, "Why bother?" Many experts from the 9 zones were eager to join in, including Ting, whose body was already starting to surge with power. Chu looked at him. "If you make a move, your sister might punish you." The lightning around Ting's body ceased to circulate. His face was filled with anger. The human race's experts were about to be swallowed by the vortex. A layer of ripples appeared, like water, blocking the vortex and offsetting the devouring power. She looked up. A coquettish woman floated over elegantly. A faint ripple of water appeared on her finger, exuding the power of her Dao path. When they saw who had intervened, everyone was stunned. Is the Water God Valley sect going to interfere in the affairs of the 9 zones? The one who spoke up was Piao. It was not a matter between the demon race and the human race, but a matter involving the races of the 9 zones. Both the demon race and the human race came from the 9 zones, so Piao classified this as an internal matter between the races of the 9 zones. The Water God Valley sect was a force of the chaos. They had crossed the line by interfering in the affairs of the 9 zones. The woman did not stop. There were water ripples around her body, like a fairy in the water. She was an unparalleled beauty. As she blocked Moshi's devouring vortex, she looked at Piao and smiled. This has nothing to do with the Water God Valley sect. Besides, I'm also a part of the 9 zones. She looked at the elegant and handsome Chu. He's my man, so what's wrong with me standing up for my man? Everyone was stunned. Even Moshi stopped attacking. Even Hong and the other human race's experts were all stunned. Ancestor Chu was too good at seducing people. He had actually seduced such a powerful woman. Piao was stunned. He recalled how Chu had called her big sister Piao and had given her some treasures. At that time, was Chu trying to seduce her? ****. Ting was so angry that lightning crackled all around him. "Chu, didn't you and my sister," he said angrily. He was going crazy. This ****. How many people had he hooked up with? The woman smiled elegantly and gracefully. She took out a folding fan, opened it, and gently fanned herself. "Oh, about Sister Xi, she knows." The smile on Chu's face was very innocent. Ting was so angry that he almost vomited blood. 631 Calm Before the Storm, Part 2. All of the experts were stunned. This was especially true for the experts from the other races who were around the same age as Ting. Did Goddess Xi know that Chu had seduced another woman? She actually did not care? What was going on? Back then, Yao had pursued Xi but was rejected. If he knew about this, he would probably vomit blood. Of course, there was no lack of people who were envious of Chu. His strength was average, but he was able to hook up with so many female experts. Moreover, they did not mind him fooling around with other women. Was Chu so charming? Hong made up his mind that, after this, he would ask Ancestor Chu for advice on how to hook up with female experts. For the prosperity of the human race, he would make the sacrifice. On the other side, Mo Chi and Xia had stopped fighting. Everything seemed to have entered a strange stalemate. Unless Ting or Long Hai also attacked, the situation would not change. From the looks of it, the possibility was not high. Long Hai was reading a book, and as for Ting, his sister had been seduced, and he was about to go crazy with anger, but he did not dare to make a move. If he angered his sister, the consequences would not be good. Piao did not seem to have any intention of making a move. There was another expert who had surpassed the world creator realm, but he was slightly weaker, so he would not be able to tilt the balance of the situation. Now, they could only wait. Wait for the other experts to return. Chu was carefree and looked in all directions with an evil gaze. His posture was natural and unrestrained. Mo Shi's expression was dark. Mo Kai's expression was extremely ugly. There was a hint of fear in his eyes as he looked at the woman. Mo Chi was weaker than the other party, and even Mo Shi did not have the confidence to win. She was the #1 genius of the Water God Valley sect, Shui Lian. It was rumored that the Water God Valley sect was founded by an ancient chaos god. Many powerful forces in the chaos had come for the 9 zones change this time. Other than Shui Lian, there were also other female experts. The experts of the 9 zones could not help but look at the remaining female experts. Were any among them Chu's lovers as well? They all cursed inwardly. How did this B***starred Chu hook up with these female experts? What was even more ridiculous was, these female experts were actually willing to be on good terms with him despite knowing that he had other lovers. It would be fine if Chu was a supreme expert, but he was not. Was his cultivation method related to seduction? Boom! From the chaos, another powerful aura emerged. Another world creator realm expert arrived, who was also from one of the races of the 9 zones. However, despite this, Mo Shi did not start fighting. He continued to wait. Chu was all smiles. After that, more and more experts returned. The 9 zones now had 3 more experts who had transcended the world creator realm. Even if they were weaker than Xia in a one-on-one fight, they could still gain the upper hand if they joined forces. Mo Shi was still waiting. The experts of the 9 zones were also waiting patiently. The world was expanding, but it had not stabilized yet. The power of rejection did not disappear either. There was no rush to deal with the human race. All the races had a tacit understanding, which was that they could not allow the humans to enter the 9 zones. The human race was blessed by the Great Dao, so their chances of entering the 9 zones and obtaining opportunities were far higher than other races. The two sides had been fighting for a long time, so if the human race truly rose up, all of the other races would be suppressed. This was inevitable. For example, the human race had become the overlord of the 9 zones and had almost unified the 9 zones. Now, the descendants of the various races in the 9 zones were all suppressed by the human race to the point of suffocation. In fact, some of the races that had stayed in the 9 zones had gone extinct. More and more experts continued to arrive, which increased the amount of pressure on Hong and the others. Only Chu remained calm, despite the fact that no other human race supreme experts had returned. Even Shui Lian felt the pressure. Mo Shi was no weaker than her. If they were to fight, she might even be at a disadvantage. On the human side, Xia was the only one who had transcended the world creator realm. He glanced at Chu, who was still as calm as ever. This put his heart more at ease. Ancestor Chu probably still had more trump cards up his sleeve. As more and more experts appeared, the atmosphere became more and more solemn. It was like the calm before the storm. Piao frowned. Where did Chu get his confidence from? 632 Breaking through, Chaos Supreme Realm. Could it be that he had found a powerful backer? Was that even possible? Could it be that he was really confident despite being surrounded by the various races? Even if the celestial and immortal race did not participate, enough demon race supreme experts had returned to completely overrun the human race's forces. Mo Shi looked at Chu in silence. He was known as the first ancestor of the human race, but he was not too strong. However, he was unparalleled in his schemes and was good at seducing female experts. The battle against the human race was about to break out. Ji had been watching silently, and did not show himself. He was focused on comprehending the insights within the jade talisman Chu Xian had given him. His strength had increased. These experts had all come for the changes in the 9 zones. However, none of them knew that these changes were related to the Supreme Lord. How could they seize the opportunities in the 9 zones without the Supreme Lord's permission? That being said, he did not know why Chu was so confident. Naturally, he could sense how extraordinary Chu was, so he did not believe that Chu was weak. Chu had most definitely transcended the world creator realm. However, it did not give him any sense of oppression, so Chu was likely weaker than he was. Under such circumstances, how could he be so confident? Even Ji did not have the confidence to deal with so many experts who had transcended the world creator realm. He watched silently, waiting for the right moment to strike. Once he made a move, he would definitely kill someone. He had disappeared for such a long time, so the other races had probably forgotten about him. Perhaps it was time to bring back those memories, and help them to recall the fear they had felt in the past. Chu Xian woke up from his state of comprehension. Within his body, the 3,000 chaos bodies of creation had given birth to the embryonic form of the supreme laws of the chaos. His Dao path surrounded them, and acted like a bridge. At this moment, his entire being was undergoing some sort of transformation. He looked up and saw the 9 supreme laws of the chaos, which maintained the existence of the chaos. With a single thought, a supreme law in his divine soul directly connected with a supreme law in the chaos. It felt as if all living beings in the chaos were under his control. Be it their Dao paths or worlds, they were all like bubbles that would burst with a single poke. His body began to generate supreme power. After 98 years, Chu Xian had broken through to the Chaos Supreme Realm. At this moment, Chu Xian deeply realized the power and horror of the Chaos Supreme Realm. After retrieving the connection with the Supreme Law of the Chaos, Chu Xian continued to observe the embryonic Supreme Law in the mass of chaotic energy of creation. Even though it had already grown a bit and had given birth to supreme power, and even though it could connect to the supreme laws of the chaos and control part of their power, they were still weak and were like seedlings. Chu Xian examined the changes in his body. His strength had been raised to a terrifying level. How terrifying would it be to transcend the chaos then? Only by breaking through to the Chaos Supreme Realm could one understand the gap between transcending the World Creator Realm and the Chaos Supreme Realm. A Chaos Supreme Realm expert could easily kill all those who had transcended the World Creator Realm within the chaos. No matter how many of them there were, they would not be able to pose a threat to a Chaos Supreme Realm expert. He was truly at the peak of the chaos, above all living beings in the chaos, and in control of the supreme laws of the chaos. After breaking through to the Chaos Supreme Realm, Chu Xian's cultivation speed suddenly dropped. He was only slowly improving in the direction of transcending the chaos. This was the natural ability of the 3,000 chaos bodies of creation to transcend the chaos. However, without a corresponding cultivation method, he would not be able to actively cultivate in that direction. Chu Xian could only wait for the 100-year milestone reward and hope to receive a cultivation method that would allow him to transcend the chaos. You remained in seclusion, yet broke through to the Chaos Supreme Realm. You became the fastest cultivator to break through the Chaos Supreme Realm in the history of the chaos. You are also the only cultivator to break through to the Chaos Supreme Realm in 100 years. You have been rewarded with the experience of transcending the chaos. The system's notification rang out. He had set a new record, so it was inevitable that the system's reward would be triggered. To Chu Xian's surprise, the reward this time was to experience transcending chaos. What was it like to transcend the chaos? This time, he might understand, and perhaps would find out if there had been anyone who had transcended the chaos. According to Chu Xian's speculations, even if there were those who transcended the chaos, they were definitely not in the chaos. Chu Xian received his reward. By experiencing transcending the chaos, he would gain insights into the process. Boom! Chu Xian only felt that everything was sublimating. Be it the chaos or the world, they were all collapsing like bubbles around him. A terrifying and unknown power appeared out of nowhere. It seemed to be resisting his attempt to transcend the chaos, and was trying to stop him from improving. Chu Xian experienced this process. Perhaps this was the kind of tribulation one had to face in order to transcend the chaos? Only by surpassing it could one transcend the chaos? He wondered if he would encounter something similar when he attempted to transcend the chaos in the future. Would his 3,000 chaos bodies of creation allow him to circumvent this? At a certain moment, Chu Xian felt like he had broken through some kind of restriction, and arrived at an unknown space. There was nothing here. It was as if everything was blank. However, if it was blank, how could such a special place exist? He opened his eyes. He looked down. He saw a huge grey sphere that was slowly expanding. Was that the chaos? The chaos kept expanding and expanding. This was also the reason why he felt that the chaos was boundless. The chaos was always expanding and becoming bigger. When chaos became bigger, it naturally meant that chaos was becoming stronger. Chu Xian silently looked at the chaos below. This was what it meant to transcend the chaos. Where was he after transcending the chaos? Chu Xian looked to the side of the chaos and saw that there was also a grey mass that was constantly expanding. Another chaos? He looked around and saw 9 different chaoses. Chu Xian looked at the chaos below him, which was where he was now. Beside it was another chaos, which was also expanding. According to how things were progressing, the 2 chaoses would collide and merge one day. Chu Xian now understood a few things. Originally, this mysterious domain had more than 9 chaoses. However, in the end, they collided and fused, leaving only 9 behind. Perhaps, after countless years, only 1 chaos would exist in this mysterious domain. His will began to return. From the corner of his eyes, Chu Xian saw an unknown place in the mysterious domain. However, he was too far away to see it clearly. Suddenly, he saw a huge head floating outside one of the chaoses. At the center of the head, there was an eye. There was still some life left in the huge eye, but it was very dim. What was that? Chu Xian's heart trembled. Was that an existence that had transcended the chaos and was on the verge of death? 633 The Start of the Battle, Part 1. Chu Xian's will returned. In his mind, he was thinking about that huge head. There was still some spirit left in that single eye. Was it severely injured and on the verge of death when it transcended chaos? Chu Xian did not know if that head had succeeded or not. It had indeed left the chaos, and entered the mysterious domain. However, there was only a little bit of energy left in that eye, and it seemed as if it was about to die. Chu Xian did not know if that mysterious existence could persist. If it died in the end, it also meant that it had failed to transcend the chaos. Even if it survived, would it be able to recover from such a serious injury in the mysterious domain? In a corner of the mysterious domain, the outline of an unknown place could be vaguely seen. What was that? Chu Xian fell into a state of deep thought. How did the mysterious domain outside the chaos exist? It supported the growth and expansion of chaos. Also, what was beyond the mysterious realm? Only those who transcended the chaos would discover these secrets. Chu Xian had transcended chaos and seen the essence of chaos, which was constantly expanding. One day, it would collide with another chaos, and finally merge together to form a new chaos. If that was the case, what would the living beings in the 2 chaoses face? It was bound to be another calamity. Every time the chaoses collided and fused, a new chaos would be created and a new chaos would be created. 9-day Yuan was a great Dao era. In that case, was there a chaos era? Chu Xian pondered. How long had the supreme existences of this chaos existed? Could it be that there was a supreme existence during the last collision and fusion of chaoses? Was the Lord of Chaos one of them? Did he experience the collision and fusion of chaoses? Was a chaos collision equivalent to a chaos era? Chu Xian estimated how long it would take for 2 chaoses to collide with each other. Was the chaos currently at the end of a chaos era? There were some changes in the chaos. Perhaps this was related to that. Even though the 2 chaoses had yet to collide, the closer they got to each other, there would be changes triggered. The collision of chaoses was both a calamity and an opportunity. Chu Xian sighed. I wonder if those supreme existences know about this? Did they notice some unusual changes? They probably did not. After all, without transcending chaos, how would one know that it was about the collision and fusion of chaoses? This chaos would not be able to collide with another chaos in a short period of time. As the distance between the two sides decreased, some changes would appear in the chaos. Chu Xian was not worried that the collision of chaoses would bring about any special changes. They were still far from a collision. Moreover, he had already broken through to the Chaos Supreme Realm. Even if the two chaoses collided, Supreme Chaos Realm experts should be able to survive. He might even obtain an opportunity to transcend the chaos. Moreover, Chu Xian estimated that he would have transcended the chaos by the time the two chaoses collided. After breaking through to the Supreme Chaos Realm, he was truly full of confidence. The heavenly Dao also gradually stabilized. The disappearance of the great Dao of the Nine Zones and the birth of the heavenly Dao would become known to all living beings in the chaos. Moreover, from now on, the Nine Zones would no longer exist. It was now the divine world, which was divided into 3 realms. Now, the heavenly domain had truly become the heavenly realm. To enter the heavenly realm, one had to break through to the Dayuan realm. Furthermore, they had to undergo certain tests. The Dayuan realm cultivators of the heavenly realm would not be able to interfere with the lower realms at will. This was a long process, the beginning of a new era, and something that could not be completed in a day. The world also had reincarnation. Life and death had the cycle of reincarnation, while yin and yang were divided into 2 realms. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from the chaos outside the world. Chu Xian sat on his chair leisurely. He brewed a pot of tea and used the Chaos Dao mirror to observe what was going on outside. He did not look at it directly. Instead, it was like watching a movie when he used the Chaos Dao mirror. This was life. Beyond the world, within the chaos. The situation had changed drastically. A man emerged from the chaos. Miao. Miao had already transcended the world creator realm. Even though he had just broken through, he was still stronger than the weaker cultivators present who had transcended the world creator realm. Miao's appearance caused Chu's expression to turn ugly. Among the immortal race, Miao was the one who targeted the human race the most. Piao frowned but did not say anything. He just watched silently. Where is he? Miao looked at Chu coldly. I don't know who you're talking about. Chu's expression did not look good. His eyes were cold. You don't know about Qin. Killing intent condensed around Miao's body. Who is Qin? Chu frowned. He roughly knew who Qin was. What do the grudges of your generation have to do with us? Facing Miao's overbearing attitude, Chu's expression also turned cold. Why? Miao unsheathed his sword, his aura bursting forth as the power of his Dao path revolved around him. I'd like to see if he's really going to sit back and watch the human race being destroyed. 634 The start of the battle, Part 2. The sword in Miao's hand released a terrifying killing intent. His expression was ferocious. Piao frowned. In the end, she did not say anything or try to dissuade him. Chu was also furious. He was not completely clueless about some of Miao's matters. He turned to Mei. Miao is one of the main culprits behind the extinction of the heavenly fox race, he said coldly. Don't you want revenge? What, are you afraid of the immortal ancestor's direct disciple? When Mei heard this, the 9 tails behind her fanned out, like 9 Dao paths. It was you. Miao said coldly. What does the extinction of the heavenly fox race have to do with me? Qin is the murderer. Chu laughed coldly. Miao, you stole the heavenly fox race's fate and tried in vain to interfere with Yun's matters. In the end, you suffered a backlash and caused the punishment of the great Dao to descend. That's why the heavenly fox race didn't survive the great calamity. You are the one who did all these evil things. If you weren't unwilling to give up and didn't try to change Yun's will and gain her favor, the heavenly fox race wouldn't have declined during the great calamity. How could Yun have fallen if that had not happened? Miao's expression was dark and his face was twisted. If he didn't deceive Yoon, all of this wouldn't have happened. You humans are cunning and shameless. You should be destroyed. He pointed the sword at Chu, and a terrifying surge of power erupted. Shui Lian stood in front of Chu, negating the pressure of that oppressive aura. Chu, I thought you knew nothing? Why do you know now? Chu sneered, I don't know, but someone else does. Your aunt has told me the reason, he said, looking at Mei. Mei's expression was somewhat complicated. Her aunt was actually Chu's lover, which left her speechless. However, the death of the heavenly fox race should be related to Miao. There were traces of the immortals interfering in the matter of the heavenly fox race back then. Looking back at it now, there was no doubt about that. Miao, you deserve to die. Mei made her move. Boom! The power of his great Dao erupted, pressing down on Miao. Yi Gang had broken through and transcended the great Dao of heaven and earth, so his strength was not as good as Mei's. Miao's face was ferocious at this moment. Idiot, why are you being deceived by the human race like Yoon? Humans are shameless and cunning. How can we trust them? With a wave of his sword, boundless sword beams swept out like waves. However, he was still suppressed. Miao was worthy of being the immortal ancestor's direct disciple. Even though he was at a disadvantage, Mei could not suppress him in a short time. Mo-chi, why aren't you attacking? Exterminate the human race! Miao roared with a ferocious expression. Piao sighed and did not say anything. Miao, in the end, could not let go. His mentality had already descended down the wrong path. After his breakthrough this time, his obsession had taken over. Haha, then let's do it. Mo-chi laughed. With a wave of his hand, a vortex appeared. Chu, I'd like to see how many experts you've roped in to help you. Those who want to interfere, he continued coldly, think carefully about whether you want to be enemies with the 9 zones. Miao attacked. Mo-chi made his move. Mo-chi and the others who had transcended the world creator realm also attacked. The immortal race expert who had transcended the world creator realm also attacked. It was obvious that the other party was on good terms with Miao. However, Piao did not act, and neither did Ting. The experts of the fiery phoenixes stood to the side and did not interfere either. It was the same for Long Hai and the dragon experts. Without Huang Long's permission, they did not dare to act. The terrifying power of many Daopaths surged toward the humans. Tai was extremely nervous. The jade talisman appeared in his hand. Let's see what other tricks Chu has up his sleeve. If he doesn't have any, I'll have to use the jade talisman. More than 10 cultivators who had transcended the world creator realm were attacking. How could they resist? Chu's expression was calm and he did not move. Boom! 2 experts from the forces of the chaos suddenly attacked and blocked one of the experts who were attacking the human race. On the ancient chaos world's side, an expert also took action and stopped another one. As expected, Chu had roped in some experts to help him. However, it was not enough. Mo-chi's aura continued to burst forth. Shui Lian barely managed to resist, but the power of her Daopath was shaking. Clearly, she was not as strong as Mo-chi. Boom! Xia made his move. He swung his saber and blocked 2 weaker experts who had transcended the world creator realm. Chu waved his hand, and a flag fluttered out, forming a wall of power, blocking the remaining attacks. However, the flag shook and even started to tear. This defensive treasure would not be able to last long. Chu, is that it? Mo-chi's aura grew stronger and stronger. It was almost impossible for Shui Lian to resist him. The small flag was a defensive treasure, but it was obviously impossible for it to resist the attacks of so many experts. Soon, it was on the verge of being destroyed. Chu was not flustered, and his expression remained calm. He looked at Mo-chi and smiled. Mo-chi, you're still lacking. I'll only take you seriously if Mo Yao comes over. Arrogant. Mo Shi was enraged. Mo Yao was a notorious powerful demon among the demon race. There was a period of time in the 9 zones when all the races trembled in fear when they heard Mo Yao's name. He was far more powerful than Mo Shi. Chu, what kind of strength did he possess? How dare he say that only Mo Yao was worthy of his attention? Boom! The vortex turned into a terrifying fist that came straight for Chu. The water curtain-like defense that Shui Lian had condensed was constantly shaking, as if it would collapse at any time. Wisps of demonic power seeped through the water curtain. Shui Lian let out a soft cry, and the water rippled, once again blocking the attack. Boom! Mo Shi threw punch after punch. Each punch contained his terrifying devouring power, which continuously devoured the power of Shui Lian's Dao path. At this moment, 9 rays of light descended from the chaos like 9 Dao paths. With a loud boom, they struck Mo Shi's fist. Mo Shi took a few steps back and looked over. A magnificent figure walked over leisurely. The 9 tails that bloomed behind her were like 9 Dao paths. Xian, you want to interfere? Mo Shi's eyes glowed with a ferocious light. Xian looked at Mei, who was fighting with Miao, and said gently, in this world, the only people worthy of my concern were those 2. With a wave of her hand, the power of her Dao path erupted, and with a loud bang, it directly crushed the attack of an expert who had transcended the world creator realm. Piao's expression turned serious. Xian had actually reached this level. Mo Shi felt pressured by Xian. The other party had surpassed the 20-million-mile mark. Chu, is this the basis of your confidence? Mo Shi looked at Chu coldly, his eyes filled with contempt and disdain. A playboy who seduced female experts and relied on them. I've said it before. Unless Mo Yao and the others return, you are not worthy of my attention. Chu Feng smiled indifferently. Is that so? Mo Shi snorted coldly. He turned back and looked at the ancient chaos world. Make your move. One person from the ancient chaos world was not much weaker than Xian. Xian looked at Chu with a tender gaze. She waved her hand and the power of her Dao path appeared. She then started fighting with the one from the ancient chaos world. Although she had the upper hand, it was not easy to suppress that person. Mo Shi and the others who had transcended the world creator realm attacked again. Mo Shi headed straight for Xia. Boom! This time, the battle was getting more and more intense. Chu was still calm. He looked at the defensive flag that was continuously tearing and was on the verge of collapsing, but he was still not anxious. It seemed like he was still waiting for someone. Tai was extremely anxious. He had almost activated the Jade Talisman a few times. He felt some regret in his heart. If he had known this would happen, he would have been more shameless and asked Daoist brother for a few more Jade Talismans. Xia was fighting against 3 cultivators who had transcended the world creator realm, including Mo Chi. After fighting for a while, Xia's Dao path shook, and he staggered backward. There were many wounds on his body, and his breathing was labored. Hong and the rest were extremely anxious. However, the difference in strength was too great. They could not help at all. If they got a little closer, they would be annihilated by the shockwaves from the battle. At this moment, they truly realized how weak they were. Even if they were the top existences among the world creator realm experts, faced with those who had transcended the world creator realm, they were like ants. Chu was still calm. It was as if he did not notice that Xia was in danger. Piao frowned. Who was Chu waiting for? A small chaos mountain appeared silently. There was a man standing on the mountain. He looked at Xia's battlefield, raised his hand, and threw a punch at Mo Chi. 635 The start of the battle, Part 3. Ji had made his appearance. He did not know what trump cards Chu had, but none of that was important. He was going to make a move and kill Mo Chi. He had returned. Were the various races ready for his comeback? In the past, he had killed so many people in the 9 zones that all the races had been terrified and were forced to summon the experts from the chaos back. Ji then faked his death to escape into the chaos. Had they forgotten about his existence? Today, he would kill a personal disciple of the demon ancestor to announce his return. Ji appeared very suddenly. Piao noticed, and the rest of the experts also noticed him. They were all stunned. Why had they failed to detect his presence before he appeared? Mo Kai's intuition told him that danger was coming. Roar! An unprecedented crisis struck. He roared and his demonic body expanded to the size of a small world. The terrifying power of his Dao path surrounded his huge body. A large black saber with surging demonic power appeared in his hand, which he then swung. This was his strongest attack. Then, cracks appeared on Mo Kai's massive body, and the power of his Dao path seemed to have been sucked dry. An extreme power suddenly appeared, turning from invisible to tangible. Like a sharp arrow, it pierced through space and was headed straight for Mo Chi. Boom! Mo Kai's saber shattered. Pfft! Mo Kai's huge body trembled as countless cracks appeared on it. His face was filled with disbelief. He looked at the person standing on the Chaos Mountain. The man just stood there without any spiritual power fluctuations. He did not exude any aura, and looked completely ordinary. Mo Kai's body continued cracking. Then, at a certain moment, it exploded with a bang. His Dao path and world collapsed, and the heavenly phenomenon that accompanied the fall of a Dao path's destruction filled the surroundings. It had all happened too quickly. None of the experts present could react in time. Even Chu was shocked. Ji's appearance here was beyond his expectations. Silence. Mo Chi had fallen. An expert who had transcended the world creator realm, and was a personal disciple of the demon ancestor, had actually fallen. He was killed in one strike. The 2 experts who were fighting alongside Mo Chi against Xia were frightened and immediately fled. It was too terrifying. Even someone as powerful as Mo Chi had been killed in one strike. All of the fighting stopped instantly. Unexpectedly, the first expert to die was not from the human race, but the demon race. Chu and Xia were both surprised. It was actually Ji. Moreover, his strength had reached such a terrifying level. He had killed Mo Chi in one strike. The extreme Dao was indeed extremely powerful. Even the 2 of them thought that Ji had already died. After all, when they tried to save Ji, they were surrounded by experts from the various races and failed in the end. However, Ji had reappeared, and he was stronger than Xia. Ji. Some people from the 9 zones were in disbelief. Ji was the most vicious person from the human race, and an incomparably powerful existence. He had created the extreme Dao. Many of the descendants of the powerful experts of the 9 zones who were highly valued had fallen at Ji's hands. In the end, the immortal, celestial, and demon races attacked and surrounded him. However, they believed that they had killed him back then. How was that possible? Back then, they had destroyed his Dao path. Why did he not die? No one would have thought that the one who died was just Ji's incarnation. His true body had already left. Of course, after separating a portion of his extreme Dao and turning it into an incarnation, his true body was extremely weak for a long time. Hong looked at Ji with a complicated expression. This was because Ji's ferocity and brutality had caused the human race to suffer the wrath of the various races in Hong's era. The human race was almost exterminated. Hong's rise could be said to be fraught with difficulties, but he eventually led the human race out of that predicament and became the 4th ancestor of the human race. Each of the 10 ancestors of the human race had their own unique traits. They all had the followers among the human race's geniuses of their respective eras. Most of the human race's experts today were the supreme geniuses who followed Chu, Xia, and Hong, while the rest were geniuses who followed the other ancestors. Even Yu, who had already fallen, had his followers, as did Wu. Only Ji had no followers. His extreme Dao was difficult to cultivate, and had many stringent requirements. Furthermore, he had gone all out and massacred the experts of the various races, eventually causing the deaths of his former followers due to vengeance. As expected of the most vicious man of the human race. The moment he returned, he killed the demon ancestor's personal disciple. His strength was also terrifyingly powerful. Ji slowly flew down from the Chaos Mountain. When he did, the Chaos Mountain turned into dust and disappeared. The experts of the 9 zones all gathered together with serious expressions. Mo Shi's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the man with fear. Piao's expression was also solemn. The human race had actually produced such a powerful existence. Was this why Chu was so confident? Ji did not exude any aura as he approached, but there seemed to be a trace of something special around him. Didn't you want to fight? Wasn't everyone clamoring to exterminate the human race? 636 Mo Yao, Part 1. Ji's voice was calm. He flew over and turned his head to look at Miao and Mei. He raised his hand and pointed a finger at Miao. So what if he's a direct disciple of the immortal ancestor? Miao's expression changed. His strength was inferior to Mo Kai's. At this moment, a golden rope appeared in his hand. Boom! The golden rope transformed into a giant dragon that coiled around Miao, protecting him. The golden rope had been given to him by the immortal ancestor to deal with prison Dao ancient god. At this moment, Ji's attack gave him a strong sense of danger. Therefore, he had no choice but to use this treasure. Boom! The golden rope shook and trembled, but in the end, it blocked Ji's attack. Miao's expression was extremely unsightly. The resentment that had been suppressed in his heart for the human race completely erupted at this moment. He channeled the power of his Dao path and poured it into the golden rope, activating the immortal ancestor's power within it. Go! The golden rope flew toward Ji. This treasure was something that could bind prison Dao ancient god, and Miao did not believe that Ji was more powerful than the latter. In the distance, Chu's expression changed. The power of the immortal ancestor? However, Ji did not panic at all. The golden rope had locked onto him, and he could not escape. He raised his hand, and a special power started circulating. The power of his extreme Dao seemed to have entered a special state. His figure gradually became illusory. Shua! The golden rope bound Ji's illusionary body. On the other side, Mo Shi made his move the moment Ji was bound. A terrifying power erupted. A water screen appeared as Shui Lian hurriedly tried to stop him. Chu's figure moved, and he was about to personally take action. Then, Ji's body shimmered, and the golden rope that bound his body suddenly disappeared without a trace. No one knew where it had gone. Ji's figure reappeared. In the divine world, in the netherworld's reincarnation cycle, a golden rope suddenly appeared around Ji's incarnation and firmly bound him. At the critical moment, Ji's main body had swapped places with his incarnation, which had taken his place before he was bound by the golden rope. The golden rope contained immense power, and could bind even a middle-stage expert who had transcended the world creator realm. After all, it contained the power of the immortal ancestor. Based on this, Chu Xian could infer that the latter had likely exceeded the 70-million-mile mark, and not by a small margin either. If the immortal ancestor had reached such a level, then the celestial and demon ancestors were likely of similar strength. They were all top experts who had transcended the world creator realm. In the reincarnation cycle, Ji's incarnation was silently enduring the restraints of the golden rope. At the same time, he activated the power of the reincarnation cycle and began to wear down the power in the golden rope. Han Yu was stunned. Seeing the golden rope, he sensed a familiar aura. He started to think. The immortal ancestor was also an expert who had left the 9 zones. With the thought, the golden rope binding his body fell off and lost its power. Many thanks, my lord. He hurriedly thanked Chu Xian. In the chaos, Miao had been unable to restrain Ji despite using the golden rope. Moreover, the golden rope had disappeared without a trace. He was stunned. That was his master's item, and contained a portion of his power. It could even bind prison Dao ancient god. How did Ji avoid it? Moreover, where did the golden rope go? Piao's expression was solemn. There seemed to have been some kind of exchange just now, as if the golden rope's restraint had been placed on something or someone else instead. What kind of technique was that? The fact that it even managed to deal with the golden rope was frightening. If the immortal ancestor was here, I would definitely retreat. However, you want to bind me with just that rope. He looked at Miao coldly. He took a step forward and looked at the various experts of the 9 zones. I'm right here. If you want a fight, then come and get it. Silence. None of the experts from the various races made a move. They were afraid of him. He was too strong. The extreme Dao was too unfathomable. Piao moved in front of Miao to protect him, looking extremely alert. Ji looked at her and then at the demons. He raised his hand, and a sword appeared in his hand. The sword was formed by the power of his extreme Dao. There was no sword intent, nor any powerful killing intent. However, it was extremely sharp. Mo Shi's expression turned serious as a vortex appeared around his body. Ji gave him a feeling of extreme danger. It might even be a fatal attack. Shua. A few figures who had transcended the world creator realm appeared beside Mo Shi, and the power of their Dao paths also appeared. At this time, they had to join forces. They had never imagined that the third ancestor of the human race would be so terrifying. Since we've already made our move, it's too late to retreat. Let's attack together. Mo Shi looked at the expert from the ancient chaos world. The other party's expression was solemn. He moved next to Mo Shi. They were going to join forces to resist Ji. Xia stepped forward with his saber, as his aura began to surge. Xian and Shuilian also made their moves. Mei attacked Miao again. Piao frowned and looked back at Miao, and then at Ji, hesitating. Then, Ji swung his sword. The power of his extreme Dao tore space apart. At this moment, his aura surged, and quickly surpassed his previous cultivation level. Xia also attacked, as did Xian and Shuilian. The experts led by Mo Shi attacked one after another, and the power of their Dao paths surged. Boom! Mo Shi's side was forced back a few steps as blood dripped from their foreheads. Mo Shi's eyes were filled with shock. Even with so many people joining forces, they were still injured. The power of that sword strike was extremely sharp. It pierced through the power of their Dao paths and injured them. Then, just as Ji was about to attack again, from the chaos, a terrifying and ferocious aura emerged. Endless malice filled the air. Those below the world creator realm all felt a sense of fear emerged from the bottom of their hearts for no reason. Hong and the rest's expressions changed. Was it that rumored existence? Xian's expression was extremely solemn. Shi and Shuilian returned to Chu's side. Xia retreated to Hong's side and activated the power of his Dao path to protect the human race's experts. Tai gulped. He had always been bold, but at this moment, his heart was filled with fear. He knew that this was because he was too weak and was affected by the other party. He hurriedly shook the jade talisman in his hand, releasing a powerful aura to resist the evil intent. Humans, you lowly insects! I can't believe you have a decent expert. It's a good thing, though. He should taste better. The voice carried a sense of malice, ear-piercing and unpleasant to the ears, causing one to feel a sense of fear. Mo Shi heaved a sigh of relief. The experts on his side also heaved a sigh of relief. Piao and Ting's expressions turned serious. The three races had always been in conflict, especially with the demons, who were arrogant, overbearing, and incomparably brutal. Most of the time, they did not care about the consequences and did not fear death. If there was not an expert to intimidate them, they might do something without considering the consequences. A terrifying being with worm-like hair and a row of weird eyes on both sides of his ribs had arrived. A demon. Among the demon ancestors' personal disciples, he was the most brutal and most infamous. His power far surpassed Mo Chi and Mo Shi. As soon as the demon descended, Chu's expression became serious. Mo Shi bowed respectfully. Mo Shi pays his respects to senior brother Mo Yao. Even though they were both fellow disciples, he was still afraid of Mo Yao. Getting injured like this, you've damaged master's reputation, Mo Yao said coldly. Mo Shi did not dare to reply. 637 Mo Yao, Part 2. Among the immortal ancestors' personal disciples, Miao was ranked fourth in terms of seniority, but he was the weakest. Mo Yao, and Xi had returned, which meant that even stronger personal disciples of the ancestors of the three races had returned. Although Xi was weaker than the other two, her status allowed her to stabilize the situation of the celestial race. For the time being, no more Supreme Dragon or Phoenix experts returned. The monster race also had a Supreme Expert return, but without the support of the dragons and the phoenixes, they were much weaker than the other races of the 9 zones. The forces of the ancient Chaos world were also at a disadvantage. The forces that came from the Chaos all retreated a distance away. Mo Yao was extremely brutal and could not be provoked. Outsiders should not interfere in the matters of the 9 zones. Mo Yao scanned the surroundings viciously. His gaze stopped on the races of the ancient Chaos world. This is not a place where you can interfere. As he spoke, he looked at Yao and Xi. What do the two of you say? The battle for the opportunities of the 9 zones should only be fought among the races of the 9 zones. Hehe, I have no objections. Strength is the only thing that matters. Yao chuckled. Unless these external forces had enough strength, they would not allow them to participate in this matter. Goddess Xi agreed. A voice came from the chaos. I also agree. Everything depends on strength. A supreme expert emerged. 638 Choose true strength. A supreme expert from the ancient Chaos world. All of the races from the ancient Chaos world heaved a sigh of relief. Kungu. Moyaoi glanced at him, acknowledging his strength. He looked at Tai. The giant race is not qualified to participate. The giant race had sent Feng, whose current strength was not sufficient to hold any sway in the current situation. Tai coldly snorted. It was not up to him to decide whether the giant race would participate or not. Now that Mo Yao had appeared, his big brother would most likely return as well. Mo Yao stared at Tai coldly for a long time, as if wanting to swallow him. He then took a look at the dragons. Seeing Huang Long, he felt fearful. That dragon was not to be trifled with. He could not even gauge Huang Long's strength. He did not say anything. It was the same for the fiery phoenixes and that strange bird. He did not dare to look at it for fear of being tainted by misfortune. In any case, both were from the 9 zones, so they were qualified to participate. He looked at Shui Lian with a malice-filled gaze. Shui Lian's face paled and she took 2 steps back, hiding behind Chu. Before that, let's deal with these little human insects first. Mo Yao laughed maliciously. He opened his huge mouth, and tried to swallow the humans in one bite. Boom! Boom! Ji stabbed the huge mouth with his sword. Xia also struck out with his saber. Ji's sword strike opened up a gap in Mo Yao's devouring power. However, Mo Yao was too strong. Ji snorted coldly and continued to attack. Each of his attacks had reached a new extreme, and the power of his attacks had surpassed his cultivation level. Even so, Ji was still no match for Mo Yao. Even with the unique nature of his extreme Dao, he was only as strong as an expert who had reached the 30 million mile mark. He would be able to resist for a while, but defeat was inevitable. A little bug dares to be so impudent. Mo Yao laughed wildly. In his heart, he was determined to kill Ji. If he allowed Ji time to develop, the latter would surpass him sooner or later. The extreme Dao was just that special. Ji kept attacking to resist Mo Yao's. However, it was getting more and more difficult. Mo Yao laughed savagely. It was as if he wanted to make the human race feel despair. Chu looked at Goddess Xi. The celestial race won't interfere, Xi snorted, we won't target you humans, but you should solve your own problems. Chu shook his head and laughed bitterly. Sighing, his eyes suddenly turned sharp, and his aura erupted. He had transcended the world creator realm and was no weaker than Xia. Tai was dumbfounded. How could this be? Chu glanced at him and smiled. I have to thank Tai for covering for me. You're a true brother. You're right. Schemes without strength are all futile. Mo Yao looked at him coldly. You're good at hiding your strength. But is that all? At this moment, Chu looked down arrogantly. If I was born during the era of the three ancestors, how could I be weaker than those three? As long as I'm given enough time, I will definitely catch up and surpass the three ancestors. I am no weaker than any peerless genius. Many experts looked at him. Even Ji was the same. With this bit of strength, he was definitely stronger than Xia, but where did he get the confidence to say such things? Arrogant. Mo Yao laughed sarcastically and turned to Goddess Xi. Xi, your pretty boy is overestimating himself. You won't mind if I eat him, right? Goddess Xi kept a straight face and did not answer. Haha. Chu chuckled. At this moment, a figure emerged from the chaos, waving a fan lightly. The experts present were all shocked when they saw who it was. Chu? Mo Yao was stunned. I have never been arrogant. Chu flew over, displaying his strength openly. He had reached the 27-million-mile mark. Stop him! Mo Shi's expression changed. The experts of the 9 zones who had transcended the world creator realm rushed toward Chu's main body together with Mo Shi. However, Chu Feng's main body had already arrived in front of the clone. Then, they fused. Boom! A powerful force erupted, and the power of his Daopath erupted as he threw a mighty punch. Boom! Mo Yao took a few steps back. Chu's current strength was no weaker than his. Tai was completely dumbfounded. He was the weakest of his generation. He really wanted to cry. He could not help but recall that Chu had once said that he was very strong. However, Tai had not believed him at the time. Good, Chu, you're good. Mo Yao said coldly. Everyone looked at Chu in shock. Both his main body and his clone had transcended the world creator realm. What a terrifying level of talent! Hong and the other human cultivators were all overjoyed. Ancestor Chu, you're amazing. Why are you all targeting the human race? Chu looked around. He looked at Miao. The immortals started to target the human race because of you. No matter what grudges you have with Qin, that's between the two of you. Why did you involve the entire human race? It's no wonder you're trash. Even as the 4th personal disciple of the immortal ancestor, you're so weak. Chu's voice turned cold. Miao's expression changed, alternating between ferocity and resentment. Chu glanced at the celestial race and did not say anything. He looked at the other races of the 9 zones. If you don't have the strength, then don't get involved. Following the demon race will only get you killed. The experts of the 9 zones were all shocked. It turned out that Chu was already so strong. Their eyes were filled with fear. Mo Yao looked on coldly, but did not speak. No matter how strong Chu was, he was only one person. The demon race had more experts and trump cards. That being said, the human race had become a great threat. This was the case for Chu and Ji. He had to kill those two. Otherwise, things would become troublesome for the demon race in the future. Chu looked at Mo Yao. He chuckled. Of the personal disciples of the demon ancestor, many have fallen. Mo Shi is here, and so are you, but where are the others? Are they not returning? Do you think you are qualified to fight against the demon race? Mo Yao looked at him coldly. The demon race is still very strong, and don't forget about the demon ancestor. No one from your human race is his match. But it won't be easy to exterminate the human race, Chu said with a smile. Then let's try. A voice rang out. As the voice rang out, many of the cultivators felt as if their blood had been ignited. It seemed like it was about to be sucked dry. Mo Shuet. A terrifying scarlet figure emerged from the distance. What about the others? Chu didn't seem nervous at all. The experts were puzzled. Where did Chu's confidence stem from? Where did he get the confidence that he could withstand so many experts? There were no other experts of this level among the human race. Ji was still a little lacking, and Xia was much weaker. Today, I'll exterminate your human race. Mo Shue's voice was cold. With a boom, a wave of blood energy appeared in the chaos, filling the air with the scent of blood. The surging waves of blood contained countless resentful spirits. He attacked alongside Mo Yao. The terrifying evil intent seemed to have condensed into physical form. Miao struggled, but finally walked out. I want to kill all humans. With the sword in his hand, he walked toward the human race's experts. Piao shook her head and sighed, but did not stop him. Chu sneered in disdain. Mei's figure moved, wanting to suppress Miao, but Mo Shi blocked her way. Miao's expression was ferocious, and the power of his Dao path surged in tandem with his soaring killing intent. The battle was about to start. In the chaos, a prison god palace was moving toward the 9 zones extremely quickly. Behind it was Qin, whose gaze was cold as he stared at the prison god palace. After so many years, he was finally going to return to the 9 zones. The time had come. 639 Qin's Plan, Part 1. Outside the divine world, demonic power roiled. Qin's expression was cold as he looked at the great battle that was about to break out outside the divine world. As expected, the demons were targeting the humans again. The other races had joined forces to oppress the human race as well. He saw Miao. Back then, it was this person who had tried to kill him several times. In the end, he was forced to fake his death and escape from the 9 zones. He did not know who that person was. It was only later that he found out that it was an expert of the human race who had obtained the body tempering technique and brought a short period of peace to the human race. That person had been Miao's love rival, yet he had been mistaken for that person. The scenes from the past surfaced in his mind. Qin's expression turned cold. Killing intent emerged. It was time for revenge. So what if he was the personal disciple of the immortal ancestor? When had he ever offended Miao? When did he offend the immortal race? He had simply wanted to keep a low profile and comprehend the great Dao to start a golden age for the human race. In the end, he was forced to leave the 9 zones and flee into the chaos. There, he had even offended First, who was the pawn of Prison Dao Ancient God, and was pursued by Prison Dao Ancient God personally. For a long time, he had always been careful and avoided the latter's pursuit. No matter how low profile he was, even though he was not weak now, he did not have much of a reputation in the chaos. The source of all this was Miao. He was not afraid of the immortal ancestor either. He had left a backup plan in the 9 zones. As long as he succeeded in executing it, he would be able to handle the situation. He turned his head to look at the distant Prison Dao Ancient God. A cold glint flashed across the depths of his eyes. He would kill an ancient chaos god of chaos to complete the final plan. Before that, it was time to take revenge for the past. Miao flew toward the human race's forces. His sword released a sharp killing intent. Xia took a step forward and stared at him coldly. Chu's expression became a little more serious when he faced Mo Yao and Mo Shuet. The demons looked down at the humans, and then turned around to look at Kungu. If you want to obtain a spot to enter the 9 zones, then make your move. The position of the human race can be given to you and the races of the ancient chaos world. Kun Gu's eyes flashed and he stepped out. Chu's expression darkened. Kun Gu's interference was slightly out of his expectations, however, given the circumstances, it was not too surprising. The human race was blessed by the great Dao, and if they could seize a part of the human race's fate, it would be easier to obtain opportunities in the 9 zones. The battle was about to start. All of a sudden, the experts present looked to the side. A prison god palace flew over rapidly. Prison Dao ancient god's subordinates? There seemed to be a person standing in front of the prison god palace. Suddenly, the man moved. In a flash, the prison god palace was reduced to dust. Meow, I'll take your life today. A furious roar was heard. A golden fist imprint appeared in the sky and hurtled toward Meow. Meow's expression changed. Yao's expression changed. He waved the horsetail whisk in his hand, and threads of it sliced through space, wrapping around the golden fist imprint. Boom! The horsetail whisk exploded, but the golden fist did not stop. Yao waved his sleeve, and the power of his Dao path and world appeared, pressing down on the golden fist imprint. You think you can stop me? Qin's figure had already charged over, and he threw another overbearing punch. Boom! Meow, do you still recognize me? Qin. Meow's expression changed drastically. How was that possible? Qin did not die? Furthermore, he was actually so powerful? Haha, it's good that you remember. I'll return the enmity of the past to you today. Qin was incomparably tyrannical. A golden light bathed his body and he instantly transformed into a golden figure that was 10,000 feet tall. A terrifying and boundless power swept out in all directions. 3 punches forced Yao back. Then, a finger descended. Meow roared angrily, his sword striking out. This sword strike contained all of his strength. I'll kill you with a finger. Piao hurriedly made a move, wanting to block this finger. However, Qin's fist blasted toward her, sending her flying. Pfft! Meow's Dao path and world collapsed, and his body began to crack. Qin looked down at him with unparalleled arrogance. I'm not him, but you didn't believe me, and used that as an excuse to try and kill me. Have a taste of your own medicine. Meow's lips quivered. Pieces of his body fell apart. He turned around with difficulty and looked at the 9 zones. His eyes began to lose focus, and his soul began to collapse. Finally, he sighed. Yun, maybe I was wrong. Boom! Meow turned into ashes, and the phenomenon that signified the collapse of a Dao path appeared. Qin returned to his true form, then looked at Yao and Piao. If you want revenge, get your master to come. Then, he raised his head and looked at Mo Yao and Mo Shuet. Did you really think that the human race lacked experts? Then, he looked at Kun Gu. Do you really think we humans are easy to bully? Boom! He threw another overbearing punch. Kun Gu's expression changed drastically, and he unleashed the power of his Dao path as he struck out with his hammer. In the end, he was still sent flying 1,000,000 miles away. Terrifying! Qin had created the cultivation method of the human race. He was the #1 genius of the human race. It was rumored that he had already fallen. However, he had now returned in a domineering fashion. The faces of all of the experts of the 9 zones changed. When Chu Xian saw Qin, he thought to himself, as expected, how could the creator of the human race's cultivation technique die so easily? Qin had reached the 40-million-mile mark. He was currently the strongest expert present there. Furthermore, thanks to this, Chu Xian now knew who the corpse-like incarnation in the heavenly domain was. Qin's clone. This guy was planning something big. Had the 9 zones not become Chu Xian's territory and the Great Dao had not been devoured and replaced by the Heavenly Dao, Qin's plan would have very likely succeeded. Even though his plan was destined to fail because of Chu Xian. Still, his clone had obtained the great fortune of the heavenly Dao. 640 Qin's Plan, Part 2. In that sense, he had also benefited. Qin had returned and killed Miao, and then forced Kungu back. His overbearing and powerful aura overpowered Mo Yao and Mo Shuet. The humans were excited. The human race also had such a powerful expert. Greetings, Ancestor Qin. Chu bowed respectfully. Qin had created a cultivation method for the human race, which was a key catalyst in making the human race stronger. They had received the body tempering technique from the giant race, but in terms of overall influence and contribution to the future generations of the human race, Qin ranked first. Thanks to his efforts, the humans created many more cultivation methods and secret techniques. Qin looked at the human race's experts. Although their strength and cultivation foundation were not as strong as the immortal, celestial and demon races, they had already surpassed the other powerful races in the 9 zones. He looked at Ji. This person was extremely special, and his extreme Dao was extraordinary. Humans shouldn't fear strong enemies, so what if we're up against the demon race? So what if we're up against the immortal race? So what if we're up against the celestial race? Whether it's the demon ancestor's personal disciple or the immortal ancestor's personal disciple, if you're not convinced, come and fight me. Mo Yao's expression was filled with fear. This was beyond his expectations. Qin had actually returned. Yao's expression was dark. No matter what Miao had done, he was still the personal disciple of the immortal ancestor and his junior brother. This matter could not be resolved peacefully. Qin looked at the 9 zones. He was excited. This was a great opportunity. The time for his plan was ripe. He looked at Hong and the others. Those who have not transcended the world creator realm, leave. This is not a battle you can participate in. There was going to be a huge battle. Prison Dao ancient god was about to arrive, so those who had not transcended the world creator realm were useless. Hong and the others had long wanted to leave. They were also clear that they would only be a burden if they stayed. Furthermore, it was likely that they would be killed. Earlier, they were unable to leave due to the pressure exerted by the various races. Now that Qin had spoken, the experts of the 9 zones did not dare to stop them. Qin was currently the strongest expert here. Even if Mo Yao and Mo Shui joined forces, they likely would not be able to beat him. Many thanks, Ancestor Qin. We will leave now. Hong cupped his fists and left with the human experts. If the human race was defeated, they still had a chance to lead the human race to rise again. They were all very experienced in hiding and concealing their tracks. Otherwise, they would have been exterminated by the other races a long time ago. Hong and the rest left. Qin's fist blasted into the chaos and destroyed all traces of their aura to avoid any tracking measures. On the human race's side, only Qin, Chu, Ji, and Xia were left. Including Shuilian and Xian, there were a total of 6 people. As Hong and the others left, the other experts from the various races who had yet to transcend the world creator realm also left and returned to the ancient chaos world. They did not dare to get close to this region of the chaos. Qin, the one holding the great fortune of the human race. You created the human race's cultivation technique. Truly impressive, Mo Yao said coldly. Qin ignored him. Instead, he sent a voice transmission to the 3 of them. Let's get closer to the 9 zones. I'm going to seize the fortune of the 9 zones and control the great Dao of the 9 zones. Prison Dao ancient god is about to arrive. Just stall him for a moment. Chu's heart stirred as he fell into a state of deep thought. Qin had disappeared from the 9 zones for a long time. He created the cultivation method of the human race and was blessed by the great Dao, which naturally benefited the human race. The current cultivation system of the human race originated from Qin. Therefore, Chu Feng guessed that Qin must have made some arrangements before leaving the 9 zones. Now, the time was ripe. If he really took control of the great Dao of the 9 zones, the human race would be invincible. The group of powerful experts looked on gloomily as Qin and the others approached the 9 zones. Ji looked at Qin and pondered in his heart, should he reveal something to Qin? The great Dao of the 9 zones was gone, and only the heavenly Dao remained. The fortune of the world only existed because of the birth of the Lord of Chaos. Qin's plan to control the great Dao of the 9 zones was also akin to a plan to control the heavenly Dao. How could he succeed? The 9 zones were no longer the 9 zones of the past. Ji did not say anything in the end. Since the Supreme Lord did not mention anything, he would let the situation progress. Even if he did not succeed, Qin would at least get some benefits, right? He did not know what the latter had planned in the 9 zones. Qin and the others only stopped when they reached the edge of the power of rejection. Once there, Qin silently communicated with his clone in the 9 zones. At this moment, in the heavenly domain, a special small realm was opened, from which the corpse-like incarnation walked out. His flesh and blood began to recover. In an instant, he looked exactly like Qin. At the same time, the clone's Dao path appeared and connected with the heavenly Dao. A worldly phenomenon erupted from his body. His fate was extremely profound. The appearance of Qin's clone immediately shocked the Dayuan realm cultivators of the 9 zones. They could not get close, but they all sensed the appearance of a powerful existence. Yu and the other disciples looked at Qin. Through the heavenly Dao seals, they could see Qin's location. Chu Xian did not say anything, so they just watched silently. Qin's fate was extremely dense. Part of it was transformed from the fate of the great Dao of the 9 zones, while the other part was formed from the fate of the heavenly Dao. The ancient Chaos God also opened his eyes and looked at Qin. However, he did not show himself. He could vaguely sense Qin's presence, but at the same time, Qin's clone had also sensed his presence. At this moment, Qin's clone said, "You and I have not interfered with each other thus far, so please don't interfere with me now." "I won't." The ancient Chaos God looked on silently. For some reason, he felt that the great Dao of the 9 zones seemed to be different from before. Chu Xian looked at Qin's clone silently and did not interfere, allowing the latter to carry out his plan. He sighed. Qin had made ample preparations. His clone had been blessed by the great Dao, so even though the great Dao had expelled the experts of the various races, this clone had not been excluded. Qin was blessed by the great Dao, and his fate was so rich that it was beyond imagination. It probably had something to do with the cultivation method he had created for the human race. 90% of his fate was concentrated in his clone, while only 10% of his fate remained in his main body. The clone had been in the 9 zones for a long time and had been gathering even more fate energy. Therefore, this clone had been deeply integrated with the great Dao. Chu Xian already understood Qin's plan, which was to merge his clone with his main body, and using the accumulated fate, control the laws of the great Dao of the 9 zones. He would make the 9 zones his own. In this way, as long as the great Dao of the 9 zones was not destroyed, he would never die. He could even use it to obtain the opportunities in the 9 zones to comprehend the supreme laws of the chaos, and eventually break through to the chaos supreme realm. Even if he could not make the 9 zones his own, he believed that he would be able to control at least 1/3 of the laws of the great Dao. That would be sufficient to tide him over in this situation. Even if the 3 ancestors acted, as long as the great Dao of the 9 zones was not destroyed, Qin would have a chance to escape. Even if he was forced to remain dormant, he would return one day. The 9 zones were the first world created by the chaos, and they were connected to the supreme laws of the chaos. Therefore, destroying the 9 zones would inevitably trigger a backlash from the supreme laws of the chaos. Therefore, even Chaos Supreme Realm experts would not destroy the 9 zones. Qin's plan was brilliant. Once it succeeded, even the 3 ancestors would not be able to do anything to him. Chu Xian sighed. What an extraordinary plan! Qin's talent had to be extremely monstrous, and he definitely had the potential to reach the Chaos Supreme Realm. Unfortunately, the great Dao of the Nine Zones had been replaced by the heavenly Dao, and Qin's plan was destined to fail. 641 The arrival of prison Dao Ancient God. If the heavenly Dao had no master, Qin's plan would have succeeded. After all, the heavenly Dao had replaced the great Dao of the Nine Zones, and had thus inherited its fate. If the heavenly Dao did not have a master, Qin could use the fate of the heavenly Dao to merge with his main body and control a portion of the heavenly Dao. However, the heavenly Dao did have a master, which meant that Qin's plan would not work. Chu Xian pondered how to deal with Qin's plan. Should he allow Qin to enter the heavenly Dao and become a creature of the heavenly Dao like Huang Long? To be more precise, a divine being of the heavenly Dao. Or should he just expel him? It would be a pity to directly expel Qin. He was not weak, and his talent was monstrous. His comprehension ability was extremely high, which was why he had managed to create the human race's first cultivation method. Furthermore, Qin's main body had reached the 40-million-mile mark. For such an expert to become a divine being of the heavenly Dao, it would be quite beneficial to the heavenly Dao. However, what Chu Xian valued more was his comprehension ability. If Qin became a divine being of the heavenly Dao and gained insight into the supreme laws of the chaos, would he be able to help the heavenly Dao devour and replace the supreme laws of the chaos? Would it accelerate the process of the heavenly Dao becoming one of the 9 supreme laws of the chaos? Qin's clone had extremely dense fate. Before the heavenly Dao, he had been blessed by the great Dao, and now, he was still blessed by the heavenly Dao. Furthermore, Chu Xian could sense a trace of the aura of a supreme law of the chaos from Qin's clone, which meant that the other party had some understanding of the supreme laws of the chaos. If the clone was capable of this, then would the main body not be even more extraordinary? Perhaps making him a divine being of the heavenly Dao was truly the right way forward. He Yu, Chui, and his other disciples had extraordinary levels of talent. However, they were still too far away from comprehending a supreme law of the chaos. None of them had even reached the world creator realm. Moreover, He Yu and Chui were destined to not stay within the heavenly Dao. In terms of talent, comprehension ability, and the abundance of his fate, Qin was the best candidate. Chu Xian had an idea. As for the specifics, it would depend on Qin's methods. In the chaos, a powerful existence was heading toward the 9 zones. Was that prison Dao Ancient God? When Chu Xian saw who was approaching, he instantly understood his strength. Prison Dao Ancient God had reached the 39-million-mile mark, and was slightly weaker than Qin. As an ancient chaos god, he also had an extremely powerful body and a Dao path that was stronger than ordinary chaotic beings. However, prison Dao Ancient God was no longer worthy of Chu Xian's attention. Still, there had to be a basis for his arrogance, overbearingness, and insolence, and why so many experts were not willing to offend him. Logically speaking, his strength should not have been enough to make so many experts back down. Chu Xian looked on pensively as Prison Dao Ancient God approached. Prison Dao Ancient God was neither fast nor slow, exuding an aura of majesty as he moved. With each step, a small abyss would appear in the chaos beneath his feet. As he left, the small abyss did not disappear for a long time, much like a trail of footprints in the chaos. Outside the divine world, the gazes of Mo Yao and the others were gloomy as they stared at Qin and the others who were approaching the 9 zones. They had decided to join forces. Even though Qin was strong, the combined forces of Mo Yao, and Mo Shui were still able to contend against him. They would leave Chu and Ji to Kun Gu and the others. At the very least, they had numbers on their side. At this moment, a terrifying aura swept out from behind them. Mo Yao and the others were all stunned. The arrogant and insolent aura made them think of an extremely petty and unscrupulous ancient chaos god. Prison Dao Ancient God. Among the many ancient chaos gods, he was one of the most active, but simultaneously one of the weaker, ancient chaos gods. No one knew how many ancient chaos gods there were in the chaos. After all, most of them were mysterious and usually cultivating somewhere silently. Over the long years, no one knew how many ancient chaos gods had fallen. There had once been an expert who had explored the place where an ancient chaos god had fallen and obtained some great opportunities. From this, it could be seen that some of the ancient chaos gods had died. Prisendeo ancient god was the most well-known ancient chaos god. He was also the one with the worst reputation. Mo Yao turned around, frowning. The huge figure was walking over step by step. Was he here to target the demon race? Yao also frowned. Was he here to target the immortal race? Both their sides had slain Prisendeo ancient god's subordinates not too long ago. Tai's expression changed. He gripped the jade talisman tightly and retreated in the direction of the ancient chaos world. If Prisendeo ancient god were to attack him, he would have to use the jade talisman. 642 The Battle, Part 1. Prisendeo ancient god looked down at the group of experts who had transcended the world creator realm. Although Mo Yao, Mo Shui, and Yao were not weak, he did not take them seriously at all. Qin, kill yourself. Everyone was stunned. Prisendeo ancient god had come for Qin. Thinking back, they recalled that Qin had been standing on top of a prison god palace, and had destroyed it upon arrival. Prisendeo ancient god's subordinates within it had obviously been killed by Qin. The demons were overjoyed. If Prisendeo ancient god joined their side, the human race would undoubtedly be exterminated. Senior Prisendeo, Qin is treacherous and the human race is arrogant. Why don't we join forces to destroy the human race? Mo Shui said. Prisendeo ancient god was getting closer and closer. You can make your move. I will deal with Qin. Prisendeo ancient god looked at Qin and the others. He raised his hand, and a terrifying power began to gather in his palm. Chaos Abyss Technique? This was Prisendeo ancient god's signature technique, and the one he had used to suppress and kill countless experts. Qin raised his head to look at Prisendeo ancient god. Prisendeo, he sneered, you're just a useless ancient chaos god. How dare you be so arrogant? He looked at Chu and said, we only need to hold off Mo Yao and the others for a moment. Today, we'll kill an ancient chaos god. Chu was shocked. They looked at him in horror. Kill an ancient chaos god? Prisendeo ancient god was extremely powerful, especially his Chaos Abyss technique, which was said to be invincible among those of the same level. Even though Qin was comparable to Prisendeo ancient god in terms of strength, could he resist the Chaos Abyss technique? However, since Qin had said so, Chu could only choose to believe him. Don't worry, we'll definitely block them as best as we can. Prisendeo ancient god's eyes were cold. Impudent. As his palm struck, the space around it deformed, as if it was about to turn into a chaotic abyss. Mo Yao and the others also made their moves. Qin roared and he threw a punch, condensing a huge golden fist imprint. Boom! The mini-abyss collapsed, and space was torn apart. With a wave of Chu's hand, a strange phenomenon appeared. It was as if a world had appeared above him, blocking the attacks of the demons. Those who had not transcended the world creator realm were not qualified to participate in this battle. More and more fist imprints were condensed, and Chu continued to strengthen the world above him. Boom! With each strike, portions of the world Chu had created collapsed, but at the same time, they were constantly being restored. Chu was purely defending. Qin glanced at Chu. The world technique he was using had extremely strong defensive capabilities. It was as if he was using an entire world to defend against the attacks. Qin threw another punch. The golden fist imprint illuminated the chaos and continuously destroyed the Chaos Abyss technique of Prisendeo ancient god. Damn it! Prisendeo ancient god became even more furious. A black, round disc appeared in his hand, which then transformed into a prison. It pressed down on Qin and the others. Qin threw a few punches, but was unable to break the prison apart. Humph! Qin snorted coldly. A large halberd appeared in his hand, which he swung toward the prison. The halberd and the prison were in a stalemate. "Hold on for a moment." Qin sent a voice transmission to Chu. He turned around and descended toward the world. Yao and the demons all frowned. What was Qin trying to do? It was obviously impossible to enter the 9 zones. They felt a little uneasy. Prison Dao ancient god attacked again and again, constantly suppressing the halberd, and it was on the verge of breaking. "Block him for a moment." Ji left and allowed Chu to block the demons alone. He raised his hand and pointed, and the aura around his body condensed to the extreme. A powerful beam burst forth. Boom! It pierced a massive hole through the prison. On the other side, Chui had already taken a few steps back. The world he created continued to collapse, as it seemed like it could not hold on any longer. Xian and Shuilian helped as much as they could. Looking back, Qin was getting closer and closer to the 9 zones. At this moment, from the 9 zones, a powerful energy began to surge, and a huge figure appeared. "That's Qin?" Yao's expression changed. "Stop him! Damn it!" Qin had a clone in the 9 zones and had accumulated a huge amount of the world's fate. A sword appeared in Yao's hand. Holding the sword in his hand, he charged toward Qin. Mo Shui and Mo Yao also instantly exploded with power, shattering the world created by Chu. They were shocked. How did Qin do it? When did he leave a clone in the 9 zones? Gritting his teeth, Chu decided to go all out. Once Qin succeeded, the human race would have no more worries. The 9 zones would become the world of the human race. "You've got guts." "Humph!" Prison Dao ancient god angrily snorted. His huge body instantly swooped down, and a huge abyss descended. Ji's expression changed. His extreme Dao transformed into a long spear and flew into the abyss. This was the first time he had been forced to show his extreme Dao. Boom! Although his extreme Dao was strong, he was still far weaker than Prison Dao ancient god. He could only resist for a moment. On the other side, it was not just Yao and the 2 demons who attacked. The other experts of the 9 zones who had transcended the world creator realm also attacked. Kun Gu also rushed over. With one palm, Chu pushed Xian and Shuilian behind him. His body grew huge, and a world appeared around his body as he resisted the attack with all of his might. Qin and his clone fused together in an instant. In that instant, his expression changed. He could not control the laws of the Great Dao. How could this be? At the same time, the name of the Heavenly Dao appeared in his mind. His heart paled in horror. The Great Dao of the 9 zones was gone, and was replaced by the Heavenly Dao? How could this be? The plan that he had prepared for a long time had all come to nothing? How could he accept this? The fate energy of the Heavenly Dao gushed into his body, and his divine soul was undergoing a transformation, as if it had become one with the Heavenly Dao. Gradually, he discovered that in the instant his main body and clone fused, the Heavenly Dao's power was incomparably powerful, and he had the ability to use this power for a short period of time. He turned around. Whether it was Ji or Chu, they were both in danger. His plan had not worked out, and the Great Dao of the 9 zones was gone. He did not become the ruler of the 9 zones as he had hoped. His heart was filled with unwillingness. However, Chu and Ji were both in danger. He had to make a move. Chu's world was about to collapse. Chu was using the world of that ancient expert he had devoured, which was why he had such powerful strength. Facing the attacks of Yao, Mo Shui, Mo Yao, and Kun Gu, he was able to hold on for a while. Were it not for the fact that he was stalling for time, Chu would actually be able to escape. This was also one of the reasons why Chu was so confident. If he really could not defeat them, he could bring the human race's experts into this world and escape into the chaos. As long as he was given time, he could easily stand shoulder to shoulder with the 3 ancestors. Die! Qin roared in anger. He took advantage of the fact that he could wield the power of the heavenly Dao for a short time, and threw one punch at Prison Dao Ancient God, and another at Mo Yao and the others. Retreat! A terrifying power tore through the chaos, destroying the prison with a single punch and leaving a massive wound on Prison Dao Ancient God's body. Ji was extremely shocked. Could it be that Qin had succeeded in fusing his two bodies? The Supreme Lord did not stop him. He grabbed Qin's halberd and retreated frantically. The other punch was equally overbearing. The expressions of Yao and the others changed, as they defended with all of their might. Boom! They were sent flying back in a sorry state while countless cracks appeared on Mo Shui's body. The two experts from the other races of the 9 zones who had transcended the world creator realm instantly exploded. Their Dao paths collapsed, and their worlds turned into nothingness. However, they were not dead. Faced with that terrifying punch, they had dispersed their Dao paths and worlds voluntarily to avoid the fatal blow. Still, it would take them a long time to recover from this. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that Qin had succeeded? Had he managed to control the laws of the great Dao of the 9 zones? The wound on Prison Dao Ancient God's chest was slowly recovering. He was enraged. Qin, you deserve to die. His huge body swooped down again and waved its hand. In the depths of the chaos, a tremor rumbled. A huge chaos abyss broke away and flew towards the 9 regions. Prison Dao's Chaos Abyss. Prison Dao Ancient God immediately used his Chaos Abyss in an attempt to completely destroy Qin. Chu and the others retreated to Qin's side in shock. He was too strong. A single punch had heavily injured Prison Dao Ancient God. 643 The Battle, Part 2. In the chaos, the huge Chaos Abyss was heading toward the 9 zones. Prison Dao Ancient God was completely enraged. The Chaos Abyss that he used to suppress powerful enemies was being moved over to suppress the Qin and the others. In Heiyu's residence, Hua Shui's expression suddenly changed as he sensed changes within his main body. It was actually getting closer and closer. What was going on? He raised his head and looked out into the chaos. He could not see clearly, but he could vaguely tell that something had happened outside the world. A huge chaos abyss was bearing down on the 9 zones. The size of this chaos abyss was no smaller than the 9 zones. Chu Xian raised his head. The chaos abyss was extremely powerful, far more powerful than Prison Dao Ancient God himself. It had clearly been formed from a supreme treasure. It seemed that in order to suppress Hua Shui, Prison Dao Ancient God had paid a significant price. Now, in order to suppress Qin, the latter had not hesitated to use the Chaos Abyss. After being suppressed for so many years, Hua Shui had long since run out of strength and was no longer a threat to him. In addition, Prison Dao Ancient God clearly also wanted to completely exterminate the suppressed Hua Shui. The Heavenly Dao ultimately needed experts. This time, with the Chaos Abyss bearing down on them, the world needed an expert to save it. Therefore, a divine being of the Heavenly Dao would appear. Qin was very suitable for this. Having ruined the latter's plans, Chu Xian could not allow him to lose out. Becoming a divine being of the Heavenly Dao would be an opportunity for him. After all, the potential of the Heavenly Dao was boundless. At this moment, Qin's divine soul was undergoing a change. Chu suddenly realized something was wrong. Ji also noticed. Qin did not control the laws of the great Dao of the 9 zones as he had expected. Ji was in a state of deep thought. Qin's expression changed again and again, and he said quietly, "There's been a great change in the 9 zones. The great Dao has disappeared, and has been replaced by the Heavenly Dao. The Heavenly Dao has replaced the great Dao." Chu's expression changed. The great Dao of the 9 zones had been replaced? Qin grabbed the halberd. "Go hide in the Heavenly Dao. I'll kill Prison Dao Ancient God," Qin said. At this moment, Qin made up his mind. Only by killing Prison Dao Ancient God and snatching the latter's fate as an ancient chaos god could he possibly change the current situation. Otherwise, he would definitely be bound by the heavenly Dao. Since the plan had failed, he did not want to be bound. He used the fate energy of the heavenly Dao to cover Chu and the others so that they would not be expelled. Thanks to the power of rejection, Mo Yao and the others would not be able to approach them. Die! Qin roared in rage as his body grew in size. In the blink of an eye, he had turned into a terrifying figure that was 1,000,000 feet tall. His entire body glowed with golden light. With the halberd in hand, he charged at Prison Dao Ancient God. At this moment, Qin's aura and strength were unparalleled. Although it had not reached the 50-million-mile mark, it was not far off. Boom! The halberd was like a dragon, and Qin charged into the huge chaos abyss overbearingly. The golden halberd tore through the chaos abyss, piercing a hole through it as it made its way toward Prison Dao Ancient God. Humph! Prison Dao Ancient God coldly snorted. The massive chaos abyss started to shrink. At the same time, he flung out a palm strike and activated the chaos abyss technique, causing layers of deformed space to appear in front of Qin. The huge chaos abyss began to surround Qin. Qin passed through one layer after another, getting closer and closer to Prison Dao Ancient God. Even though Prison Dao Ancient God had only reached the 39-million-mile mark, he was still incredibly powerful. The power of an ancient chaos god and the uniqueness of his innate Dao path were revealed at this moment. The chaos abyss was also immensely powerful, as it had been formed by a supreme treasure that was compatible with his innate Dao path. At this moment, it had turned into a huge cage and was shrinking, trying to suppress Qin. Chu Xian looked at the battle outside the world and sighed. Ancient chaos gods were indeed incomparable to other living beings. They were born with the fate of the chaos. Prison Dao Ancient God's supreme treasure also increased the power of his innate Dao path by at least 30%. Of course, Qin was also incredibly powerful, and it would not be so easy for Prison Dao Ancient God to suppress him. Moreover, Hua Xuet, who was suppressed in the chaos abyss, was also looking for an opportunity to escape. The battle was extremely intense. Qin was undergoing a transformation, and transforming into a divine being of the heavenly Dao. Chu Xian knew his intentions to kill Prison Dao Ancient God to seize the latter's fate as an ancient chaos god and break away from the heavenly Dao. However, he had obtained such a huge amount of heavenly Dao's fate energy, so it would not be easy to escape the heavenly Dao. Furthermore, becoming a divine being of the heavenly Dao was also a great opportunity. Had it been someone else, Chu Xian would never have allowed them this opportunity. The demons made their move. As they were unable to approach Chu and the others, they chose to join forces with Prison Dao Ancient God to suppress Qin, which delighted Prison Dao Ancient God, who was desperate to suppress Qin. Qin was becoming more and more of a threat to him. Moreover, the aura surrounding Qin's body made him uneasy. It was as if some sort of transformation was about to happen. Yao did not make a move, but Kun Gu also attacked. 644 The Battle, Part 3. Qin was furious, but he was starting to get anxious. He was about to transform, and he had no idea whether this was a good or bad thing. It was precisely because things were uncertain and not within his control that he desperately wanted to escape. Chu sighed. He had to make a move. Otherwise, Qin would not be able to deal with so many experts, let alone kill Prison Dao Ancient God. An ancient chaos god was not that easy to kill. You guys hide here. Chu chuckled and charged out. Come, Mo Yao, Kun Gu. Yao's figure flickered, and he was about to block Chu. Yao, are you immortals really going to walk down this path to the end because of Miao's mistake? Chu sneered. Do you really think that I can't do anything to your immortal race? Miao's death must be avenged. Yao said with a cold face. What a joke. Qin was just seeking revenge. Miao brought it upon himself. Chu waved his hand, and the world phenomenon appeared. If you want to interfere, then let's fight. The world instantly enveloped Kun Gu. Kun Gu, if you insist on teaming up with the demons, then don't blame me for being ruthless. The power of his Dao path surged, and Kungu, who was inside the world, had his strength suppressed. Kungu's expression changed. With the sword in his hand, his sleeves fluttered in the wind as the power of his Dao path struck the world. Chu left the range of the heavenly Dao and headed straight for Mo Shuet. He could not tie them down for long, as they were also powerful. Mo Shuet, come and fight me. Qin charged at Prison Dao Ancient God, but with Mo Shuet and Prison Dao Ancient God working together, he felt immense pressure. The Chaos Abyss was condensing into a cage and trying to suppress him. At this moment, he was in the Chaos Abyss. Sensing the struggle of a blood-red figure in the Chaos Abyss, he turned around and charged into the Chaos Abyss. Thank you for your help, fellow Daoist. Once I'm free, we'll join forces to kill the Prison Dao Ancient God. Hua Shui's true body contorted into a twisted face. After being constantly suppressed by the Chaos Abyss, he was actually a little weak. Moreover, he had even separated a portion of his origin essence to create that clone. Boom! Qin's halberd continued to attack the Chaos Abyss. Mo Ya roared, and his roiling demonic power came crashing toward Qin. Prison Dao Ancient God's massive body began to exude a terrifying light. He waved his hands, and the layers deformed space stacked up and gathered. The chaotic space in front of him was constantly being compressed and shattered, revealing the broken spatial laws. The layers then reinforced the Chaos Abyss, attempting to suppress Qin and Hua Shui once and for all. At this moment, a blinding light appeared in the chaos. A terrifying, scorching light burst forth from the chaos, charging toward the demons. Demons, it's time to repay your debt. A voice rang out. It was a young voice, but it was filled with sorrow. It was as if he was a person who had been through bitterness and torture. In his heart, there was only endless sorrow. A young man emerged from the chaos. He was a human. However, his body was huge and his physical body was extremely strong. Although his body was not as strong as a giant's, it was much stronger than a human's. His handsome and masculine face was filled with sorrow, and he held a burning saber in his hand. The saber glowed as red as blood, and it was extremely hot. Then, he swung the saber repeatedly at the closest demon, which happened to be Mo Shi. Mo Shi was shocked. A vortex appeared in front of him, and the power of his Dao path erupted in an attempt to resist the scorching and terrifying saber beams. Mo Shui roared in anger and was forced to retreat. The waves of blood soared into the sky as he returned to aid Mo Shi. Chi chi! The blood waves emitted sizzling sounds as they continuously evaporated and weakened. Mo Shui and Mo Shi joined forces, but they could not block the terrifying and scorching saber beams. Ji moved and charged towards the experts of the races of the ancient chaos world. Since you dared to interfere, you will have to pay the price. Kungu, who was trapped in Chu's world, immediately turned pale. Chu, I'm backing out. I won't interfere in this matter anymore. Do you think it's that easy to leave just because you want to? Chu laughed. Ji, don't hurt our allies. A portion of the experts of the races of the ancient chaos world had been roped in by Chu. The experts of the ancient chaos world who had transcended the world creator realm were shocked, and hurriedly joined forces to resist Ji. However, Ji was extremely powerful. Not long after the battle began, one of the experts of the ancient chaos world was forced to disperse his Dao path and world to avoid a fatal strike. The demons roared and came out of the chaos abyss. They looked at the young man gloomily. Swish! Demons, you should all disappear. The young man charged at them. His aura was like a rainbow and he was extremely powerful. Moreover, he was prepared to die. It's time for you to pay me back for the harm you've caused me. As he spoke, he looked at the immortal race. He looked at Piao. Piao, you didn't stop Miao back then, and you didn't stop him now either. Let's cut off all ties between us today. He looked at Yao. If you think Miao is right, then come at me. I can handle it. Yao's figure paused. After a long while, he sighed. Piao's expression became more and more complicated as she looked at the young man for a long time. Stop. Yao looked at Chu. Leave Miao's matter to my master to decide. I won't interfere. A crack appeared in the world, and he left. Meanwhile, Chu looked at Kun Gu. There's a price to pay for your interference. Kun Gu's expression changed. Chu, stop. I won't interfere in the affairs of the human race. Disperse your Dao path and world, then I'll spare your life, Chu said. Kun Gu's expression changed. He would not die if he dispersed his Dao path and world. However, he would need some time to recover. If you don't do it, how can I know for sure that you won't attack again? Chu's world began to shrink. The elements of lightning, wind, and fire in the world continued to strike Kun Gu. If I disperse my Dao path and world, who will hold the fort in the ancient chaos world? Kun Gu roared. If he really dispersed his Dao path and world, the ancient chaos world would be open to the attacks of the other experts. At this moment, a giant as large as a mountain appeared. I will guard the ancient chaos world. Kun Gu's expression changed. Kaiyang. He was the eldest of the 18 ancestors of the giant race, and also the one who had taught the humans the body tempering technique. Chu continued to shrink the world and suppress Kun Gu. Kun Gu felt a sense of danger. He was no match for Chu. If he did not take the initiative to disperse his Dao path and world, it would be difficult for him to recover once Chu destroyed them. Boom! Kun Gu's body exploded, and his Dao path scattered. His world merged with the chaos. Chu, make Ji stop. Kun Gu dispersed his Dao path and world. Only a wisp of his condensation was observing the changes in the situation in the chaos. He could no longer interfere in this battle. Ji retreated. A great battle between the young man and Mo Yao broke out. Chu laughed and moved to block Mo Shui and the others. Kaiyang hovered in the chaos and looked around. This is a grudge between him and Mo Yao. Outsiders are not allowed to interfere. Big brother. Tai was pleasantly surprised. Tai, you should work hard on your cultivation. You're so weak. How embarrassing, Kaiyang looked at him and said. Tai's face darkened and he cursed inwardly. With the arrival of reinforcements, the situation had changed again. Only the great battle between Qin and Prison Dao Ancient God, and the battle between the young man and Mo Yao remained. Chu moved to help Qin. Qin's halberd swept out, continuously shattering the chaos abyss. You don't need to help me. He wanted to kill Prison Dao Ancient God and snatch his fate. He even wanted to kill the suppressed Hua Shui. Qin displayed no fear fighting Prison Dao Ancient God one-on-one. For the time being, he abandoned any thoughts of rescuing Hua Shui. He was bombarding the chaos abyss that was pressing down on him. He slowly began to approach Hua Shui, as if wanting to rescue the latter so that they could work together to deal with Ancient God Prison Dao. In truth, Qin wanted to kill Hua Shui. A trapped and weak Ancient Chaos God was much easier to kill. Killing Prison Dao Ancient God was simply too difficult. Moreover, he could not wait any longer. He had to seize the fate of an Ancient Chaos God as soon as possible and find a way to break away from the Heavenly Dao. The battle between the young man and Mo Yao was the most intense. One slash after another, the scorching light continuously destroyed the roiling demonic power. Even though his body was covered in injuries, he did not defend himself. His eyes were bloodshot, and he seemed to have gone crazy. Mo Yao roared repeatedly, but he was extremely shocked and angry inside. Qian was actually this strong. 645 Fate of an Ancient Chaos God. Chu Xian was observing the ongoing battles. It was really exciting. Qian had appeared. The person that Yun admired. He was the one who had brought the body tempering technique to the human race from the giant race after being saved by Kaiyang. The giant race had protected the human race because of him. From Chu Xian's perspective, Jian had already gone crazy. T/L, Mo Yao was previously translated as Moe in an earlier chapter. This has been rectified. He only had one obsession, which was to kill Mo Yao, which had driven him to become stronger. His family and friends had been eaten by Mo Yao in front of him. The person he once loved had also died. Even the disappearance of the heavenly fox race had something to do with Mo Yao. There was only one obsession. Killing Mo Yao and getting his revenge was the only thing that kept him sane. Also, it was no wonder the giant race managed to remain neutral, and neither side dared to target the giant race rashly. Qiang was very close to the 50-million-mile mark. He was close to Jian and prevented others from interfering. Unless the three ancestors personally came, none of their personal disciples were Qiang's match. Moreover, giants had extremely strong bodies, so Qiang would probably have no problem fighting two experts who had reached the 50-million-mile mark. Chu Xian even sensed a special aura from Qiang, similar to that of an ancient chaos god. The giant race was probably the descendants of some ancient chaos god. Qin's goal was clear. He wanted to seize the fate of an ancient chaos god and escape from the heavenly Dao. Prison Dao ancient god was difficult to kill, so he had set his sights on Hua Shui instead. However, Chu Xian knew that even if he did so, he would not be able to escape from the heavenly Dao. Furthermore, the fate energy would be fused into the heavenly Dao to improve it. This was a good thing. Chu Xian was very optimistic about Qin. He believed that after he became a divine being of the heavenly Dao, he would be able to bring even more improvements to the heavenly Dao. As for Hua Shui's true body, it was likely that he would die. This was inevitable. After all, he had been suppressed by Prison Dao ancient god for so many years and was in a weakened state. He would be unable to resist the combined suppression of the Chaos Abyss and Qin's assault. However, since he was now He Yu's subordinate, Hua Shui's true body is about to be destroyed. You tell him that this is an opportunity to escape the Chaos Abyss, Chu Xian's voice rang out in He Yu's mind. Hearing this, He Yu summoned Hua Shui. Your true body is in danger. Hua Shui's expression changed. He could now connect to his true body, so he immediately thought of Qin after hearing this. He then realized that Qin had the intention to kill him. His true body would definitely not die so easily, but... My lord, is there a way to save it? Hua Shui asked. You can't save your true body, He Yu said after a moment of silence. You can't retain your fate as an ancient chaos god either, but I can preserve a part of your divine soul and let it fuse with your clone. In the future, your clone will be your true body. He would lose his fate as an ancient chaos god and his true body. The losses were unbearable. Hua Shui had a complicated expression. He knew that this was the best possible outcome. However, in his heart, he was unwilling. After losing his true body and the fate of the ancient chaos god, it would be impossible for him to recover his peak strength and take revenge. My lord, is there any way to preserve a wisp of my fate as an ancient chaos god? I can use this to recover my status as an ancient chaos god, Hua Shui asked hesitantly. If he lost his true body, but retained a wisp of his fate as an ancient chaos god, he would be able to recover and eventually become an ancient chaos god again, though this would take a long time. The significance of being an ancient chaos god was extraordinary. It was not just about talent and aptitude, but also about the innate Dao path that was easier to extend and more powerful. He Yu was silent for a moment. She then asked for Chu Xian's opinion. Sure, I'll allow him to talk to Qin personally. Chu Xian nodded. Having an ancient chaos god as a subordinate was a good thing for He Yu. After getting Chu Xian's permission, He Yu looked at Hua Shui and said, You can now contact Qin and talk to him personally. Many thanks, my lord. Hua Shui said gratefully. He immediately closed his eyes and connected his consciousness with his true body. The originally impossible connection was now unobstructed. Qin continued to hack away at the Chaos Abyss, and Hua Shui's true body was about to break out of the seal. Qin did not seem to mind the cage becoming more and more solid and the chaos abyss shrinking toward him. Os he had killed Hua Shui and seized the latter's fate, he would break away from the heavenly Dao in one fell swoop, regain his freedom, and kill his way out of the chaos abyss. At this moment, Hua Shui suddenly said, "I know you want to kill me and seize my fate as an ancient chaos god." Qin was stunned. Without waiting for a response, Hua Shui continued, "I've been suppressed for countless years, and I only want freedom and revenge. I'm willing to retain only a wisp of my fate as an ancient chaos god and give you the rest. But you have to promise me one thing." 646 Bloody Mark. Hua Shui then dove down into the chaos abyss, clearly avoiding Qin. "If you don't agree," he continued, "it won't be easy to kill me, let alone steal my fate." "What condition? Tell me." Qin's face darkened. The other party had actually realized his intentions, so he would be unable to take Hua Shui by surprise. In such a situation, it would take a long time to kill the other party. However, he could not wait any longer. "Kill Prison Dao Ancient God!" Hua Shui angrily said, "He's a despicable scoundrel. If you agree, I'll let you kill me and seize my fate." "All right, I agree," Qin said without hesitation, "I have a grudge against him. He had originally wanted to kill Prison Dao Ancient God anyway." "That's great." As Hua Shui spoke, a wisp of his fate energy disappeared, and his true body reappeared, breaking through the seal. "Just kill me." With these final words, Hua Shui drew a part of his divine soul into his clone, along with a wisp of his fate as an ancient chaos god. Qin's eyes lit up. With a furious roar, he swung his halberd, splitting the layers of the chaos abyss in front of him and killing Hua Shui's true body. Boom! Blood-red light trembled, and a Dao path shattered. The fate energy started to spread, but Qin quickly gathered it toward himself. Boom! A blood-colored light erupted through the chaos abyss, turning Hua Shui's body into dust. At this moment, a bloody mark appeared in the chaos. After 3 breaths of time, the bloody mark disappeared. Even though Hua Shui was not truly dead, he had given up on his fate as an ancient chaos god and only retained a tiny bit of it. It was not much different from the death of an ancient chaos god. The bloody mark's appearance signified the fall of an ancient chaos god. The sudden turn of events stunned many experts. Qiang and the other experts looked in shock at the bloody mark that had suddenly appeared. An ancient chaos god had fallen? Prison Dao ancient god was still alive, so which ancient chaos god did? They looked at the chaos abyss. The fact the Prison Dao ancient god had suppressed an ancient chaos god in his chaos abyss was not a secret. The one who died was the one who was suppressed? Did Prison Dao ancient god kill him, or did Qin do it? Qiang and the other ancient supreme experts knew what the bloody mark meant, but the rest of the experts were confused, and had no idea what had just happened. Chu looked at the bloody mark and fell into a state of deep thought. When he was traveling through the chaos, he had once seen a bloody mark appear. However, that bloody mark had not spread out very far through the chaos, unlike this bloody mark. Did the appearance of the bloody mark mean that an ancient chaos god had fallen? In the chaos, some existences raised their heads in shock. Who has fallen? How many years has it been since a bloody mark appeared? Why did it appear today? Which ancient chaos god has fallen? Many existences fell into deep thought. The chaos seemed to be brewing with change. It seemed that something big was about to happen. Ancient chaos gods were particularly sensitive to the changes in the chaos, and they all sensed the abnormality. Therefore, they kept a low profile and avoided appearing as much as possible. They cultivated in seclusion to increase their strength and to avoid any possible changes. They all knew that Prison Dao ancient god had made an appearance, but no one cared. Even though Prison Dao ancient god was somewhat weak, he had a powerful backer behind him. The celestial ancestor frowned and looked in the direction of the 9 zones. Could it be that the one who had fallen was Prison Dao ancient god? If that was the case, then things would soon go out of control. The existence behind prison Dao ancient god could not be provoked, which was why the latter behaved so arrogantly. Miao has fallen. The immortal ancestor sighed. Miao, in the end, was unable to let go of his obsession, and had probably died at the hands of the human race. Qin. The immortal ancestor sighed again. Forget it, dust to dust, ashes to ashes. As for taking revenge on Qin, he did not have the mood to do so. Miao's death was destined the moment he chose to continue down his path of obsession. I'm afraid there's been a change in the chaos. If I don't reach the Chaos Supreme Realm, I won't be able to control my own fate. How difficult was it to reach the Chaos Supreme Realm? At the beginning of the chaos, how many of the ancient Chaos gods had broken through to the Chaos Supreme Realm? Without achieving the Chaos Supreme Realm, one would not be able to truly control one's own fate, and would not be able to avoid being affected by the changes of the chaos. The Chaos Supreme Realm was like an insurmountable mountain that blocked countless experts. The immortal ancestor was extremely talented and was better than most ancient Chaos gods, and he had also obtained many great opportunities. However, he was still stuck at this step, unable to advance. The immortal ancestor's eyes darkened as he looked toward a certain direction in the chaos. Are the celestial and demon ancestors the same? The three ancestors had obtained great fortune from the 9 zones back then, and had created the 3 major races and ruled over the 9 zones for a long time. However, even though they had transcended the world creator realm, and gone to the limits of that realm, they were still unable to break through to the Chaos Supreme Realm. To many people who had transcended the world creator realm, the Chaos Supreme Realm was just a legend. However, experts who had walked far enough along that path knew that the Chaos Supreme Realm existed. However, how could they break through to the Chaos Supreme Realm? There seemed to be no way. In the entire chaos, there were a few Chaos Supreme, but no one knew how they had broken through. Somewhere in the chaos, a terrifying figure appeared. He looked in the direction of the 9 zones. Mochi has fallen. The demon ancestor's eyes were calm, and he did not seem to be angry. Mochi was considered the weakest of his personal disciples. Furthermore, the only thing he was concerned about was breaking through to the Chaos Supreme Realm. If he could break through to the Chaos Supreme Realm, it did not matter if all his disciples died. Within a mysterious space within the chaos, another terrifying figure was seated in mid-air. His body was extremely huge, far larger than even the tallest mountain. This was his true form, and he had not used the power of his Dao path to enlarge his body. At a certain moment, as if he sensed something, he raised his head and looked at a certain place in the chaos. A bloody mark could be seen. Which one of you has fallen? He mumbled to himself. Then he continued to comprehend the supreme laws of the chaos, and his Dao path continuously tried to connect with the supreme laws of the chaos, but was rejected time and time again. How can I break through to the Chaos Supreme Realm? He felt that he was only one step away. However, this one step seemed impossible to take. He was clearly infinitely close to the Chaos Supreme Realm, and could sense the supreme laws of the chaos, so why was he unable to break through? What was he missing? Am I lacking fate, or something else entirely? He had been stuck at this step for a long time. Since his Dao path could not connect with the supreme laws of the chaos, then, what about his divine soul, or even his body? His huge body began to turn illusory, slowly trying to connect with the supreme laws of the chaos. I founded the giant race, and my fate should be stronger than that of the immortals, celestials, and demons. I'm also an ancient chaos god, so how can I be lacking in terms of fate? Am I not approaching this the right way? The huge figure muttered to himself. This was the giant chaos god. The ancestor of the giant race. He was one of the top ancient chaos gods. Even so, he was still stuck at this step for countless years, unable to break through. The death of Hua Shui also alarmed some of the other existences in the chaos. After his death, the fate and origin essence of Hua Shui's true body were absorbed by Qin and fused into his body. At this moment, Qin felt that the transformation of his body seemed to have stopped temporarily. However, he still could not escape the heavenly Dao. Not enough. He had to kill prison Dao ancient god as well. At this moment, Qin's strength had reached its peak. The fate and origin essence of an ancient chaos god had merged into his body, and his aura and strength skyrocketed. He believed that if he killed another ancient chaos god, he would definitely be able to escape the heavenly Dao. 647 Hatred, Part 1. In actuality, Chu Xian had taken this opportunity to stop transforming Qin into a divine being of the heavenly Dao, giving him a little hope of breaking away from the heavenly Dao. Qin's clone had been hiding in the 9 zones for a long time and had fused with a huge amount of great Dao fate energy, which had later been transformed into heavenly Dao fate energy. He had also obtained a great opportunity from the heavenly Dao. How could it be easy to escape the heavenly Dao? If he had truly broken away from the heavenly Dao, Qin's strength would have stopped at this level, and would not be able to advance any further. His strength might even decline. He might not be clear about the benefits of becoming a divine being of the heavenly Dao, but he would understand them in the future. The fate energy of an ancient chaos god had merged with the heavenly Dao through Qin, causing the heavenly Dao laws to become even closer to the supreme laws of the chaos. If Qin killed a few more ancient chaos gods, would this process not accelerate? Chu Xian immediately dispelled this thought. He could not just kill ancient chaos gods for no reason. Qin charged out of the chaos abyss toward Prison Dao ancient god. Prison Dao ancient god did not seem very strong, but ancient chaos gods were extraordinary by nature. The chaos abyss reappeared around Prison Dao ancient god's body, and he turned his entire body into a huge cage, trapping Qin in the middle. Prison Dao ancient god chose to defend and wear Qin down. If Qin could not break through the chaos abyss cage, he would be suppressed, just like Hua Shuet. The battle entered a stalemate. If Qin could break the cage, then Prison Dao ancient god would definitely lose. However, if he did lose, it did not mean that he could be killed. Defeat did not mean death, especially for an ancient chaos god. He would escape. The battle on the other side was still extremely intense. The battle between Jian and Mo Yao had almost reached a crazy level. Mo Yao was suppressed, but then burst forth with power and fought back like crazy. It was impossible for two people of similar strength who had transcended the world creator realm to resolve a death match within a short period of time. Chu Xian had been paying attention to the battle outside the world. With Kaiyang here, even if the other disciples of the demon ancestor returned, they would not be able to interfere in the battle between Jian and Mo Yao. It was Qin versus Prison Dao ancient god, and Qian versus Mo Yao. The rest of the people were simply waiting for the result of the two battles. Also, they were waiting for the 9 zones to stabilize so that they could enter and fight for the great opportunities that lay within. Chu looked at the 9 zones. At this moment, he did not think that the power of rejection would disappear. Rather, he was more concerned about how the great Dao had been replaced by the heavenly Dao. It was filled with mystery and the unknown. Soon, this matter would become known by all of the living beings in the chaos. Chu Xian looked at the chaos. Would something happen if the heavenly Dao spread through the chaos? Would the 3 ancestors return? In fact, would Chaos Supreme experts appear? In the meantime, the 99-year milestone had arrived. There was only 1 year left until the 100-year milestone. Chu Xian was filled with anticipation. What kind of reward would he receive from the system then? As usual, the reward for the 99-year milestone was a Chaos Supreme technique. The battle outside the world was still ongoing. It was common for a battle between cultivators who had transcended the world creator realm to last for a few years, or even 100 years. There was not much of a difference in strength between them, so it was not something that could be decided in a short time. Qin's battle with Prison Dao ancient god was as intense as ever. Break! The incomparably savage Qin brandished his halberd, constantly striking at the cage and getting closer and closer to Prison Dao ancient god's true body. However, he did not immediately break through Prison Deo Ancient God's cage. Once it was broken, Prison Deo Ancient God would definitely flee. He was looking for an opportunity to heavily injure the other party to prevent him from escaping. The battle between Jian and Mo Yao was even more intense. Their Deo paths intertwined, crushing and tearing at each other. It was a crazy scene. In the heavenly domain, in Qin Ying's residence, Qin Qian appeared to be uneasy. It was as if there was something calling out to her from beyond the world. Frowning, she became restless and could not calm down to stabilize her cultivation. Chu Xian glanced at her. He sighed. She was already a different person and was no longer the Yun from before. However, Qian's appearance still made her uneasy and caused her to unconsciously feel a sense of concern. Back then, she had been so deeply in love. Qian had already gone crazy. Perhaps Yun's death was the last straw that broke his heart. Revenge was the only thing that drove him to continue cultivating and becoming stronger. Now that he had met Mo Yao again, even the final shreds of his tenuous sanity were unraveling. All that was left was the bone-deep obsession of killing Mo Yao. Qian's body was covered in wounds, and even his Deo path had cracks. He was extremely crazy and had already suppressed Mo Yao. Mo Yao looked crazy, but that was just his ruthless nature. He was not really crazy. Qian was really crazy. Mo Yao's eyes revealed a look of disbelief. His heart was already trembling with fear. Qian was too crazy, so crazy that he felt chills all over his body. I ate your parents, siblings, and relatives. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Mo Yao roared. So what if you're crazy? Today, I'll eat you too. The spectators were all silent. Mo Yao was actually afraid. People like Piao and Yao, who knew about the grudges between the two, had complicated expressions. Qian had actually gone crazy. However, his terrifying strength still remained, and was further enhanced by his crazy nature. He had surpassed them. Mo Yao roared repeatedly, but was constantly being suppressed. 648 Hatred, Part 2. Qian's eyes were bloodshot, as if he had been stimulated by Mo Yao's words. He seemed to be getting crazier and crazier, and his frantic attacks reflected that. In comparison, Qin's battle with Prison Deo Ancient God caused much less of a stir. Mo Yao, you ate my family and friends. You made me lose Yun. You know what? I'm going to eat you too. Qian's voice was hoarse. He pounced on Mo Yao like a rabid dog, and used his Deo path to restrain the latter's Deo path, grabbing him tightly. Then, he bit Mo Yao's chest and tore off a piece of flesh. Get lost! Mo Yao roared and struggled, and his Deo path trembled. However, he was unable to break free. Qian's Deo path bound the two of them tightly. Qian took another bite, and then another. At this moment, Mo Yao was terrified. Roaring, Mo Yao continued to rain blows on Qian's body. However, Qian allowed him to do so. Even though cracks appeared on his body, he ignored them and continued biting chunks out of Mo Yao. Pieces of flesh disappeared one after another. Qian's aura also became more terrifying. F***ck, you're crazy. You're the demon. You're the F***ing demon. Let me go. Mo Yao roared in fear. He continued to attack Qian, but his Deo path and world had already been weakened, so his strength was greatly reduced. Qian's body was as powerful as a Chaos Supreme Treasure, so even though there were many cracks, it did not collapse. On the contrary, Mo Yao was losing more and more of his body in bloodied chunks. Even if he focused on healing himself, he could not stop this from happening. The spectators felt a chill in their hearts as they looked at Qian, whose bones were visible, gnawing at Mo Yao. What kind of grudge did they have? Mo Yao could not break free and was suppressed. If no one came to his rescue, he would most likely die. For the sake of revenge, Qian had probably been thinking and planning about how to suppress him for a long time. How would he kill Mo Yao? His Dao path clearly had a certain suppressive effect on Mo Yao, and restricted both the latter's strength and movements. This was something that had clearly been prepared in advance. Mo Shui and Mo Shi's expressions changed. Mo Shui moved and was about to attack Jian. However, Chu stood in his way and said, Mo Shui, if you want to attack, you'll have to get past me first. Mo Shui's face darkened. He was no match for Chu. Then, a figure emerged from the chaos. Violent power surged from that figure toward Jian. Qiang, who had been sitting idle, raised his hand and slapped it, dispersing the violent power. He looked at the newcomer with a harsh gaze. Mo Bao, why do you have to interfere? Mo Bao was also a personal disciple of the demon ancestor, and was no weaker than Mo Yao. In fact, in terms of destructive power, he was stronger than Mo Yao. Qiang, do you really want to do this? Mo Bao looked at Qiang coldly. Mo Yao should pay for the sins he has committed. Mo Bao, if you want to intervene, you can try and get past me. Qiang's eyes were calm. Or, you can call Mo Kuang over. Mo Bao's expression was extremely gloomy. There was also some fear in his eyes. Qiang was too powerful. Your giant race wants to meddle in a feud between the demon race and the human race? Qiang, you have to think about it carefully. Your giant race won't get off unscathed. Qiang's eyes turned cold. This is a grudge between Jian and Mo Yao. As Jian's close friend, I will help him ward off those who would interfere. However, it doesn't involve my race. His voice suddenly turned serious. That being said, if you want to drag the giant race into this, go ahead and do so. The giant race does not fear the demon race. With a huge body and a shocking aura, he looked straight at Mo Bao and said, even your master, the demon ancestor, wouldn't dare to do anything to the giant race, so who do you think you are? Do you really think that the demon race is invincible in the chaos? As the direct descendant of giant chaos god, Qiang had this much confidence. Giant chaos god, who was infinitely close to the chaos supreme realm, was so powerful that he surpassed the demon ancestor in terms of cultivation. Furthermore, even if the demon ancestor reached the same level, giant chaos god would still be stronger by merit of his body and status as an ancient chaos god. Mo Bao's expression was extremely gloomy. He looked at Chu. I won't interfere in the fight between Jian and Mo Yao, but you won't stop me from killing the other humans, will you? Qiang frowned. Was Mo Bao going to use the human race to threaten Jian to stop? Chu, however, was calm and composed. He looked at Mo Bao and said, Mo Bao, do you think that I am easy to bully? He opened his folding fan. His temperament was now refined, with the air of a gentleman. You and Mo Shui can join forces. Boom! Both Mo Bao and Mo Shui attacked without hesitation. Ji's figure moved, and he was about to intercept Mo Shui, but Chu laughed, and a world appeared, enveloping the Mo Bao and Mo Shui within. Qiang looked at Chu. His world was very special. It seemed to be transformed from a supreme treasure. Its defensive capabilities were extremely strong. It would not be a problem for him to restrain those two demons in there for the time being. Mo Bao and Mo Shui roared continuously as they attacked Chu's world, and Chu's body and world shook. However, he moved and arrived at the celestial race's camp. He ignored Ting's angry gaze. Instead, he looked at Goddess Xi and said with a smile, Sister Xi, can you help me stabilize this world? Xi looked at him and did not speak for a long time. Ting was anxious. Sister, ignore him. Chu is a B** starred. He's seducing people left, right and center. Shut up. Xi glared at him. Ting immediately shut up and looked aggrieved. Sister Xi, please help me one more time. After this, I promise I'll be good, Chu said with a bitter face. The group of experts watching could not help but curse in their hearts. This B***starred Chu really did not care for his dignity. What was so good about him that even Goddess Xi would take a fancy to him? All right, she said. Xi's heart softened. Chu's body was shaking, and cracks were appearing on it, as if he could not hold on any longer. She sighed. With a wave of her hand, a divine light shrouded the world, stabilizing it. Ting almost vomited blood when he saw this, but he could only hold it in. Xi, you dare to interfere? Mo Bao roared. Xi did not answer. Mo Bao and Mo Shui were now trapped in the world. Seeing this, Mo Shi immediately felt a sense of danger. Ji was clearly eyeing him. Mo Shi was shocked, and he hurriedly flew over to Yao's side. Brother Yao, we demons, immortals, and celestials are one. We can't let the human race strut around proudly like this. Then, he shamelessly stood behind Yao and watched the battle between Jian and Mo Yao from afar. Jian, you can't kill me. Haha, eat my flesh all you want. You'll become a demon yourself. If you eat me, I'll possess you sooner or later. I'm immortal, so I fear nothing. Mo Yao laughed wildly. Even though his voice was trembling, it was still filled with malice. Jian gnawed at Mo Yao madly. Mo Yao, I'll make you relieve my nightmares. You'll die in my stomach. In order to kill you, in order to devour you alive, I have been thinking about how to wear down your origin essence and your Dao path. F***ck. Even if I die, I won't become a demon. All your trump cards are useless. Jian's voice was hoarse, crazy, and ferocious. Mo Yao's voice trembled even more, and in the end, he let out a miserable scream. He was terrified. Jian would really swallow him alive. Mo Yao screamed and struggled madly, even calling for help. None of the spectating experts interfered. With Qiang presiding over the situation, there was nothing they could do. Even Mo Bao could not interfere, let alone others. Unless the demon ancestor came personally, Mo Yao would definitely die. However, would the demon ancestor personally come? No one knew. That being said, since Qiang dared to take charge, he was probably prepared for that possibility, right? In the heavenly domain, Qin Qian became more and more uneasy. She was unable to calm down and looked restless. She furrowed her brows and felt that her soul was in great discomfort. It seemed that someone extremely important to her was suffering. Uncontrollably, 2 lines of tears flowed down from her eyes. Qin Ying appeared beside her. What's wrong with you? I don't know, I just feel uneasy, it's as if. It seems. Qin Qian also did not know how to describe it. She did have an inkling of what it was about. However, she was Qin Qian, not someone else, so why was it still like this? Did that person really have such deep feelings for him? I'll take you to see Master, Qin Ying said. This little fox had such a hard life. She was already reborn, yet she still could not avoid the torture of love from her past life. In the small courtyard. I can help you completely remove the influence, as long as you are willing. Chu Xian looked at Qin Qian. Qin Qian opened her mouth and asked, why have I been like this recently? That person has appeared outside the world. He is taking revenge. Qin Qian struggled and hesitated. After a long while, she said, can I go and take a look? 649 Qian's Madness, Part 1. Qin Ying patted Qin Qian's head and sighed in his heart. She still could not let it go. He was also very curious as to who Qin Qian was deeply in love with in her previous life and what was so special about him to the point that she was affected even after being reborn. Sure. Chu Xian nodded. Qian was here with a death wish. After killing Mo Yao, he would have nothing to live for anymore. This was a man with a bitter and tragic life. He looked handsome and energetic, but he was filled with sorrow. Perhaps, being able to see Qin Qian before he died would be a form of relief? Just watch. Don't interfere in the battle, Chu Xian warned. Qin Qian nodded. If Qin Qian interfered and caused Qian to be distracted or even become disoriented, he would probably be killed by Mo Yao. With a wave of his hand, he sent Qin Qian and Qin Ying to the edge of the heavenly Dao, and concealed their figures so that outsiders would not be able to sense or see them. Qin Ying looked out into the chaos, and was shocked. These experts were too strong, and could easily kill him with a single finger. The battles caused Qin Ying's scalp to go numb. How was that a battle? That person was clearly eating that other person. It was insanity. When he turned around, he saw Qin Qian looking at the person in a daze. Qin Ying fell silent. That person had actually gone crazy. He could tell. However, what kind of hatred could make a person become like that? Furthermore, underneath the insanity, he could sense sorrow, as if that person's very divine soul was in pain. That person's life had been filled with endless tribulations and tragic events. He was taking revenge. He was really going to devour his enemy alive. Qin Ying looked at the unknown human expert silently. In the history of the human race, there had been far too many hardships. This human expert had lived through those years of suffering. Mo Yao roared, screamed, cursed, and finally begged for mercy. The spectators all watched silently. Perhaps this was Mo Yao's retribution. His aura was getting weaker and weaker. Even those who had transcended the world creator realm could die. Dispersing one's Dao path and world could, of course, help one to avoid ordinary dangers. However, he could not even do that. Death was inevitable unless he could break free from the restraints of Qian's Dao path. Mo Yao, who loved to eat and devour living beings, was being eaten alive. This was karma. Mo Yao's voice gradually became softer. His aura was getting weaker and weaker as his Dao path and world crumbled bit by bit. However, Mo Yao would not die for some time, as the torture of being eaten alive would last for some time longer. His screams were filled with fear. His will was on the verge of collapsing. Qian was as crazy as ever, and his aura was filled with malice. This was the after effect of devouring Mo Yao. However, it was his intention to torture and destroy Mo Yao's will. Mo Yao, this is your retribution. Do you feel regret now? I won't let you die so easily. You're going to watch yourself being eaten alive bit by bit. Qian's hoarse voice had a hint of satisfaction. *CK, you're crazy. You're crazy. Kill me. Mo Yao roared. I won't resist anymore. Stop biting. Lunatic, you lunatic. Qian laughed. So there was a day that even you would beg for mercy. Ha ha ha. His laughter gave people an inexplicable chill. Back then, I knelt down and begged you. I kowtowed until my head was bleeding profusely. But did you let my family and friends go? Mo Yao, you should savor this experience. Haha. Mo Yao's will was about to collapse. Qiang, tell him to kill me. Stop this lunatic. Qiang, it's all because of you. If not for you, I would have never ended up in this state. Mo Yao cursed Qiang madly. Qiang's expression was calm and he did not say a word. He only looked at Qian with a gaze filled with helplessness. In the heavenly Dao, Qin Qian watched silently. She did not know why, but her tears could not stop flowing. She clearly did not feel that sad. He was a stranger. However, there was an inexplicable emotion in her soul that she could not get rid of. For some reason, she wanted to touch that person's face. Qin Qian took a few deep breaths and tried to calm herself down. She tried her best to get rid of this inexplicable influence. She forced herself to be a spectator instead of experiencing it herself. In Chu's world, Mo Bao and Mo Shui had stopped attacking the world. They knew that they could not change Mo Yao's fate. Only their master could. However, they knew that their master would not show himself. 650 Qian's Madness, Part 2. The screams in the chaos were getting softer and weaker. Mo Yao's will was about to collapse. It had been an entire month of torture and being eaten alive. He could not die. He could not even kill himself. In the end, he had tried multiple times to beg for mercy and the release of death, but Jian remained unmoved. The spectators were all silent. Some of them could not even watch any more. The more he looked, the more frightened and creepy it felt. Mo Yao was an extremely brutal and notorious existence, yet he was actually tortured to the point of crying and begging for mercy. Back then, did he ever imagine that this would be his outcome? Qian's Dao path and its power were tailored specifically to deal with Mo Yao, which is why he felt such pain and torture. As Mo Yao's aura weakened, the cries for mercy also weakened. Everyone discovered that Qian's body was filled with an evil aura and was constantly cracking. It seemed that he was not prepared to continue living after this. The experts who knew about Qian's past all had complicated expressions on their faces. To Qian, revenge was the meaning of his existence. Once Mo Yao died, there would be no reason for him to exist. Perhaps death was a form of release for him. Piao's expression was complicated. Scenes from the past appeared in her mind. Piao was a human genius blessed by the great Dao. She was accepted as a personal disciple by the immortal ancestor and became a high and mighty immortal. These heights were not something that Qian, who was from her generation, could reach or achieve. She had once advised Qian to join the immortal race. Given his talent, he would definitely be accepted and nurtured by the immortal race. However, Qian refused. He said that he would lead the human race to rise up. He would make the human race the most powerful race in the world. After that, they became strangers to each other. Qian attempted to imitate the monster races in an attempt to find a path for the human race to become stronger. Then Mo Yao descended. When she heard that Mo Yao was targeting the human race, she was furious and arrogant. She wanted Qian to suffer a loss and realize how weak he was. She wanted him to recognize the weakness of the human race, and that only by joining the immortal race could one become strong and gain the ability to take care of the human race. Therefore, she did not interfere with Mo Yao immediately. However, she had never expected that tragedy to happen. After that tragedy, Qian begged Qian to teach him the giant race's body tempering technique, and the latter acquiesced. However, the giant race's body tempering technique wasn't suitable for all humans. Only a small number of people with strong physical constitutions could cultivate it. Qian combined the body tempering technique of the giant race with his own comprehension and created a body tempering technique that could be cultivated by humans. From then on, the human race gained the ability to fend for themselves, to some extent. They could hunt down some members of the weaker races, but were still considered weak themselves. Qin had created the cultivation method of the human race. It was the real cultivation method of the human race and not a modified one like Qian's. However, in all honesty, Qian was the one who laid the foundation for this to happen. Piao recalled the past. The only relatively happy experience Qian had was probably during his time with Yun. However, because of Yun, Miao and the immortal race also started to suppress the human race, and everything started to change. Qian's life was too bitter. For the sake of the human race, he had given up too much. In the end, Yun died as well. Piao knew that Qian did not want Yun to be dragged into this, so he ruthlessly chased her out. That day, when Piao saw Yun, she was silently crying alone. In order to fulfill his wish and to return to his side, Yun had constantly tried to help the human race become stronger. She had done many things in secret. She even begged Miao not to target the human race. However, in the end, she died. Because she could not return to Qian's side, she fell and murmured that she wished to become a human in her next life. The day Qian received news of Yun's death, he sat on a mountain peak alone for 3 years. After that, he roared madly and charged toward the demon race's territory. It was Qian who saved him that time. Piao silently asked herself, did she do anything wrong back then? Was she too cruel? She did not know why, but when she saw Qian in love with Yun, her heart was filled with envy. As she recalled, Piao suddenly had the urge to cry. She looked at the crazed Qian. Perhaps this is a form of release for you. It's the best ending for you, she muttered. Did the human race still remember him? Do they know the suffering you experienced for the human race? A long time had passed, and his achievements had been erased by time, yet his hatred had remained unchanged, as well as his love and obsession toward Yun. Piao suddenly felt a sense of indescribable sadness. Perhaps she would never see this person again in the future. Time passed as Mo Yao howled miserably. Everyone was watching the battle between Qian and Mo Ye, if it could even be called that. On the contrary, not many people paid attention to the battle between Qin and Prison Dao Ancient God. Chu Xian also sighed. The outcome of the battle between Qian and Mo Yao had been decided. In truth, the outcome between Qin and Prison Dao Ancient God had also been decided. It seemed like they were still in a stalemate and entangled, but Chu Xian could already tell that Qin had won. Prison Dao Ancient God was about to die. Qin was merely looking for a decisive opportunity to land the killing blow. He was only biding his time to wait for the best opportunity. He could not allow Prison Dao Ancient God to escape.